7 Swords. A novel. By Michael E. Shea. To my wife, Michelle Barrett Shea, who supports every strange direction I turn and makes my life happier every day. Part 1, C.A. Durran. Prelude. Someone would die tonight. John felt it deep in the pit of his stomach. It was something he felt before in the north as a young man when he and 1,000 soldiers of the Emperor faced an army of 5,000 bewitched devil-worshipping Voth. He lost his 2 best friends that night. Skid fell under a Voth axe that split his head in 2 and Daniel took 4 arrows in the chest when he ran to help. Daniel had died with blood pouring out of his mouth trying to say John's name. John had felt it when they had all joked before the battle of the things they would do to the young Voth women afterward. Instead they died in pools of blood. They were all children back then. But not now. John knew it now too. There was no boasting. Each of the 7 swords was a veteran of battle. They knew the truth of combat. In any battle, regardless of the skill, there are only 3 options. Either your opponent dies, you die, or you both die. A good sword, high ground, or exceptional skill may push the odds but never by much. John had seen the best musketeers fall and cowards survive duels with masters lying in the dirt. Combat wasn't about skill, it was about luck. The 7 swords knew that. Even Adrin had picked it up by now. John wondered if the northern boy would be the first to fall. Someone would. Rain fell on John's head and shoulders. It rolled over his eyes and from his lips. It ran down his arm and the shining steel edge of his rapier. He smelled the air and watched the burning dots of torchlight in front of him. The 7 swords had done well the night before, but that was to be expected. Now the sticks knew they were here and things would be much harder. John felt his stomach turn and felt lines of tension tighten in the back of his neck. He turned left and saw the Khal standing on another small hill, his huge war club resting on his shoulder. The Khal saw him and grinned, if one could call it a grin with that thing on him. John turned right and saw Vanna under her cloak, rivers of rain running off of the hood. He knew she was aware of his stare though she showed no sign. John looked down and met Susan's green eyes. Like Vanna, the young girl was cloaked and had her hood drawn. Rain ran down her face and, though her expression seemed emotionless, the rain ran like tears. She turned away and they both watched the torches growing closer. The sticks were thirsty for blood and if John's instincts were right at all, tonight they would have it. Chapter 1, Fenneset. C.A. Durran had never been so scared. Only one other time was even close and it was a memory he buried deep down in his heart. C.A. Durran crouched in the tall grass on the hilltop ridge of Fenneset. His 4 brills stood behind him, shifting uneasily on the huge pads of their feet. They had caught scent of the fires below, and the blood. Even the smell of water below didn't drive them to get closer. The smell of blood and fire was enough to put panic into any animal. Right now, C.A. Durran was one such animal. The sight of horror continued to unfold in front of C.A. Durran. Red fires bloomed and black smoke billowed into columns that filled the clouds above. Small houses of stone and grass cracked open into orange flame. 7 riders of the warband circled and set another house ablaze. 2 women ran out, one older and one younger. A year passed, the older one had served C.A. Durran a stew and the younger one had smiled at C.A. Durran and made him blush. He had thought of his wife that day and had turned away. An arrow, fired from galloping horseback, caught the older woman in the stomach. She stumbled and gripped the shaft of the arrow. She pulled at it but the head was barbed. All she did was grind herself up inside. She fell, vomiting blood into the dirt. The younger girl ran screaming to her. Another horse roared by and she fell under a flash of steel. Half of her head gone, her body tumbled under the roar of the horses, torn and beaten until only ripped cotton rags covered in blood remained. She was a lucky one. 2 men with spears poked at a dozen women, villagers of Fenneset. 2 women, more defiant than the others, lay dead. 2 or 3 at a time, the demon bandits dragged the women into one of the few huts spared of the red flame. The screams from within made Caedaren's skin crawl. The women never came back out. Caedaren watched as the village elders of Fenneset were dragged from their homes on the western hills of the village. They were stripped naked and splayed out on the ground. Men in dark red armor, faces hidden by wide-necked leather helms, drove long pikes through the screaming men. Impaling all the old men took a long time, and when the armored men stood the pikes upright, the sharp tips gleaming from the elders' gaping mouths. Down in the village square, 2 young men, locals of the village, held off nearly 20 of the crimson-armored marauders. 3 bandits lay dead sprawled on the ground near them. One of the villagers held a blacksmith hammer and a wooden shield. Caedaren could see tufts of hair still caked on the head of the hammer. The other swung a sword taken from one of the dead marauders. The bandits parted with laughter as the man with the sword swung. The swing was clumsy and threw him off balance. Archers stood ready to fill the 2 men with arrows, but they held their shots. The crowd quieted as a new rider approached. He dismounted and Caedaren saw he was smaller than the rest. He wore no helm. His head was bald and he had painted a band of scarlet across his eyes. There was a silence as he dismounted and stepped into the circle. The 2 men turned away from the rest of the crowd and faced this new arrival. The villager with the sword shouted something. He rushed the small bald man and swung. The small man shifted back and avoided the swing easily. The villager swung twice more and the small marauder dodged each blow just as the blade approached him. Laughter erupted and cries echoed each time the man swung and missed. The village sword swinger brought the sword down hard in a powerful vertical cut. The bald man sidestepped and kicked the man in the groin. Another roar of laughter echoed over the hills. The bald man waited until the villager recovered. The villager cried out and lunged, but the small man twisted out of the way. He grabbed the villager's wrist and Caedaren heard the crack of bone. The small man continued the momentum, caught the blade, and spun. Caedaren saw a jet of red blood spray across the small man, followed by another as the man's heart pumped his life blood from his body. The villager fell into the dirt, blood streaming across the ground. The villager with the hammer and shield shifted. The bald man dropped the sword and drew a shorter one from a leather sheath on his belt. Unlike the other villager, the bald man did not wait for an attack. He swung hard, cleaving a large gap in the villager's wooden shield. Another blow and the shield began to splinter. Another and large chunks of wood fell spinning to the ground. In moments the small man's onslaught left the shield hanging in pieces from the villager's bloody left arm. The villager swung his hammer but missed as the bald man turned away. The small sword cut low and the hammer wielder cried out, falling to one knee. The blade cut again and blood spattered from a gaping wound in the man's arm. The hammer fell. Again and again the blade cut until the man cried out no more. The crowd began to chant as the small man stood back. It was hard to make out, but as every man picked up the chant, it rang crystal clear in the night air. Stark! 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 They cried. Caedaren grew cold. Outside of the town's banquet hall, a group of the marauders gathered the remaining villagers. Young women were pulled away from their families and dragged into huts. Those that remained were lined up and, one by one, they were led to a stout barrel and forced to kneel. A huge man, bare-chested and covered head to toe in blood, raised a wide blade and beheaded each of the villagers in turn with 2 or 3 cuts. Other marauders gathered and placed tankards under the gushing bodies. As the tankards filled, they brought it to their lips and drank, letting it pour down their chins and chests. Caedaron's eyes shifted to the elders on the pikes. They had lit fires under the dead men and their skin blackened and crisped. The marauders, drunk on victory, cut at them with sharp knives. They tore away pieces of the men with their bare hands and ate them. Caedaron turned and vomited. He couldn't watch anymore. He still could hear the screams and smell the cooking flesh, but he could not accept it. He opened his eyes and looked skyward. He saw the smoke filling the air. He saw the fires burning deep red. He saw as close a vision to hell as any had ever seen. Caedaron's eyes fell to the small man, stark. He stood relaxed, watching the carnage around him and smiling. A flicker of firelight caught the small man's eyes. Caedaron saw hunger in them. All of the murder and rape and horror, and this man was still hungry. Caedaron left the Brill. He had hoped to spend the next 3 months in Fenacet avoiding the fall torrent. Had he attempted to take the Brill back with him, he would be caught in the torrent for sure. Hail the size of rocks would flay him to the bone. The bones of escaped Brill still littered the trails between Fenacet and Fenadim as a grim reminder of the lethality of the torrent. One of his Brill snorted loudly as Caedaron cut Whitebelly from the Brill pack. The mare whinnied and Caedaron froze. He listened for any sign of detection, a cry of alarm or a shout of new orders, but nothing came. He led Whitebelly down over the hill and only mounted when he could hear nothing from the village. Caedaron rode hard, too hard, along the trail north to Fenadim. The familiar rock walls that seemed so benign to him in his 12 years of trade along the trail now seemed to grasp at him and crush him. For 2 days he watched the smoke columns rising into the clouds to the south. For 2 weeks he watched for riders over his shoulder. Halfway through the 2nd week the sky darkened and the cold western winds drew hard through the valley. Soon the moisture would ride high into the mountains and slice down again in shards of ice like razors. The huge red sun turned the dark clouds a deep violet and the wind felt like the breath of some ancient god long forgotten in the valleys. Whitebelly panted and shivered, even at night. Caedaron saw the damage he was doing to the horse, but the visions of red-armored demon cannibals kept his feet kicking and the mare moved on. In the beginning of the 3rd week, Whitebelly fell. Caedaron was at least 4 days away from Fenadim, 10 if by foot. He would not make it. He fed the horse, gave her water, and let her rest for a night he could not afford. He awoke from a dream of monsters tearing him apart and eating him as he screamed and watched. That morning, Whitebelly stood and accepted his weight. He thanked the gods and the horse, whispering promises of a comfortable life for the rest of her days, though he wondered if he could fulfill the promise. Restful days seemed to be behind him, behind them all. They were coming. It might take them 3 months after the torrent flowed back to the west, but they would come. They would come and Fenadim would die. Chapter 2, Fenadim. Caedaron arrived at dawn 3 weeks after watching the slaughter of Fenacet. He caught sight of the Old One shortly before seeing the smoke of the village chimneys. The early shadow of the colossal statue covered the village completely. It would be nearly midday before the red sun crested over the huge statue's sightless head. All his life Caedaron had marveled at Fenadim's dark protector. His grandmother told tales to Shea and his sisters of the Titan who walked the planet, leaving lakes of molten rock in his footsteps. The Titan battled the 8 other old gods in the days before even a tree took root in the earth. Soon the immortal Titans tired of their wars and slept. The mountain statue, his grandmother would say, was the sleeping Titan, and should Shea or his sisters make noise in the night, the Titan would awaken and roar and kill half the world. Though fantasy, Shea loved to look upon the Old One and imagine the huge being crack free from millennia of rock and roar. Even knowing it was but a statue carved by man did little to reduce his wonder. How many did it take to carve a mountain into a god? Who would order such a thing, and who would live to see it done? Shea had traveled to the salt mines high in the mountain and had seen the growth and erosion around the carvings. It spoke of thousands of years, even before the times of the old empire. Other tales told of the jealous god-kings who wished the Old One torn down, lest the people gaze upon him and forget who they should worship. The attempt was futile. 70 years of carving had barely scratched one massive trunk-like toe of the Old One. So the god-kings moved their empires east, where the deserts had carved away the Titans who might have dared to threaten their rule. The Old One always comforted Shea, except today. The shadow covering his town looked like the black clutch of hell. He could hear the familiar sounds of the village, but in his mind the women and children from Fenneset continued to scream. He looked to the cyclopean statue and shivered. So vividly did he imagine the massive head turning his way and opening its huge maw that he had to blink to ensure it didn't happen. The town's militia greeted him as he arrived. The 4 boys cried out and swung thin sticks wildly. Shea smiled, but the oldest of the boys saw something was wrong and narrowed his eyes. "What's wrong with White Belly?" he asked. "She's very tired," was all the response Shea could offer. He rode past the brill fields. The huge beasts thundered and belched as they grazed. Jamus stepped from his cottage as Shea passed. "You're not supposed to be back until spring." The torrents started. "I know," said Shea. "What's happened?" Shea considered the question. So intent was he on arriving that he had no plan for addressing what he had seen. He was so tired. "I have to go home," said Shea. "I will be back tomorrow." Shea kicked White Belly, who lurched forward. From the corner of his eye he saw Jamus look over the broken mare. No one else stopped him. The day had started. The miners were in the western hills in the salt mines. The farmers tended their crops. Shea headed east across the brook to his home. He took White Belly to her stable, wiped her down, watered, and fed her. The mare looked at him as she grazed. The impact of his treatment of the beast fell upon him, and Shea let out a single sob. He stepped on numb legs back to his home, opened the door, stepped in, closed it, and collapsed on his stone floor. He wept and cried out. He rolled to his side and hugged his knees to his chest. He was so happy to be alive, yet all of those dead haunted him. Within his grief moved an older sadness. He missed Anda. The grief fell upon him and he wept even more. He awoke on the floor. It was dark outside. He stood, undressed, and slept in his bed until the following dawn. In the morning Shea dressed and headed to the carpenter's shop. Duncan was there. "Tell your father that I need word with the elders this eve." "Yes, I wish you well in that," said the young man, twisting a hammered nail in his teeth as he put together a thick-legged chair. 7 is bringing the mining lords tonight. They run dry in the west and want to reopen the eastern shafts at the Old One's feet again. "Duncan, it is important," said Shea. Duncan gave him his attention. "As you say," said Duncan. The day moved slowly. Ca ate but got sick. He settled for soup. He had no idea what he would say that night. There was no way he could describe what he had seen. Dusk crept in, painting the old one deep red. The Titan stared east with an eyeless face. Ca dressed and walked in the cool night air. His stomach surged and numbness touched him when he thought of what he must say. The elders sat in the dressing room of Alvik's home in the same seats they had sat in for 3 decades. Only one seat, that of Nonan, remained empty. The old man had died of a chill that had left him bedridden and coughing for 3 weeks. No new elder had yet been selected, but everyone expected the blacksmith Grado to take the seat. He was well liked and keen. 7 was addressing the 4 old men, stringing out lines of formality and false respect that left the 4 men baffled and confused. For 4 years 7 had asked the elders to open the old mines deeper in the hills, but so far the elders declined. More salt mining required more salt miners. Enlarging the village was not desirable, and most knew that 7 only desired wealth and a seat on the council of elders. He had been blocked for 10 years. "Uncle, I must speak," said Ca. 7 scowled at him. Gorf looked at him and frowned. "You may speak when it is your turn," he said. 7 cleared his throat to begin. "Fenneset has burned," said Ca. All eyes turned to him. Each face revealed either shock, anger, concern, or confusion. Every man, woman, and child was put to the sword or burned. Red-armored devils fell upon them and ripped them to pieces. Only luck saved me. One of the brill I had planned to sell had become impacted on the trip and slowed me down by a day. When I arrived, I witnessed murder and horror. The visions he saw poured out of him. He spoke for a long time and their eyes stayed on him. One of the men with 7 left during Ca.'s story, and Ca. heard him vomiting outside. When he finished, no one spoke. 7 shifted and Ca. felt anger burn in him. Ca. knew 7 cared not at all for the horse traders of Fenneset. He cared only for his mines and the salt wealth it brought him. "This is disturbing," said Odin, the 2nd senior elder. "They were fair and honest traders. We will miss our relations." "They are coming here," shouted Ca. "Nonsense," said Tyroid. "Why come here? The torrent has started already, and many other southern villages surely draw the interest of bandits." "They will wait and they will come," said Ca. "All other villages are already burned. We are the only village north of Fenneset. I saw their eyes. They are not bandits or profiteers. They are murderers." "This is a grave concern," said Emerald. The fat man's belly hung from the bottom of his tunic like a white sack. "Perhaps we should prepare a militia." "The 4 harvest children?" asked 7. Someone let out a chuckle. "No, a real militia," said Emerald. "We have never needed one. The mountains shield us and our swords are the torrents. If they come, they will be cut to pieces," said Odin. "They will wait and they will come," said Ca. He was sure of it, but he could not say why. Though surrounded by murder, he saw patience in the eyes of the one they called Stark. The way he played with the villager with the sword. "Uncle, believe me." Gorf kept his eyes on Ca. "We will discuss this matter and decide." "Go and rest," said his uncle. No rest found Ca. He lay awake staring at the beams of his wooden roof where a spider spun a thin web of silk. He walked through 1,000 conversations that would or would not convince them. The next morning he went to his uncle's circular home high up on the northern hill of the village. He knocked and entered. "Are you all right, C.A. Doran?" asked Gorf. "No," said C.A. Doran. "I can't sleep. I almost died." "They ate them, uncle. They baked them on spits and ate them. They drank their blood from their own ale flagons." He saw his uncle's face turn ashen. "They will come here. The council does not agree. They wish to keep watch and 7 agreed to arm the miners. If they come, we will defend ourselves. They are going to come and we are going to die. C.A. Doran, I know you saw such horror that we cannot understand. I know your journey through the torrent's edge was straining. You must trust us. We have weathered attack before. We can do it again." "Not against this," said C.A. Doran, shaking his head. He was losing his uncle. "How can I convince you?" "Of what? What would you have us do?" "Flee. Pack the brill and go north." "And become nomads," said Gorf. "Bandits may not kill us here, but they surely will north. The tribes are as thick as flies out there. How many brill would it take and how long would we travel?" His uncle was right, thought C.A. Doran. It wouldn't work. He had no idea what to do. A red sword swung for his home and he had no defense. He sighed and left. Sleep came uneasy that night, and though he worked himself hard the next day, tending to those brill that remained in his farm, his mind wandered. He watched the militia, the sons of Harvest, run and swing sticks at each other. 3 other boys joined them. He watched the 7 of them duel and roll and march as tears flowed into his eyes. He worked into the dusk, pulling huge bundles of grain for the brill and leading them to the water. 2 of his females were still pregnant. That, at least, would help him make up for those he lost at Fennerset. As the sun set, C.A. Doran walked home alone. That night C.A. Doran dreamed of Anda and woke screaming. He saw her torn apart by red-skinned demons as she looked at him, a single tear dripping down her face. The 7 boys rushed in, but the demons cut them down and devoured them. The next morning, C.A. Doran watched the 4 boys playing again. He remembered a story his grandmother had told him when he was very small. 4 knights of a golden kingdom defending the villages from the Sand King and his army. He rushed to his uncle's house. "The knights," said C.A. Doran. "The who?" asked Gorf. "The knights of the golden kingdoms, the Quora. The swords." C.A. Doran, that was a child's tale. "Of course, but Fennerkef is full of warriors who may come to our aid. They breed them there like we breed brill. Fennerkef is a town of scum and villainy. You will find nothing but a dagger in your back and strange blisters on your privates. Swordsmen from all over the world travel through there. Yes. When they want to flee or hunt other men. They are not for us. Do you trust me, uncle?" Gorf hesitated. "Yes. I trust you. They are coming. Our militia will not stop them. I must do something. I will not lead bandits here. I will find good men of value to teach us and defend us. I must do this." His uncle looked at him for a long time. "We have no money to give them. This will guarantee we find men of value." "Perhaps," said his uncle. C.A. Doran felt a small surge in his skin. He was almost there. "Let me go, uncle. I will return in 1 month. If I find nothing, I waste only my time." His uncle considered this, running a hand over his thinning head. "Go, my nephew," said Gorf. For the first time since he saw the scourging of Fennerset, C.A. Doran felt a purpose within him. He would pack and travel in the morning. He would find his defenders, his swords, men strong in heart and body. He would save his town or die fighting. Let fools like Seven pretend that life continued normally. Caedaran saw what happened to Fenerset and knew such a fate would easily befall Fenedim. He would save his town. Caedaran returned home filled with hope. Chapter 3, The Northern Trail. Caedaran slept soundly for the first night in nearly a month. He awoke and began preparing for his trip before dawn. He packed 2 weeks of dried meat and bread, 2 skins of water, thick wool clothes for the first part of the journey and lighter cotton for once he had passed the mountains. His bedroll and much of the rest of his camping equipment remained prepared from his journey south. True to his word to his faithful mare, Caedaran left Whitebelly in Fenedim and borrowed Grey Cloud from his uncle. The black gelding had made the trip north before and wouldn't panic at Heaven's Highway. Caedaran left Fenedim as the red sun painted the outline of the old one in scarlet ribbons. 24 salt miners watched him pass, their lined faces still dusty from the previous day's work. Edlin, working his wheat farm, hailed Caedaran. "Good journey, friend. Return soon." If word of his journey had already spread, word of the attack must have also spread, but he saw no sign of panic in the village at all. 2 of Edlin's daughters, lithe legs bare under their cotton tunics, ran to Caedaran with fresh bread. He laughed and thanked them. How they had grown! Soon they would have children of their own. He felt a pang of jealousy. How Anda had wanted daughters! If they had had any, they would have been 10 or 11 by now. Caedaran followed the trail north from Fenedim. He enjoyed the first day's ride through the grasslands and the marsh. He crossed the mountain rivers that roared down from the mountains of the west. He looked for the black moon but could not find it in the dark sky of night. A good omen. He awoke as the sky lighted into deep violet and began his trip through the crags. Many years passed. Fenedim sold Brill to Fenekef. Fenekef acted as a bridge to the southern deserts and the kingdoms within the dunes. Brill were ideal for the desert. They carried 10 times their considerable weight in water and needed water only once every 2 weeks. They were slow, smelled awful, and had terrible temperament, but Fenedim made quite a profit on them. Now the northern trail had become too perilous for the Brill. 2 years after Caedaran had ceased his own Brill trade north, choosing to sell south twice a year, his neighbor and his neighbor's sons lost an entire herd of 6 Brill off of Heaven's Highway. Only one son had survived to tell of the disaster. The Fenedim villagers who searched for them found the remaining son starved and feral a month later, drinking from rain puddles and eating carrion. Caedaran still made the trip north to sell salt. He mined none of it himself, but his experience of the trail made him of use to the salt miners. The money helped him through the off-season. He brought 2 sacks of salt with him now in hopes of buying supplies for himself and any others he brought with him on the return trip. Doubt started to sink into Caedaran as he rode the ragged trail high into the western ridges. Could he really expect to find valiant warriors in Fenekef? The town was a haven for bandits, whores, slavers, and the wasted souls who chewed the red lotus until they went blind and no longer cared. If he could only bring 1 or 2, enough to properly train the rest of them, perhaps that would help. He had to try something. Caedaran spent 2 days in the high crags, winding through the join between the eastern and western mountains. The road was hard. He sat at night and gazed at the stars, considering whether his journey was heroic or folly. It made little difference. He was here now. On the 5th day Caedaran reached Heaven's Highway. A single rock path crossed a canyon thousands of feet deep. It was 15 feet wide, but the edges tapered downward and the lack of any support made it seem much smaller. Shea father had taught him the secret to crossing the highway without fear. Watch the end of the road at all times. Grey Cloud knew the path and did not stumble. Shea had affixed the leather blinders his uncle had given him, and across they went. Against his own advice, Shea dared to stare off the edge once as they neared the end. He felt the cold wind rush over him. A deep chill ran through him as he stared down nearly 1,000 feet to the razor-sharp rocks peeking through the fog below. It was like staring into hell. Shea's mind built a terrible vision. He imagined the train of Brill tumbling and scraping off the edge, taking a cart full of supplies, barrels of salt, and 3 men over with it. For a moment he could almost hear them screaming. Shea closed his eyes and let Grey Cloud take him the rest of the way across. 2 mountains soon passed and Shea found the descent to the barren soothing. High cliffs and plateaus rose from the rock-hard cracked mud. No trail presented itself, but Shea knew the way. Few others did, and that fact protected Fenadim from marauders or bandits. No large tribe would bother to navigate the small trail for a week or cross Heaven's highway, and few knew the trails that led through the crags. Those who would bother with any of those barriers would likely find themselves in the middle of a torrent where they could watch shards of ice tear the skin from their bones. The next day Shea's path led to a large road used by caravans traveling between Fenakef and many of the other southern and eastern kingdoms. Half a day north along the road Shea watched a slave caravan pass. 12 whipmasters pushed nearly 100 slaves. 2 Brill dragged an ornate wagon on huge iron-rimmed wheels. Shea caught sight of an ivory face, beautiful eyes, and bare breasts of a woman from behind a silk drape. Beside her sat a small man, the caravan master if Shea had to guess, who barked orders at one of the whipmasters and squeezed the beauty at his side. The whipmasters eyed Shea as he passed, and the caravan master laughed through the drape. More and more caravans and riders crossed Shea's path as he grew closer to Fenakef. More than one band of bandits rode past, eyes hungry for the sacks hanging over Grey Cloud, but they did not stop for him. His was a treasure not worth the effort. Soon small huts and tents dotted the landscape. He reached the town as the red sun stood high in the sky, baking the ground. Everyone covered themselves in white cotton or took shelter during the hottest hours. Dressed in a cotton cowl, Shea watered his horse and waited for the heat of the day to pass. 4 men in black leather armor and bronze masks stopped in front of him. Curved swords hung on their hip and bows sat across their backs. One of them, cloaked in red, barked in a language Shea didn't understand, and they left. Another cart of trade goods dragged by dark-skinned slaves passed. Shea began to feel less and less sure of himself. As the sun set, Shea made his way into the town of Fenakef. It had grown over the years, but not gracefully. Where once stood only tents and shacks of loose wood, now structures of hardwood, clay, and stone rose into the air. The streets were alive with trade and travel. People of all kinds walked in garments unfamiliar to Shea. Yet there seemed no organization or plan for the town. The buildings seemed to grow against one another, and dirt paths ended with no warning. Shea looked nervously at a body laying face up on one side of the path. He was naked, old, and small. There were flies crawling on the man's wide-open eyes. From time to time, Shea's father had told him, the town had nearly grown into a city. Soon someone would attempt to rule that city. War would strike, blood would flow, many hundreds, even thousands of people would die, and the city would be cut back to the small town once again. Over the years the town had been ruled by god kings, warlords, dark priests, rich aristocrats armed with mercenaries, and bandit lords. None held the town for more than a year. Even now, with the armies of Dan Trex measuring over 100,000, last time Caedaran had heard, and the empires of Gazoo-Kadam and Gazoo-Tivil rising like monuments to the god kings who ruled them, no one now dared to attempt to rule Fenaketh. Beautiful women in silks ignored Caedaran as they passed. Large men armed with swords and axes passed, giving Caedaran narrow looks until he looked down and away. Caedaran rode to the eastern edge of the town, the traders' court. Canvas-covered booths sold weapons of steel, fine cloth, thick-muscled slave workers, sultry and beautiful pleasure slaves, and small leaf-wrapped packages of the red lotus. Caedaran stopped at the end of the alley at a booth selling salted meats. A thin boy hung strips of meat from wooden supports. Nearby, a thick man with a cleaver stood watch. "Hello, Adim," said Caedaran. "Brother," the thick man said, smiling. He had changed in the last year. His arms had grown thick, his dark hair had grown long but had receded to halfway back his head. His skin was dark and as rough as leather. How much the man had changed in the 6 years since he traveled to Fenaketh, fallen in love, and decided to stay there. When the woman had robbed him and run off, he was too ashamed to return to Fenadim. "How do you fare?" asked Caedaran. "Well. The silver rolls in. I hired the boy here and can still pay the guards. Business is good." He looked at Caedaran and his mood shifted. "And you? You're 4 months early, Caedaran. I need your help, my friend." Chapter 4, The Search. Adim left his booth to the boy with a strong threat and whispered to the mercenary who walked the lane. He took Caedaran to an outdoor ship that sold sticks of shriveled birds and wood cups of murky water. Caedaran told his tale and watched Adim's expression. They both ate, but when Caedaran remembered the impaled men cooking on pikes he could no longer stomach the bird. "You're sure they will come north?" asked Adim. "I am," said Caedaran. "These were no profiteers or bandits. They want blood and they will wait until they can go north to get it. There was reason to their murder." Adim considered this. He ran his hand through his hair as Caedaran's uncle had done. "I don't know, Caedaran, but you are here now. I don't know where you'll hire enough veterans or mercenaries to go to Fenadim. Not for 2 bags of salt. This is not a friendly or honest place, no matter what tales your grandmother told. If I hadn't paid both that boy and the mercenary, either would have off with my meat." Adim clapped Caedaran hard on his back. "Stay with me tonight and we will talk more in the morning." Caedaran accepted. The sun fell over the horizon as Adim and Caedaran returned to Adim's shop. Behind the storefront Adim had a surprisingly large room. He piled up a stack of musty blankets into a bed and showed Caedaran the way out the back to the trench that took waste out from the backs of the canvas and mud huts. They hobbled Caedaran's horse, keeping it tied within the back of the tent to avoid theft. Adim trusted the mercenaries he paid, as did the others who paid them to watch the alleys, but one could never be too careful. The next morning they ate dry bread, 2 strips of lean meat, and 2 eggs fried in animal fat on a skillet of black scorched iron. You're not likely to find warriors willing to talk for free, much less fight for you, but the warriors' court is where those who swing swords reside. Come back to the store at high sun and we will dine away from the heat. Caedaran sold 1 bag of salt and used the strange silver coins to board Grey Cloud. The cost was horrible, but it was that or the horse would be stolen. He sold his other bag of salt and wrapped the coins within the cloth ankle wrap of his left sandal. Shea made his way to the warrior's court. Strange sights, sounds, and smells came in from all directions. He felt dizzy. A thin man with wild eyes and red lips grabbed at Shea and screamed in a tongue Shea could not understand. Shea pushed him and the man fell, crawled upright, and fled. Elaborate booths selling arms and armors of leather and iron lined the warrior's court. Ferocious men with painted and scarred skin glared at Shea as he passed. 4 men in black scale armor, the same armor as the men who stopped Shea the day before, marched with heads high. Everyone parted as they came. Shea heard whispers as they passed but could only make out one word. Trex. Shea saw a man dressed with a circular bronze plate guarding his chest and a polium strapped to his back. He had to begin somewhere. Shea bowed to the man and kept his eyes low as he spoke. He could feel the man's eyes burrowing into him as he spoke. Noble warrior. I beg for your service in protecting my home village from red murderers who threaten us. How much? Said the man. We have food and shelter to fill your belly and warm the cold nights. The man struck hard. Shea felt the side of his face go numb. He touched it and felt his skin swelling and growing hot. He realized that he was sitting in the dirt but didn't remember falling there. By the time he stood, the man was well past. Shea's lips swelled. The street felt darker and within each face he saw anger and violence. An hour passed before he worked up the courage to ask another man for aid. This one was tall and broad with a wide-bladed sword on his back. The man laughed at Shea but at least he didn't hit him. As the sun set, Shea realized that he had wandered throughout the entire day. His cotton tunic was drenched with the sweat of the day. His stomach rumbled. He hung his head and walked back to Adem's booth. His friend cheered for him when arrived, handing him a piece of wet meat for the swelling of his cheek. Sleep did not come upon him easily that night. He stared at the top of the canvas roof above and reconsidered his decision to come. Young foolishness had always been his weakness. Nearly 35 summers old now and still he traveled on a notion of nobility that did not exist in the world. As his eyes closed, however, he saw the licks of red flame turning pink skin black on men who screamed for mercy and received none. If he should fail, those screams would come from his uncle or Edlin's daughters. He must try again. Chapter 5, Adrin. Shea returned to the warrior's court wiser than the day before. He kept his distance from the more ferocious men, but even detecting that grew difficult. He approached a light-skinned man with long hair, a diamond tattooed over one eye, and 2 swords strapped to the back of his black boiled leather breastplate. Shea bowed and asked for aid. The man's cold eyes never changed. No, he said and walked on. The word sounded like the edge of a knife. It made Shea's skin crawl just to hear it. He watched the man pass. Avoid that one, sir, or any like him, said an older stout man polishing a bronze breastplate from a nearby booth covered by strange animal skins. Sigh rather. Very dangerous. They assassinate kings and queens in their beds with 1,000 guards surrounding the room. One of the old god kings spoke of condemning them. He had used them to secure his throne but was so scared of them that he wished them eliminated. He was dead the dawn after the thought had entered his head and chaos met the desert for 1,000 years. You're not likely to find those willing to help for nothing here. Warriors come to make money here, not protect villages with the goodness of their heart. Where, then, sir? asked C.A. Durran. The man laughed at C.A. Durran's formality. Try the brothels and gambling dens. Try the parlors of the Red Lotus. Go where they seek play, not work, and you may find their hearts and minds softer than here. The man smiled. Don't ask those on their way in, though. Get them on the way out when they're relaxed. Also avoid those who lose at the bones or tiles. They may cut you down just to appease their bad luck. Those who have just left their seed or those with a sack full of silver may have a more open view of your plight. I thank you, my friend, said C.A. Durran. My own village was burned in a feud between two lords 7 years ago. I wish I had done as you do to protect it. Good luck to you. The man smiled at C.A. Durran again, and C.A. Durran smiled back, bowed, and started off. The man coughed and pointed the opposite way. C.A. Durran laughed and started back the opposite direction. The fine construction of the brothel and gambling district impressed C.A. Durran. Not a single canvas shack lined this street. Buildings of wood and stone rose 2 and even 3 stories tall. A carved statue of a beautiful naked woman reached to the sky, palms pressed together and head low, a smile on her lips. Whispers of silk and crimson wrapped the statue, but hot wind blew them continually, revealing the statue's detailed virtues. Why not sample the real thing? C.A. Durran turned and saw an older woman, legs bare under a short sarong. She shifted and a bare breast fell out of her loose wrap. C.A. Durran felt his skin get hot and, unable to come up with any suitable response, moved on. He heard laughter behind him as he walked. The sounds of love-making and the cheers of the games filled the streets. Tradesmen and soldiers walked with the urgency of desire or the slow ease of satisfaction. C.A. Durran worked up the nerve to ask a long-haired axe-wielder for the aid he sought. The result was the same, but the man's attitude was almost apologetic. The bronze man had been right. This was a much better place. A commotion from one of the gambling dens caught C.A. Durran's attention. A crowd of people rushed from the entrance of a building of sandstone and marble. They pushed and spread into a circle when a large man wrapped in strips of leather walked out and bared a long waved sword. He swung the sword easily in his left hand and cracked his neck. C.A. Durran saw his muscles rippling as the man stretched. Barrick will eat the northerner. I'd bet 6 to 1, said a man in fine silks and a wide-brimmed dyed purple hat. Done, said a man on his left and held up 3 silver coins. Eat him, Barrick, and you drink on me, said the man in the purple hat. Another man stepped from the gambling den. He was light-skinned and had hair of gold. He wore a black tunic and grey trousers tucked into the top of supple leather boots folded down at the knee. The man, the northerner, tied back his hair and handed his black leather 3-cornered hat and cloak to a dark-skinned boy who followed him. The northerner drew a long thin blade from his belt and examined it. He cut through the air twice and the rapier whistled. C.A. Durran caught sight of the rapier's hand guard. The guard was molded from silver in the shape of a woman, her back arched, touching the sword's pommel with her feet and the guard with her hands. The crowd murmured and whispered when they caught sight of the jewels in the sword's twisted handguard. The crowd grew silent as the 2 men faced each other. The large man, Barrick, breathed deep and his large chest expanded. The northerner pulled on his leather gloves and held his rapier to his chest in a strange salute. The duel began. Barrick crashed into the northerner, his sword cutting hard into the rapier's handguard. They pushed into the crowd who pushed back. The northerner stumbled and Barrick cut hard. The northerner fell back, the waved blade just missing his side. He rolled as the blade came in again. The northern stood and stumbled. 10-1 someone shouted. Done, shouted another. The battle raged. Barik cut, kicked and punched. The northerner fell back, a spray of blood from his lips. The guards of the two blades locked and the men pushed face to face. Barik cried out, kneed the northerner in the groin, and smashed his forearm into the northerner's face. The northerner fell to the ground. 16-1 came a cry. Done, came another. Barik waited for the northerner to stand, laughing as the man stumbled to his feet. The northerner breathed hard. Barik swung lazily, the northerner barely dodging the strikes or parrying with his rapier. 20-1. Done. Shea saw the northerner smile. The man stood straight, his breathing relaxed. Something changed and everyone saw it. Even Barik noticed it. His reckless attacks became more careful. He swung but the northerner sidestepped easily. Barik feigned and swung opposite the feint but it fooled the northerner not at all. Barik shouted at the northerner in a strange tongue. Shea made out the words mother and us and flatbread but none of the others. The northerner's quizzical look clarified that he understood about as much as Shea. Barik roared and swung hard. The rapier flashed and left a line of blood on Barik's hand. Barik's sword clattered to the ground. The northerner waited for him to pick it up. 6-1 for the northerner, someone shouted. No one took the bet. Barik roared again but caught nothing but air with his next blow. The rapier whistled and a stream of blood crossed Barik's cheek. Fear began to betray itself on Barik's face. He swung but fell to the defensive. Finish it, someone yelled. Barik roared in and the two smashed together. Barik's roar ended in a strange weak exhalation of air. The northerner stepped past, pulling his leather gloves from his hands finger by finger. His rapier had disappeared until Barik turned and Shea saw the shining silver hilt protruding out of Barik's chest. The large man tried to breathe but found each breath harder and harder. He turned and Shea saw the tip of the rapier gleaming from Barik's back. The northerner walked back and pulled his sword free. Barik died instantly. Coin changed hands and cries of argument and foul language flowed. The northerner took his cloak and hat from the small boy and a leather sack of coin from one of the men in the crowd. All that over a 2-copper horse Shea heard over the bustle of the crowd. The crowd, including the northerner, went back into the den. Shea waited until the rest of the afternoon for the man to come back out. He came out at dusk, walking tall and pulling down the corner of his leather 3-corner hat. Kind sir, your skill with a blade is beyond words. I come from a poor family village to the south. Bloodthirsty murderers threaten us and we are defenseless. I seek valiant and powerful fighters like yourself to help defend our town. How much? Asked the northerner. Shea's heart sank. I have nothing to offer but the food, shelter, and gratitude of my village. Are there women included in that gratitude? The northerner smiled. They are as beautiful as the stars. A voice back in Shea's mind screamed out as a flash of this man with Edlin's daughters fled through his mind. I have tired of this place, said the northerner. I accept. Joy flooded into Shea. Relief followed. He thanked and bowed until the northerner held him up. I am Adrin of Fagan. Shea of Fenadim, said Shea. Join me for an ale and tell me more of the women of your village. Shea shared tales of Fenadim and described the villains who threatened it. Adrin listened and drank. He described his history simply. I am an adventurer and sell sword from the north. Ca Doran felt uncomfortable in the gambling parlor, but the crowds left them alone. They left that night, agreeing to meet the following day to seek others who might aid them. No warrior would dare slap Ca Doran now that a blade as skilled as Adrin walked with him. Confidence bloomed within Ca Doran like a flower. He is the hero I sought since I first thought of defending the village, Ca Doran told Adim later. He will train and lead us. We can win. Adim smiled at him as the two ate. Ca Doran's head swam. His plan was coming together. Chapter 6, John and Susan. Ca Doran was on his way to meet Adrin when he spotted the Dark Riders. They rode through the merchant's quarter on black stallions, northern horses. Each of the two men wore black cloaks, black boots, dark grey chestguards, and the same style three-corner hat that Adrin wore. Perhaps it was this last article that caught Ca Doran's interest. He followed after the two men, losing them as they turned down the metalworking district. He saw them again, dismounted and talking to a thin man in tattered clothes. The man pointed and spoke. Ca Doran couldn't see if the Black Riders said anything in return. Thick leather neck guards covered the mouths of both men and their long cloaks covered most of their bodies. The two men left their horses with the thin man and continued on foot. Ca Doran saw the man bite into a coin of gold. A hot gust of wind blew down the street and whipped at their cloaks. Ca Doran saw a gleam of steel under their cloaks. Ca Doran followed them, keeping cover as they walked down the streets to the outskirts of the town. The crowds thinned and the tent city rose around them, mostly empty at this time in the morning. The two men scanned the tents and pointed at a man guiding a desert donkey. A small child rode on the donkey's back among packed provisions. One of the men shouted, but the man with the donkey didn't hear. The shorter of the two men pointed and the larger one moved off to block the man and the donkey. Ca Doran moved closer. The donkey man had shoulder-length black hair and wore a green tunic of a merchant. The child wore a cloak of tan canvas, the hood pulled up to protect her face from the sun. When the shorter of the riders shouted, the child turned and Ca Doran saw the face of a young girl with red hair and green eyes. As the larger of the two men came out in front of them, the merchant stopped the cart. The smaller man said something and the merchant turned. He shook his head and the black-garbed man spoke again in a different tongue. The larger of the men closed in from behind them. The merchant looked at them and shook his head once again. The two men looked past him to each other. The smaller man said something else, nodding his head at the man. The big one stepped up behind him and roughly wrapped an arm around the merchant's throat. The merchant moved fast and sure. Every move was precise, every shift of his foot had purpose. Even after having just seen Adrin's skill with his rapier, Ca Doran had not seen a man move so sure and so naturally with such devastating results. The merchant locked his arms over the big man's own arm and stepped one leg between those of the big man and arched forward. Though considerably larger, the Dark Rider fell forward over the merchant. The large man's arm, trapped within the merchant's interlocked forearms, snapped at the elbow. The sound made Ca Doran wince, and when he saw the horrible angle of the twisted arm he felt bile rise in his throat. The large man cried out and the smaller one cursed. The small man drew a shining dagger from within his cloak, but instead of attacking the merchant he went after the girl. Ca Doran saw the man in the merchant's garb, surely not actually a merchant. Ca Doran now understood, reach into the twisted cloak of the groaning man at his feet. He drew a black cylinder encased in darkwood. The merchant cocked back a silver dragon head resting on the back of the wooden handle and squeezed his index finger. Ca Doran had heard of the northern weapons, pistols they were called, but he was totally unprepared for the experience of seeing one in action. It boomed so loud that Ca put his hands over his ears. A cloud of white smoke exploded from the back of the gun and swept into the hot wind. The small man's head exploded into a red mist. Later, Ca couldn't say why he did what he did. His first instinct was to flee, but he found himself running to the man instead. The man crouched over the broken rider, and drew another of the pistols. He pointed it at Ca and Ca felt his bladder nearly let go. "I can help you," said Ca. The man's steely blue eyes did not blink. "My friend's shop is nearby. You can hide there and take shelter." The man beheld him a moment longer before turning to the girl. She stood behind the man, her cloak pulled low over her face. She nodded. "Show us," said the man. As Ca turned, he saw the man draw a sharp knife from his leg wrappings, cut a pouch and belt from the man at his feet, and quietly ran the blade across the man's throat under his leather neck guard. Ca couldn't see the man bleeding across the sand, but he heard him gurgling. This was a mistake, he thought. This man was a killer. It was too late now, though. Ca hurried while the man and girl ran with him. The man had cut out a pack from the mule, but left the rest. He understood that the mule and the two men would be stripped down and looted by the time they reached Adim's shop. Ca took them through the alleys behind the shops and untied the intricate 5-lace knot that held the door closed. He waved to the mercenary, who glared at him but recognized him enough to not bother questioning him. Adim was apparently not paying him enough for that. Ca closed the door behind them and righted the knot. The man scanned the room as the Dark Rider had scanned the tent city. "I thank you for your aid," said the man. "Even the bandits seem unafraid of robbing a merchant in daylight here." The story was weak and they all seemed to know it. The man drew his knife from the folds of his pants and went to a plate of polished silver Adim tied to one side of the wood hut. As Ca and the girl watched, the man pulled his hair tight and cut it off with his knife. His hair fell into ragged tufts as he turned to Ca and the girl. "We are safe here," said Ca. The finality of the way the man cut off his hair made Ca uncomfortable. The man looked at the girl. She smiled and nodded to him. "I am John," said the man, turning back to the polished metal. "This is Susan. Thank you for helping us." The man's accent was subtle but clearly northern. He was dark tan from many months, maybe years, in the desert, but naturally fair-skinned. His scalp, where he had cut away his dark hair, was pale. "Who were those men?" asked Ca. "Bounty hunters from the north," the man, John, said. Ca. grew nervous. "Bounty for what?" "Deserted soldiers," said John. He watched Ca., perhaps gauging his reaction. Ca. attempted none. "Is she your daughter?" said Ca. "She is my ward. She is an orphan of the Voth War." Ca. hadn't heard of any Voth War. John scooped a handful of lard from a dish and spread it over his ruined hair. "She too is from the north, but we met east of here outside of Togaru. I couldn't stomach seeing her serve in a pleasure den for sick nobility, so we traveled here. I had hoped to gather supplies and move back north, but it seems that didn't work." Ca.'s spirits lifted. "I know a place you can go. A town of peace far from those who hunt for you." John paused, gazing at Ca. with eyes like frozen water. "And what do you want of me in return?" Ca. shared his tale as the man, John, ran his knife over his scalp. The knife was very sharp and Adrian's skin crawled at the sound of it shaving the man's head. By the time he had finished, Adrian had finished his story. John stared off for a while, appearing in deep thought. Adrian turned to the girl and smiled. She smiled back and giggled. John looked to her and then back to Adrian. "We will help you." Relief flowed into Adrian once again. This was going to work. He had an ex-soldier who would help protect his village. He had a swordsman to train his people. Adrian. He had forgotten about Adrian. Panic replaced his feeling of relief. "I forgot about the other. The other. I met a swordsman yesterday who agreed to help us, another northerner." Adrian saw John's eyes narrow. "Not a soldier or a bounty hunter. He's a gambler and an adventurer." "A what?" John shook his head. "As you will. How many more did you desire?" "I'm not sure," said Adrian. "4 or 5. We may be able to help. We will meet you back here tonight. We have 1 or 2 more things we must do first." John removed his merchant's tunic and pulled on a grimy brown tunic from his pack to replace it. Adrian looked at the scars on the man's body, strange wounds he could not understand. John replaced Susan's cloak with a white robe and a headscarf, also quite dirty. John smeared some dirt and clay on her nose and cheeks. She giggled and he smiled back. Adrian saw both love and sadness in John's eyes. They left, fading into the crowds of peasants and beggars. With the shaved head and the new clothes it became very hard to recognize them as the pair Adrian had met just a few moments before. Adrian rushed to the gambling and brothel district. He saw no sign of Adrian. His heart sank. He ran to the gambling parlor and found Adrian rolling finger-sized 4-sided bones 3 at a time. There was a scowl on his face. "You're late," he said, keeping his eyes on the table in front of him. "I apologize, sir," said Adrian, unsure of the proper pleasantry. "I have found another to aid us. And this other was more important than I," said Adrian, rolling another set and apparently losing. "No, sir. We were attacked." The story would not match up if checked, but it was close enough and Adrian was desperate. He didn't want to lose Adrian. "By whom?" "Dark Riders of the North. This man is an ex-soldier. They wanted to arrest him or kill him. I do not know which. He defeated them." "Yes. Unarmed. They had pistols and he took them from the men and killed them." "Pistols?" This seemed to interest Adrian. Adrian continued. "Yes, with dragons on them. He threw one of them and shot the other. He was so fast. And he will help you now." "Yes. He and his ward. A young girl." "Where are they now?" "About the town. We're meeting tonight." "Well, then I will see you with him tonight." Adrian released a breath he didn't realize he held. He bowed low and left. Adrian found Adim and told him of his discoveries. Adim seemed vexed at having strangers, possibly dangerous strangers, in his home, but he trusted Adrian's judgment, he said, and brought spiced meat from his shop when they returned. Adrian arrived first, wearing his 3-cornered hat, a light violet tunic, and his rapier. Adim admired the fine sculpted work of the nude woman on the sword's hilt. "It is a Salamanca rapier," said Adrian. "There are only a couple of dozen such swords in the world. It is worth more than passes through this town in a year." Adim's eyes widened. "And you wear it in plain sight," said Adim. "I might take it from you right now." Adem picked up a pair of linked dried sausages and swung them. Adrin laughed. Anyone who bests me with a blade is free to take it, said Adrin, chewing on his tough meat. You have never lost? Asked Adem. Sure. When I was 12 my brothers beat me bloody with sticks. My fencing master left me bruised and scarred my early teenage life. I was even bested by a woman. You were? Asked Ca Duran. I found her in bed with my best friend. She stabbed me in the heart. And the groin. They laughed at this until someone cleared their throat. John stood at the tent flap. The girl stood behind him on his right side. Sir John. This is my friend Adem. Adem bowed. And this is Adrin, adventurer of the north. Indeed, said John. Well met. Well met, indeed, said Adrin, rising. What is wrong with your head? John smiled. It will even out in a day or so. The sun will see to that. You were once a soldier? Asked Adrin. John looked at Ca Duran and Ca Duran felt his skin grow clammy. He had said too much. Yes, long ago. Indeed, said Adrin. Hello, princess. Adrin knelt to one knee and smiled at Susan. She tilted her head, considering him, and smiled back. Have some food, said Adem. John and Susan sat with them. Adrin grew quiet as they ate. He did not talk of his sword or his skills. John and Susan spoke little as well. John watched his food. Adrin stole glances at John. Susan seemed to watch them all. Adem talked. He was good at talking in silence. He talked of the recent attempt of a noble bandit lord to take the town. He talked of the blood crusaders who drew swords and cut down anyone who spoke of a god or goddess other than Suan, the single goddess of the north. He spoke of the rising rate for honest mercenaries and the falling prices of salted meat. He spoke and they all listened. Finally, when he had nothing further to say, Adrin spoke. Do you still have the pistols? John looked up at the adventurer. Yes. But they are fired and worthless. Some collector may like them, but for weapons they serve little purpose now. The bounty hunters had no shot or powder. Ca Duran didn't understand what they were talking about. We didn't have time to check. The last thing we want is any more attention or any more bounty hunters. So you run then, said Adrin. John looked at him for a moment. Adrin's gaze never left the bald man. Yes. We run. I understand, said Adrin. Ca Duran heard something in his tone that upset him. Apparently so did John. Do you? You spoke of helping us find others, said Ca Duran, hoping to change the subject. Yes. I think I know of a man who may be in need of a change. We will meet him tomorrow, said John. Time shortens. Susan and I must leave by tomorrow evening. That is not enough time. It has taken me many days to find you two. We will not have enough. Then you will go with what you have or you will go without us. Ca Duran's heart sank. These two, even if they could not get any more, would help. They needed training and strategy. John, at least, might offer that. Yet two could not stop the demons Ca Duran had witnessed. Tomorrow, then, said Adrin. He stood, put on his hat and tipped it at Susan. She smiled at him. Adrin left. He will be of little help, said John. Ca Duran was stunned. What do you mean? He cut down a man twice his size. A drunkard and a reckless bandit. Hardly a victory to build an entire reputation. He is foolhardy, boastful, prideful, and a liar. You are wrong, sir, I beg your pardon. He came to my village's aid when no one else would. No one would help me but you and he. I don't expect you to listen, but I wanted to tell you anyway. He may put on a fine show with that rapier of his, but he cannot save your village. C.A. Durran was speechless, and John didn't wait for a reply. We will be back tomorrow morn at sun-up, said John. He and Susan left. Strange company you keep now, brother, said Adim. Let us hope the others are more accepting of one another. John and Susan came the next day at daybreak. Adrin came shortly afterwards. John wore a ruddy canvas tunic, light cotton trousers and wood sandals laced up to the knee. Susan wore a brown robe and a headscarf. Both of them looked as though they had slept in the Sioux trenches. Perhaps they had. John leaned on a crooked stick, limping on his left side. Are you all right? Are you injured? Said Adim. Misdirection. Give them something to watch and remember, and they will forget what you don't want them to see, said John. Nearly all combat focuses on misdirection and redirection. Adrin snorted. Unlike John, he did little to hide his appearance. He wore a tunic of dark red, white trousers tucked into soft leather boots, leather gloves, and his rapier low on his left hip. You disagree? Asked John. I haven't given it much thought, said Adrin. C.A. Durran remembered Adrin's battle with the large man, Barrick, at the gambling den. What had that been if not for misdirection? If John hid his former occupation as a soldier by dressing as a beggar, what did Adrin hide by dressing as a swordsman? Chapter 7, Thorn. Adrin, C.A. Durran, Adim, John, and Susan walked through the tent city and the market square. The merchants, their guards, servants, and slaves prepared for the morning. They hung large sides of horse meat, stacks of milled wood still smelling of sawdust, bolts of cotton, and wool, and weapons of shining steel. The heat of the morning sun beat down and the smell of spices hung in the air. Life bustled around the men as they walked. Near the center of the town, richer merchants sold gold and silk from the north and deep south empires. Caravans of nobility rode up with dozens of slaves and armored guards. They stepped from ornate carriages on soft feet and gazed at the golden idols, silk robes, and the finest slaves in the land. Adim spoke of it with contempt. He would not stoop to grovel at such false nobility, the spoiled children of corrupt kings and hollow princes. I do not want to sell food to those who cannot understand how good food, any food, can taste, he said. They stopped at a large iron works. Black soot covered nearly every surface of the stone building. Smoke poured into the sky from an iron chimney, and C.A. Durran could feel the heat of the place even in the mid-morning sun. The smell of burning metal filled his nostrils. A mercenary leaned up against a massive wood pillar. A brown leather breastplate covered his chest, and a pair of swords sat on each side of his hips with two more crossing his back. Why a man needed 4 swords was beyond C.A. Durran's reasoning. The mercenary's skin was as black as night, and a braid of hair hung down his back. As they approached, the man watched them with eyes of light almond. He paid special attention to Adrin. Him? Asked C.A. Durran. No, said John. He pointed into the smithy. A short pudgy man in dark clothes and a leather apron barked orders at a huge muscular man who hammered on a thick slab of orange iron. Sweat dripped from the large man's chin. His long black hair hung down, obscuring his face. He wore a tan-skin tunic with sleeves down to his forearms. They watched as he hammered the metal, sparks flying into the black soot-covered room. Who is he? Asked C.A. Durran. It looks like a Voth, said Adrin. Adrin looked to John. C.A. Durran did not know the world. He was once a hero to them, said John, keeping his eyes on the big man. That was before we killed their king and broke their spirit in the wars 12 years ago. Now they are all slaves. Some sought escape and came down here like he did, but they found little improvement. Servitude is servitude. They were a noble people once, they just never found the weapons to match us. The ferocity of their warriors and the dark magics of their witches could not stop powder and shot. John turned to Ca Duran. He will serve your needs well. No doubt the man was large and strong. The hammer he swung must have weighed 15 stones. But how did John know him? How did the soldier know a barbarian could fight? John knelt and whispered to Susan. She whispered back for a short time. He stood, looking at her and then to the huge man in the smithy. He nodded to her. They waited and watched. The large man hammered on the molten iron until it cooled. He plunged the iron back into the white-hot flames of the furnace. The fat man barked at the barbarian as he wiped his forehead with his leather sleeve. He walked out of the smithy and around back for a large barrel of fetid water. John approached. The man seemed to take little interest in John. John greeted him and began to speak. After a short time, the man looked up at John, his black eyes intent and filled with hatred or dread or both. Ca Duran shivered at the intense gaze. John spoke again, nodding his head slightly. The barbarian watched him as silence seemed to hang between them. What did he say? Asked Adrin. I don't know, said Adim. The barbarian nodded. John nodded back, turned and rejoined them. He will join us, said John. His name is Thorn. As they watched, the huge man, Thorn, returned to the smithy. The fat man scowled at him and shouted. Thorn ignored him. He walked back to a small corner of the smithy where filthy rags made a floor bed. Thorn reached high above the rafters of the smithy while the fat man continued shouting. He pulled down a large bundle wrapped in dirty oily cloth. He ripped the claw away and the fat man's shouting ceased. Thorn held a sword different from any Ca Duran had ever seen. It was huge, nearly 4 feet long. The blade was wide and thick, like a single slab of sharpened steel. Dark oiled leather wrapped the handle. Thorn rested the huge blade over his shoulder and walked out of the smithy. The fat man followed, apparently gaining back some of his courage. Stop him, he shouted to the mercenary who continued to lean on the pillar. Thorn turned and looked at the mercenary. The mercenary looked back, turned to the fat man, and shook his head. I think not, said the mercenary. You're on your own if you want this one back. I will have you marked and chained for this, shouted the fat man. I think I'd rather suffer your wrath than his, fat one, said the mercenary. You'd be wise to conclude the same. The words apparently struck home. The fat one shouted curses but returned to the smithy as Thorn approached the group. Ca Duran felt fear flow into him. It wasn't the man's size or even the blade he held over his shoulder that frightened him. It was something in the man's eyes. The man's voice was deep and quiet. When do we leave? Chapter 8, Varana. John led them through the warrior district. There is one other I know who may help. The mercenaries seek money. The warrior slaves seek freedom. There are few who care enough for a town they have never seen to risk their lives for it. You must find what they desire and give it to them. What does this last one seek? Asked Ca Duran. Blood. And purpose, said John. John stopped them as the warriors' court opened into a square where 3 streets meet. In the center of the square stood a statue of a nude man with a spear piercing the mouth of a large worm with the head of a grotesque woman. A crowd had gathered in a circle on the opposite side of the square. Shea and the others circled to see what the rest of the crowd watched. Two men faced a woman in the center of the circle of people. The two men wore dark cloaks and buckled leather armor deeply creased from long wear. One of them, darker skinned, had hair braided into two lines. The other, lighter skinned and taller, had long hair tied back into a top knot. Both had diamonds painted over their left eyes. Shea recognized the taller, lighter skinned one. He had asked the man for help a few days earlier and, if the merchant was right, had nearly died for it. Siraltha said Shea. John looked at him, surprised. John nodded. Yes, said John. And even more rare, a psychodam. He tilted his head towards the woman. The woman wore a grey cloak and hood. Black hair fell across her light-skinned face. She wore high boots and high breeches that left her thighs mostly bare. A tight chest guard protected her chest but left her stomach bare. Her hands were covered under the grey cloak. The Red Witch wants her prize back, said the dark-skinned Siraltha. A chain encircled his waist and ended attached to the hilt of a short curved sword sheathed on his side. Give it to us and we can avoid this show. It is a rare thing for a Siraltha to negotiate for anything, whispered John. The witch paid us a lot of money to retrieve it, said the taller Siraltha. And we will. The woman didn't move and didn't speak. The dark-skinned man growled low and deep in his throat. Silence rolled over the crowd. The light-skinned Siraltha drew his two swords with practiced ease. Each single-edged sword gleamed in the high red sun. The darker Siraltha drew his curved sword and with a yank had the chain whipping around his waist and a small weighted dagger attached to the end. The two men moved apart to opposite sides of the woman. Her gaze shifted between the two men but she did not move. The lighter Siraltha reversed the grip on one of his swords, took a relaxed stance, and crossed the swords in front of him. The darker Siraltha began a series of rhythmic swings with the chain. The complexity of the weapon made Shea dizzy. The chain wielder kicked the dagger as it swung in and it shot towards the woman's eye. She turned a split second before it pierced her. So close was it that Shea thought it had hit her. Immediately the sword swinger was on her. His blades swung, cut, and twirled but they never touched her. She bobbed, arched, and sidestepped every attack, sliding in the sand on the heels of her boots. The chain swung again and the woman twirled low, her grey cloak fanning out. It twirled over her head and the sword swinger ducked as well. His sword swung again, one in a wild arch, the other in a long stab. The woman sidestepped the stab and struck. Her open-gloved palm smashed into his face and she kicked him hard in the chest. He fell back, sliding in the dust at the feet of the crowd. The chain swung again. The woman moved but the chain's blade cut a long gash in her cloak. She twisted and the cloak fell away. In a flash, the woman drew a scorpion-hilted saber. The red sun gleamed from the silver edge of the black blade. The chain wielder drew back and began to swing the chain again in large overhead arcs that made the whole crowd duck. Silently the sword fighter stood and rose up behind her. The chain wielder smiled at her. The woman smiled back. The sword swing nearly decapitated the woman. She ducked and parried another attack with her saber. The woman punched hard into the light-skinned Siraltha's chest. The sound was deep and the man groaned. One of his swords dropped and he clutched at his chest. He fell back, his leg twisting at a wrong angle. Blood bubbled up in time with his racing heartbeat from a triangular-shaped hole in his chest guard. The woman held up her fist to the man, showing him the triangle spike palm knife she held before he died. The chain swung again, hitting her arm and sending the palm knife into the crowd. Someone cried out in pain, but Ca Duran could not see what had happened. The chain twirled and caught the woman's sword arm around her wrist and the guard of the rapier. She grimaced as the chain went taut. The crowd went silent again as they heard the chain straining. The woman's feet skidded in the dirt under her boots. She clenched her teeth and the man smiled at her as he slowly pulled her closer, wrapping the chain around his forearms. The wicked sharp point of his curved blade shone in the midday sun. The woman spun and released her grip. The scorpion-hilted saber shot through the air. The dark-skinned Cyrauther nearly fell over. He twisted and went to one knee. The saber rang off of his chest guard buckle and then struck the ground past him, the chain still tangled in the claws of the scorpion guard. It quivered in the ground. The crowd's silence hung in the air. The woman, disarmed, stood. She relaxed and breathed deep. The Cyrauther stood as well, his head dipped. Ca Duran heard something wet falling to the ground. He saw blood running from under the Cyrauther's armor into a puddle at his feet. The man fell dead to the earth. Ca Duran couldn't make sense of what had happened, but he clearly saw the results. Immediately the carrion feeders of the city began to strip the Cyrauther bodies. One found a thick leather purse on the belt of the dark-skinned chain wielder, but when he saw the look in the woman's eyes, dead blue eyes shining in the sunlight, he tossed the bag to her feet and raced into the crowd. They left her sword alone as well, buried tip deep into the hard earth. One bold fellow carefully unwrapped the chain from the scorpion claw guard and ran off with the strange exotic weapon. He was careful never to touch the sword. Adrin whistled and the sound startled Ca Duran. The crowd began to break up and fade away, returning to their business. John, who had held up Susan so she could see the duel, whispered to her. She shook her head. The huge man, Thorn, continued to watch the woman as she pulled her saber from the sand and sheathed it under her cloak. I have to ask her, said Ca Duran, more to convince himself than confirm it with his companions. Is this the other one of which you spoke? Asked Ca Duran. No. I know nothing about her, said John. I have to ask her, Ca Duran said again. He took a deep breath and ran forward, falling at her feet. He saw the slight twitch of her cloak and thought he might already be dead. Ca Duran's story came out in a rush. He told of his doomed village, the red-armored demons who ate the flesh of the old men. He spoke of the other companions he had gathered. He dared to look up. Her cold blue eyes gazed upon him. Ca Duran saw the mark of the black diamonds on the side of her neck. Her gaze moved from him to his companions. Ca Duran saw Adrin tip his hat. John bowed his head. Susan smiled. Thorn stood impassive, his huge sword resting on his shoulder. The woman looked back to Ca Duran, paused a moment, and then nodded. Ca Duran's heart jumped again and he bowed his head low. When he had first tried to find protectors for his village, he had found none who would help. Now he had found 4 of the best warriors he had ever known. Ca Duran and the woman walked back to the others. He introduced them to her one by one. She said her name was Vanna. The woman, Vanna, knelt down to Susan and their eyes met. Susan tilted her head and Vanna tilted it like a mirror. Susan giggled and Vanna smiled. She straightened Susan's hair and stood. Adrin's eyes crawled over Vanna as she stretched, revealing her shapely ivory body under the grey cloak. She turned and looked at the swordsman with cold eyes. Adrin smiled at her and raised his palms up. Verana winked at him. C.A. Duran was no master of the fine art of bedding women. He had slept with only 2 women in his life. 1. The daughter of his father's farmhand, snuck into his room while their parents drank at the spring bonfires. She had never spoken to him before, during, or after the encounter. It took days of prodding and an embarrassing conversation with his cousin, Baglead, to clarify what exactly had happened. The other was Anda. Without experience of wooing ladyfolk, C.A. Duran could only begin to understand the signals between Adrin and Verana. What message he did receive, however, was clear. "Keep away," she had said to him. "If I want you, I'll come to you." Chapter 9, The Cal. Though quiet at first, Adrin spoke more and more as they walked. Adrin would point out various mercenary guilds and standards. He pointed to the booths selling the best weapons, describing each of the strange implements in vivid detail. Verana found a vendor selling a palm spike that looked suspiciously like the one she had used just a short time earlier. A silent bargain took place and she bought back the weapon with only a single coin of the dead man's purse. Adrin continued his monologue, describing the grisly murders that took place in the deep of night in the brothel district. "Have you been to the pit fights?" asked John. "Once or twice, but they seem more show than battle," said Adrin. C.A. Duran saw the smile on John's face, but Adrin apparently did not. The young swordsman continued. "I saw 2 spearmen kill a horned and tusked warbrill called Dune Lord." "Is that where we're going?" asked C.A. Duran. "Yes," said John. As they drew closer to the edge of town, the pens of slave warriors grew thick. Huge men with golden skin stood next to smaller, darker men of thinner build. They displayed tattoos of strange script and horrifying images on their arms, backs, chests, and faces. Some shouted obscenities, especially at Verana, who simply ignored them. Others watched them with cold eyes and expressionless faces. These silent killers frightened C.A. Duran most of all. "These come from the far pits of Gazoo-Kadam," said a slave master with a braided beard. "They can kill 20 of the local stock or will give you a bloody show if they fail." Slavery had been eliminated from Fenadim when C.A. Duran was just a child. A collapse in one of the mine shafts had killed most of the ones Fenadim had kept, and the aftermath was so horrible the elders decided never to employ forced labor again. The village never spoke of it. C.A. Duran always felt sorry for the men and women in bondage. What separated him from them? What if not the lack of being conquered in war or captured on the road? What made them deserve such a fate while other men grew fat from their labor? In the distance, C.A. Duran heard the ring of steel on stone and the cheer of a small crowd. "I heard the fighting pits of Gazoo-Kadam are something to see," said Adrin. "Or Tocqueville. I would like to see them sometime." "No, you wouldn't," said John. "They don't care much for northerners out there. You might just as likely find yourself in the pit instead of watching it from above." Adrin shrugged. Fenakef had 3 fighting pits. 2 minor pits sunk 8 feet below ground. Sharp spikes lined the pit, aiming both in and out. Gates on the 2 sides of the pits let combatants drop in and fight their battle. "Once I heard of a fine swordsman who traveled halfway across the desert to fight his nemesis in these pits," said Adrin. "He had hunted down his nemesis for 2 years. He fought his way up the ranks and finally faced his eternal foe. Alas, he broke his ankle falling into the pit. The opponent laughed so hard that he couldn't get himself to brain him with his hammer. They had to haul the man out with a rope. How about that? You train all your life and cross leagues of barren desert to break your ankle on the way in. Hell, even you could fight better than that, C.A. Duran." They laughed, even Thorn, who let out a deep ha that made Adrin jerk. "The giant speaks," said Adrin. Thorn smiled and clapped Adrin on the back. Adrin winced and rolled his shoulder twice. Slaves duelled among the filth of the smaller pits. One man in a helm shaped like a snarling dog fought another taller dark man with a chain. In the other pit a big man fought a large dog in leather armor. The man appeared to be losing. Most of the attention, however, focused on the largest of the three pits. This pit dropped down twice the height of a man and stretched more than 50 feet across. Dirt mounds surrounded the pit so that the spectators stood 5 or 6 people deep around the edge of the pit. As Seadaran and the others approached, the crowd cheered. Adrin pushed through and the others followed to get a view, the crowd around them complaining of the jostle. When people saw Thorn, they stopped complaining. Inside, a huge mountain of a man, even bigger than Thorn, fought with a huge two-handed axe. He wore a helm shaped like the head of a lion, complete with a mane of real fur. He wore golden armor dented and splashed with blood. As they watched, he raised his axe and hammered it into the dirt floor of the pit. They saw his opponent roll outside the blow and come out on his feet. Though dwarfed by the mountain, this man was quite large as well. Twin leather straps crossed his chest and he wore leather breeches cut above his knees. Leather sandals were tied to his feet with laces that ran up his muscular calves. Strangest of all, his lower jaw appeared to be encased in a curved plate of iron. Leather straps held the plate in place, strapped around the back of his bald head. Tattoos of snakes circled around his chest and shoulders. As they watched, the two men circled each other. The man with the iron jaw carried a large knobbed war club. Black leather wrapped the handle and a leather strap held it to the man's wrist. "He's not even trying," complained one of the spectators. "He hasn't swung a single blow." Seadaran saw it was true. The iron-jawed man dove as the huge axe swung in and shifted as the mountainous man advanced, but he did not swing. Once, the huge man swung so hard he lost his balance and stumbled forward. The crowd went silent, but the expected counter-attack never happened. Instead, the iron-jawed man waited for him to recover. "The cal is awful," said one man, pointing at the man with the iron jaw. The two men circled once again. It was hard to tell, but the man they called the cal appeared to be smiling. With only his upper lip exposed, it was difficult to look at. The battle's end happened so quickly that Seadaran almost missed it. The mountainous man roared, the effect in the lion's helm being quite convincing. He kicked fast, catching the cal in the groin. The cal doubled over, his war club hanging from his wrist. The crowd cheered, seeing a killing blow coming soon. The lion-helmed man raised his axe high, red sunlight gleaming on the tip of the broad head. He swung down hard. The cal shifted back and the axe buried itself to the shaft in the ground. It would take the mountainous man a long time to pull it free, but he never got the chance. Time seemed to slow as Seadaran watched. The crowd was silent. The cal straightened, the kick to the groin seeming to be much less debilitating than it had appeared. He leaped up, one foot planting off of the shaft of the buried battle axe. As he jumped, he swung his war club back into his palm. The cal soared into the air, war club back and high over his head. The moment seemed to freeze. The mountain with the lion's head looked up helplessly as the iron-jawed pit fighter hung over him with his club poised to crash down. And that crash came down hard. Seadaran's vision sped up as the club hammered down. The sound of wood and stone against the metal helm was deafening. The man's helm caved in, the sculpted growl bending into a twisted smile. The eyes bent together in a strange look of sadness and confusion. All at once blood erupted from the eyes and mouth of the helm. It rushed down the man's chest and back. Shea didn't want to know what had happened inside that helm, and thinking of it made his stomach turn. Slowly the lion-helmed man's grip on the haft of his battle axe relaxed and he fell dead to the dirt in a pool of blood. The crowd roared. The Cal stood tall, his eyes focusing first on the corpse at his feet and then on the crowd around him. Money exchanged hands and the disappointed walked away, heads low. The Cal took a running leap and caught the lip of the pit's gated entrance. A small man in a tall hat opened the gate as the Cal pulled himself up. It took a long time for the spectators to depart. 6 men tied ropes to the dead combatant to drag him from the pit. Blood continued to stream from the helm's eyes and mouth as they pulled. John led their group to the Cal as the large man talked to the man in the tall hat. The Cal's attention left the man and focused on John and then Thorn. "No more fights today," said the small man. "We are not here to fight," said John. "Vanna," shouted the Cal. His gaze had found the woman in her grey cloak and hood. The Cal pushed Shea aside with one powerful hand. Adrin's hand went to the hilt of his rapier. Vanna looked nervous, taking a step back. The large man stepped forward and picked her up in a hug. Shea saw the shine of silver in Vanna's left hand, a gleam off of her palm spike. She didn't use it, however. The Cal put her down and a strange look pulled the corners of his mouth. Shea realized it was a smile. The sight made Shea uncomfortable. "I always hoped to see you again," said the large gladiator. Vanna smiled and shuffled. She still looked nervous. Shea looked to John. John shrugged and stepped forward. "Good sir," John began. "Our group has gathered to protect the village of Fenadim to the south. They stand threatened by flesh-eating bandits of great number. We have joined in this fight to protect the town. There is no pay, no reward, no fame, the fight will likely end in our deaths." "Is she going?" asked the Cal, nodding towards Vanna. "Yes," said John. "Then my answer is yes." Chapter 10, Leaving Fenaketh. Adrin and the Cal spent much of the walk back to Adim's home in Chatter. The Cal's performance in the fight seemed to change Adrin's impression of Fenaketh's pit fights. The Cal recounted many stories of his fights and those of other hero pit fighters. "Longfeng was tough," said the large man, his war club resting on his shoulder and referring to the proper name of the mountain they had seen him kill. "He had held the championship for 3 years. But you only struck once," said Adrin. "You could have beaten him at any time." "Untrue," said the Cal. He pointed at his bald head. "I struck 1,000 times in my mind and none of them hit. Had I actually thrown any of those blows, he would have driven that axe through me. That one strike was the only one that would have succeeded and I am ashamed to have used it." "Gods, why?" asked Adrin. The Cal stuck one hand down the front of his trousers. His hand moved around while he swung his hips and grimaced. Shea found the shimmy movements confusing and disturbing. Something snapped alarmingly. He drew out his hand and revealed a cup of iron with 3 straps dangling from it. John erupted in laughter. "It was a ruse," asked Adrin. "Longfeng was well known to kick the manhood when he grew frustrated. It was a gamble." Adrin smiled. "Indeed. Now Grimblade, that one was mean. He was small but very fast. He should have been the golden sword. I've only fought one other as tough and as fast as he was. Grimblade cut deep into my belly, here." The cow pulled down the top of his trousers and revealed a wide pink scar running across his abdomen. I had to fight the rest of the match with my guts out. I lost my club and had to pin him down and beat him with my elbow until they pulled me off him. God, said C.A. Duran, feeling his stomach twisting and wishing he hadn't heard about that fight. You said he was the second toughest, said Adrin. Who was the first? She was. The cow pointed to Vanna. The warrior woman shrugged and gave a smile at the huge man. He gave her one of his twisted grins in response. They reached Adim's tent and entered. I'm not sure I have enough food to feed him, Adim pointed to Thorn. Much less the rest of you, but I'll see what I can do. Adim was being modest. He managed to cook a horse stew that left C.A. Duran stuffed like a pig. They laughed and talked through dinner. As they recovered, John spoke to Adim. We will need desert horses and enough food and water to get us to Fenadim. Adim scratched his whiskers. I know a man, but he is not cheap. That shouldn't trouble us, said Adrin, drawing the leather pouch from his hip. He pulled it free and tossed it to the sand. Golden coins spilled out. Apparently not, said Adim. Adim's horselord was neither cheap nor pleasant. He glared at the group, even more so when he saw the gold coins. No good ever came from selling horses to thieves and bandits in the deep of night, no matter the gold, he said. Who chases you? Perhaps it is we who chase them, old man, said Adrin. Perhaps not, said the old man, glaring at Adrin with his one sharp good eye, the other clouded over. He stood silent a moment and then snatched the pouch from Adrin's hand. Leave. Adim followed them as far as the edge of the town. Each of them had a small desert horse save Thorn and the cow, who rode larger stallions of dusty red. C.A. Duran rode Grey Cloud, well rested and well fed. C.A. Duran dismounted and embraced Adim. You did it, brother, said Adim. Take your warriors back to Fenadim. I can never thank you enough, my brother, said C.A. Duran. I will see you in 6 moons. You make some fine horse meat stew, Adim, said Adrin. You spill some fine horse manure yourself, young man, said Adim with a wink. John laughed and Adrin blushed. C.A. Duran mounted Grey Cloud. He saw Susan's eyes on him from under her hood. He smiled at her, but the look in her eyes made his skin grow cold. As night fell, the 6 horses and 7 riders rode south out of Fenakef. Chapter 11, Adrin's first lesson. C.A. Duran awoke as the red sun rose. They had only travelled a short way out of Fenakef, but it seemed important to John that they leave the town in the middle of the night. John and Susan ate breakfast. C.A. Duran noticed that John's shaved head had grown as tan as the rest of his body. He looked completely different from the long-haired merchant as which he had first appeared. Thorn appeared to still sleep, a small wind tent shading his head from the rising sun. In the violet shade of morning, C.A. Duran saw Adrin standing on the dunes in sword practice. He swung and pierced, dove and feigned. His technique was amazing and the complicated moves were beautiful. The sun shone off the bare breasts of the sculpted naked angel handguard. Fine sword splay, young master, said the cow, chewing on a strip of dried meat. You will blind your foes with the spin of your blade. Thank you, sir, said Adrin, tipping his hat. Do not thank him, said John without looking. He is having fun with you. Adrin glared at the bald man. John continued. You swing like that and you will find an axe in your gut. Adrin's jaw clenched. Perhaps your own blade has lost its shine, old man, said Adrin. Perhaps you are more likely to blind only yourself. If you are going to travel with us and do battle, you are going to have to learn fast. We will not have time to coddle your ego. Ca felt his heart jump. Besides Adrin, he appeared to be the only one surprised by John's words. Vanna watched Adrin's reaction with cold eyes. Susan chewed her flatbread. The Cal shrugged. Thorn slept. Adrin's expression fell and his cheeks grew scarlet. I have trained with the greatest masters of the North, said Adrin through clenched teeth. I have killed lords and cutthroats across half the world. If you actually believe that, I cannot help you, said John. Old man, said Adrin. Maybe it's time you taught me what an old deserter could possibly teach. Adrin stood, legs apart, and his rapier in his right hand, seething under the brim of his three-corner hat. If that look of death had been aimed at him, Ca would have wet his breeches. John stood slowly, moving to the pack on his desert horse. So, you're not too afraid to face Salamanca steel after all, said Adrin. That is not a Salamanca, said John. And how would you know, asked Adrin. Because this one is. John drew a rapier from the pack on his horse. It shone crimson in the light of the low sun. The blade was like none Ca had ever seen. Falcon wings arched up from the guard and a falcon's head pointed out on the hilt. The sword was not as ornate as Adrin's, but Ca could see the workmanship in the temper of the blade. He wasn't the only one to notice. The Cal whistled and Vanna's eyes sparkled when she saw John swing it. Even Adrin's bolstered confidence seemed to waver. You are mistaken, sir, said Adrin, his voice wavering. This is Suan's kiss, hammered 26 years ago and tested through the bodies of 4 men. I do not wish to test it on you. I met Salamanca. As a boy I ran water to his forge. He was brilliant, an artist in the medium of steel. He would never stoop so low as to make a sword with teats on it. The Cal laughed and Adrin's face grew a darker shade of red. Enough talk, old man. Indeed. Adrin swung hard, aiming for John's left arm. John hardly moved at all. He stood passive, letting the blade whip in. Then he turned and parried hard. His sword rang across the desert plain. Adrin's sword exploded. Shards of steel shot through the air. One cut Adrin's cheek, sending drops of blood down his face. The rest fell into the dirt of the dunes. The group was silent. Even Thorn had sat up to watch the short duel. You son of a whore, whispered Adrin. He stared at the useless hilt in his hand. John walked back to his horse and drew another sword. This rapier was plain, not ornate, with a simple dull handguard and a chipped blade. He turned and tossed it at Adrin's feet. This isn't a great sword, but it is a good one. It is familiar to battle and strong enough to survive when its wielder does not. Ca recognized the sword. He had seen the hilt on the belt of one of the dark riders John had killed. Adrin stared at the sword and then at John. Adrin walked away to his small camp and sat, facing away from the rest of them. John left the sword where it lay. We can begin tomorrow, he said, and then returned to Susan. That was a smart move, said the Cal to Ca. If Adrin had picked up the sword in anger, he might have died. They ate and then they rode, taking a rest at the hottest parts of the day when the huge red sun hung bloated in the orange sky. In the late afternoon they began again until nightfall. They made camp at an ancient marker set in the days of the old empire. The stone was unnatural to the land around it and huge. Unfamiliar script marked the stone. Whether calls to the old gods, proclamations of kings, or simple geographical instructions, none of them could say. The air cooled that night and each of the members of the party rested under woolen blankets with wind traps to push away the chilled breeze. When they awoke at sunrise, Adrin was gone. They ate and rode through the morning without speaking of Adrin's departure. Adrin looked out over the desert, hoping to see the young man return. As they set camp, Adrin saw his chance to talk to the Cal alone. Adrin sat down next to the man. "Why did John do that?" asked Adrin. "He had to," said the Cal. "He didn't have to humiliate him like that," said Adrin. "I saw Adrin fight. He had real skill. He was good, better than John let on," said the Cal. "But he thought he was better than he really was. That would likely get him killed. What did John expect? He fled, and I'm not surprised he did," said Adrin. "John expected that as well, though he hoped for something else. It takes tremendous strength to throw aside a mask you wore most of your life and ask to get better. John had hoped for that strength," said the Cal. "He was wrong and likely saved Adrin's life." "Was it worth the loss?" asked Adrin. "Would you want Adrin defending your wife and children and then panic at the first sign of an enemy's sword?" Adrin felt his fingers go numb. How did this man know? "My wife is dead," said Adrin. The Cal looked at him for a moment. "I am sorry," said the man. "You'd think with my jaw of iron I'd talk less." The Cal didn't know. Adrin bowed to the man. He turned and saw John sleeping in his half-tent. His arm was around Susan. The girl was looking at Adrin, her green eyes pale in the shadows under her hood. He smiled at her, but she did not smile back. Adrin spent most of the afternoon thinking about what the Cal had said. As he gathered the warriors, Adrin felt like he had some measure of control over them. Watching the situation yesterday spin so fast out of control scared him. He trusted John but had no idea what happened in the man's mind. He had trusted John to defend Fenadim with no idea how he would do it. Seeing John take control of the group, to the point of banishing Adrin, scared Adrin badly. What if he was wrong? What if he was bringing danger to his town instead of salvation? Later that night when he awoke, he felt the panic within his stomach when John's cold blue eyes beheld him as he awoke. He worried more during his watch while the others slept. So deep did he think that he neither saw, nor heard, nor felt anything until the tip of the blade touched the side of his neck. Chapter 12, The Slavers and the Desert Ghost. A gloved hand covered his mouth and a husky voice spoke in a strange dialect Adrin could not understand except for two words, "Speak and die." Adrin understood. The man didn't move for a long time. Adrin saw the man's shadow in the red moonlight surveying the other sleeping members of the camp. The man's other arm crossed Adrin's throat and the blade left. The man's other arm crossed the first and his hand cupped the back of Adrin's skull. Before he could cry out, the man squeezed. Adrin gasped, but it was little more than wind on the air. His vision narrowed as the pressure increased. Little white flashes lit up the black edges of his vision. He was dying, he thought as blackness overtook him. He awoke immediately, though in a completely different place. He gasped for air and his head throbbed. It was still night. Adrin appeared to be upside down, slung over the back of a horse. He coughed and spit up bile that burned the back of his throat. Adrin looked up and saw a large camp. Dozens of men and women, each chained by one ankle, surrounded each one of 7 fires. Huge men wearing boiled leather and armed with whips and short blades walked among them. 2 brill honked near a covered tent guarded by 2 large men in bronze armor, black leather masks, and bladed poliums. A discussion took place to his right. Caedaran painfully turned and saw a tan-skinned man with a thick mustache and braided beard talking to a man in fine cloth and thick boots. They appeared to be in an argument. Near them were 5 other horses mounted by 4 men and 1 woman. The woman was dark-skinned and carried a short spear. Each of the men wore leather armor and dressed in the style of heavy riders. Bandits and bounty hunters, thought Caedaran. The bearded man pointed up the hill and shouted at the noble. The noble shook his head. He turned to the riders. "He won't pay for the location of the others," said the bearded man in a thick slurred accent. "He wants us to bring them all here. They're armed. Runaways or not, they will put up a fight." 2 of them looked like pit fighters. "We'll need some of his whipmasters if he wants us to take them," said one of the other men, this one with short hair and a bow strung across his back. "They're not going to give us any more men. We either go get them or we only get paid for," the skinny one Telik got. Caedaran saw one of the riders, long-haired and young, nod. Caedaran recognized his gloves. The noble began talking again in his strange tongue and the bearded man returned in the same dialect. They went back and forth for some time. The bearded man's head exploded. 2 of the horses reared up and the noble was showered in bone and blood. A loud crack echoed over the dunes. The man with the bow cried out, blood gushing from his thigh. Another crack echoed soon after. The remaining riders rode off in different directions. Men cried out in the camp as the whipmasters ran toward the confusion. The body of the bearded man fell quivering and convulsing to the ground. The bowman fell off his horse and put his hand over the wound in his leg. Caedaran heard hoofbeats approaching. A horse rode past fast, a huge red stallion. Caedaran saw Thorn on its back holding his massive sword high. He passed Caedaran and his sword swung through the man in noble's garb. The man cried out and his arm fell off at the shoulder. He collapsed screaming. Thorn was gone into the night. A spear flew past in his direction but hit nothing. Something grabbed Caedaran by the back of his belt and tunic. He was hoisted up onto the back of another horse. "Hello, friend." Caedaran felt relief at the sound of the cow's voice. They were moving fast now, the gallop shaking Caedaran until he thought his head might fall apart. The horse underneath them shrieked and Caedaran felt himself falling. With his hands and feet bound, there was no way to land softly. The impact took his breath away. Through dazed eyes he saw a black masked man rush towards him, a long curved sword in his hand. The cow's powerful legs stepped in front of Caedaran's view and, looking up, he saw the cow dodge a sword swing and smashed his club into the man's side. Bone cracked in the man's chest but before he could react, the cow crushed the side of his head, twisting the mask and headdress. Something fast and sharp flew past the cow's body and buried itself in the ground. The cow sat back and covered himself behind his fallen horse. "That spearwoman is good," he said to Caedaran. "Not many people could hit a horse on the run like that." The iron-jawed man breathed heavy. "We're in a bad spot if she comes around us." 2 of the whipmasters saw Caedaran and the cow lying along the dying horse. Seeing the advantage, they rushed in. The first charged, his curved blade high. The cow turned and struck with his club. The man's ankle folded over around the knob of the club. He screamed and fell, his face ashen in shock. The other, more careful than his foolish companion, grinned and closed slowly. Caedaran could see twisted decaying teeth under the man's leather half-helm. The whipmaster shifted and reared back to stab Caedaran. Caedaran, still tied and twisted under the horse, could know nothing. The man dropped his sword and twisted as he fell. Shea could see a wound as wide as his hand opening up the man's back from his left shoulder to his right hip. Vanna stood behind him, blood dripping from her saber. Another black spear soared at her. Vanna twisted and caught the spear in her cloak. Another rider came in from her opposite side, one of the bandits. Far more skilled than the slaver whipmasters, this rider nearly cut Vanna in half. She ducked and parried the blow. In a single motion, the bandit dismounted and rushed. His footing never lost stride as he went from full gallop to full run. The mercenaries were all very good. The bandit's blade swung again, but Vanna countered. A blur of motion took Shea eyes from the warrior woman. Shea saw the dark-skinned woman ride past, a quiver of small spears hanging from her saddle. She wore a boiled leather chest guard molded perfectly around the shape of her bare breasts. A strip of leather tied back her hair in a high-top knot. As Shea watched, the woman drew another spear from her quiver and threw. Somewhere in the distance, Shea heard another crack and another man screamed. It was John's pistols, Shea realized. The spear missed Vanna by only a handspan. "My leg is trapped," said the Cal. Vanna was unguarded. Another spear would take her down. Wind blew past Shea and a shape, smaller than a horse but nearly as fast, rushed out of the night air. It was a man, dark-skinned, thin, and wearing nothing but a loincloth. The spearwoman's horse screamed and fell. The woman rolled and drew 2 spears before the horse had rolled and broken the rest. The man stood, 2 blades in his hands. The woman snarled and threw. The man shifted slightly and cut the spear out of the air. Somewhere on the other side of the horse, another man cried out, followed by another crack of thunder. Using her last spear in melee, the woman charged this new opponent. The thin man dodged one strike, parried another, and was soon upon her. His blades worked in rough and savage cuts. On the last, the woman's throat sprayed a fan of blood into the air. Her last spear fell to the sand. Another pair of whipmasters charged at them. The dark-skinned man stepped in front of the 2 men. One, brandishing a long polium, stabbed at him. The small man turned, grabbing the thrusting polium and burying the tip of it into the ground. He cut the curved knife across the man's hand. The man cried out and let go of the polium, putting his good hand over the wound on the other. The other whipmaster, carrying a heavy sword and small stretched leather shield, took more time. Shea heard the Cal grunt and felt the horse lift. Shea pulled his legs up and turned. The horse fell heavily to the ground. The Cal picked up one of the curved swords of the fallen whipmasters and cut Shea bonds. Shea stood, his head throbbing, and for the first time saw the full extent of the battle. Fire had taken the noble's quarters and his carriage to the ash of the sky. Another man, small and scrawny, stood surrounded by 4 huge guards in bronze armor and leather masks. 2 naked women held each other behind him. Cries of fear and confusion arose from the fires as the chained slaves worked against their bonds and unsuccessfully tried to grapple with the remaining whipmasters. Shea saw John riding through the slave fires, his rapier slashing at the whipmasters. He opened up the back of one who had been seconds away from cleaving his large curved sword into a cowering child. Madness had taken over the camp. Shea saw the dark-skinned man dive and turn under the swings of his shield-bearing opponent. The man thrust but missed as the knife-wielding man spun and stabbed into the whipmaster's back. He pulled the blade out and a gout of blood followed. Pushing against the man's back, the dark-skinned man drew his other knife against the man's exposed throat. The bandit with the sword swung, but Vanna parried. He attacked with measured power, forcing her to dodge and parry. She cut free her cloak and danced as the bandit's blade swung. Soon he swung in a horizontal cut and Vanna dropped and spun. Her blade caught the inside of his knee and a trail of blood followed. He fell to the ground, clutching his leg. Vanna was already moving to the next opponent, but the Cal walked to the wounded man and killed him with a single powerful blow. Theodorin heard a roar and turned to see Thorn, his horse felled by a sheaf of arrows, defending attacks from an equally large man with a warhammer. The man slammed his warhammer, missing Thorn by a hair but kicked, connecting with Thorn's stomach. Thorn fell backward, but when he saw Thorn's eyes, Theodorin saw something inhuman. Thorn rolled to his feet as the hammer came in again. The huge bandit swung again and Thorn stepped inside the blow. He smashed the hilt of his wide-bladed sword into the man's nose, shattering it. The man stepped back, blood gushing through his fingers from his ruined face. Thorn's blade swung and cut the man's arm and opened his belly. He fell to the ground gasping, and Thorn left him where he lay. Theodorin saw two whipmasters fleeing on horseback. He saw John draw a flintlock pistol from his belt and fire. Grey smoke blew into the night air and the crack sent Theodorin to the balls of his feet in a crouch. One of the men fell off the horse and crashed screaming to the ground. Vanna and the knife-wielding man had engaged the 4 guards of the camp's slave master. In seconds, the 4 guards were dead or dying. When only the pasty noble remained, Vanna stepped back and raised her hand, offering the man to the dark-skinned blade wielder. He accepted the offer. He brushed past the man and turned, walking away. When he was 10 paces away, Theodorin saw the deep gash flooding blood down from the slave master's throat. The battle was over. The Cal stood next to Theodorin while the others finished off the few whipmasters who had survived. Theodorin looked over the camp in shock. Dozens of whipmasters lay dead or dying. Another 8 bounty hunters lay dead as well. Vanna spoke with the dark-skinned man. "Are you hurt?" Theodorin turned and faced John. Theodorin had known why he had asked these men and women to do battle for Fenadim, but to see the results here frightened him. He could do nothing but cower when the whipmaster had attacked. John, Thorn, the Cal, and the others had cut them down easily. They had saved Theodorin's life. "No," said Theodorin. John nodded. John was a changed man. His tunic was tied with a line of rope, but a pair of fine leather belts buckled in silver hung low on his hips. In his left hand he held his rapier of shining silver steel with the falcon-winged guard. In his other he held a flintlock pistol, the barrel still smoking. The matchlock was shaped like the head of a falcon as well, the beak striking the firing plate. The pistol was alien to Theodorin. Before meeting John he had never seen anything like it before. The one John held now was not the same as the ones the Dark Rider had held. That one had a dragon's head for the hammer. This one matched John's own rapier. He had carried these all along, Theodorin realized. What other secrets did the man hold? Thorn and the Cal approached. Thorn had removed his shirt, and for the first time Theodorin began to understand this creature. A black webwork of tattoos circled Thorn's body. In the center of his chest was a grisly scar, wide and star-shaped. How could any man survive such a large wound so close to the heart? Thorn looked at the pistol in John's hand and then up to John's cold blue eyes. John holstered the pistol, the barrel still smoking, on his left hip. Theodorin saw an identical pistol hanging on his right hip. The 2 men, John and Thorn, seemed to share a silent conversation. Thorn turned and left. John nodded to the knife wielder talking to Vanna. What do you think of this new ally? He wears no armor, fights with knives, and moves like the wind, said Ca Duran. Indeed, said John. When you speak to him, mention the possible enslavement of your people. He is a vindicator, said John. Susan, standing behind John, looked up to Ca Duran. As Ca Duran walked towards Vanna and the dark-skinned man, they ceased their conversation. Vanna smiled. The man was not large, perhaps as tall as Ca Duran himself. He was thin, with long muscles and a top knot of braided hair running down his back. The rest of his head was shaved. His eyes were gold amber and shone in the moonlight when he looked to Ca Duran. I cannot thank you enough for your assistance, said Ca Duran. My foolishness got me captured by those bounty hunters and nearly sold into a life of slavery. My small village, Fenadim, stands under the sword. I have asked these men and women to help protect my village from the slavery that will soon fall upon them by a large band of murderers most vile. I beg your assistance to help my town. The man looked to Ca Duran and then to the others. Your friends risked their lives for you and for these people. The man gestured to the camp of slaves, now unlocking their bonds and raiding the food carts. I am Sandoro and I will help you. The man tucked his 2 knives into the back of his leather belt. Each blade was long and curved with hardwood handles worn and grooved from long use. Scars ran across the man's back, long and wicked. A brand of burned skin stood out on his left shoulder. As they walked back to the others, Ca Duran saw the same brand on Vanna's shoulder as well. I've been hunting this slave lord for some time, said Sandoro. It's been harder and harder to hunt the slavers these days. They travel in larger packs than they once did and use mercenaries to capture new slaves along the way. I have heard of you, said the cow. You're the desert ghost. Who? Asked Ca Duran. John shrugged. The slave trade to Fennekev used to be strong, said the cow. Tens of thousands each season would come through. Pleasure slaves, workers, and pit fighters. It was a strong business. Some northerners brought Voth slaves from the north to trade for the slaves in the south. Then slavers started dying. At first they suspected rival slave traders or mercenaries hired by the other cities to corner the market on the trade, but all the traders were being killed one caravan at a time. The travelers in the south and east told of dozens of freed slaves building camps in the desert and the bodies of their captors rotting in the sun. Soon some spoke of not a warband cutting them down, but a single man. The desert ghost, they called him. He appeared from dust and faded into the sands, leaving corpses in his wake. The truth is not so exciting, said Sandoro. They chose to steal children from their mothers in their sleep, so I chose to steal their lives in return. The man's voice chilled Ca Duran's skin. They left the slaves to the desert. The Brill were slaughtered for food and Sandoro assured them that the slaves would find their way. The group found enough uninjured horses to mount. Sandoro chose no mount, preferring to run barefoot. His heels and feet were as thick as aged leather. They traveled south and then southwest off of the main trail that led to the southern cities. Chapter 13, The Iron Jaw and Adrin's Return. They rode into the barrens, Ca Duran leading the way and pointing out his familiar landmarks. On their second day, resting in the shadow of a large bluff, Sandoro sat by John and spoke. A rider follows us, he said. I can take him if you wish. Ca Duran was relieved. Adrin had not abandoned them entirely. Ca Duran found it interesting that Sandoro already marked John as the one to ask. None of the others complained. Perhaps something had happened when he was captured, but now it was quite clear. John led this group. "Nay, he will come to us when the time is right," said John. "I am sorry to ask," said Sandoro. His politeness sounded strange coming from a desert nomad. He addressed the cow. "What happened to your mouth?" "She happened to it," said the cow, turning to Vanna. The warrior woman turned and looked away. "And it was the best thing that ever happened to me." The cow unbuckled the straps and dropped the iron jaw to the dirt. A deep cleft creased his chin. He smiled at them, and the sight made Seadaran's stomach turn. The cow's lower jaw moved in two parts, each pulling up on the left and right sides of his face. His mouth formed a grotesque triangle. "God," said Sandoro. The cow picked up the plate and refastened it. "I used to be the best pit fighter in Tocqueville. I had fought in 210 battles, 56 of those to the death. I had everything I could want. Food, water, wine, women, and freedom. I was famous all over the Western Desert. Pit fighters from the Gazukadam pits traveled weeks across the desert only to fall under my club in 2 breaths. I had everything a pit fighter could want, and I hated all of it. Each battle left me unfulfilled. Each beautiful slave queen I mounted made me want to cry. They meant nothing. Every man I put down left me empty. I had no wants and no purpose in my life. Then she came." Cal nodded to Vanna. "It depressed me to first see her in the fighting pit. This is what it had come down to. All my life I strove to fell anyone they put in front of me, and had succeeded in that. I was the best pit fighter in the Western Desert, and this is what it got me, a novelty fight. They had taken a pleasure slave, given her a club, and sent her in against me. The audience wanted to see her struggle. They got aroused to see someone like me torment and beat someone like her. I was a joke. And then the gong rang and my life changed forever. I never even saw her move. I woke up a week later unable to talk or eat. I had forgotten most of that day, but, with lots of time to think, I remembered the strike. I remembered how fast she was. She had feigned an attack with barely more than her eyes. It was a feint so perfect that I saw it as truth. It would have been easy to cry foul. I wasn't ready for a real fighter when I saw her, I could have said, but that would have been a lie. If our battle had raged for the entire afternoon, the results would have been the same. My jaw was split in two, held together by my lips. I couldn't talk for half a year. They wouldn't be sure I could ever eat again, much less fight. The slave girls I used to bed now fed me bread ale and chewed meat and wiped drool from my useless lips. I was angry for a while, but I found strength in that anger. I wasn't numb anymore. I had to fight to even stay awake now. I had a lot of time to think about my life. I left the sickbeds with no money and half the weight I once had. I found work as a hauler in the trade district. One day I killed a bandit who was extorting one of the local ironsmiths. He made me his bodyguard and hammered my new jaw for me. The cow tapped his iron jaw. He funded my return to the pit fights. There were still a few who remembered me and the odds were against me, but I found my fire again. It was wonderful to have to fight my way back up again. My body was different. My style was different. I had to relearn everything. I lost as many fights as I won, but I was alive again. I left Tocqueville and came here to learn more, to find a purpose other than just the pit fights. I began to find myself in the same circle that I was in before. I walked a path that would lead once again to the place I was in before Vanna came. Only this time it would be an axe that would hit me instead of a club. I would not survive it. Then she came again. The cow looked at Caedaran and gave him one of his strange twisted smiles. He turned and smiled at Vanna. She smiled back. Now I have purpose once again. An amazing story, said Sandoro. They ate in silence, enjoying the cool shade of the bluff. The red sun painted the land in cool light, turning the sky to a deep shade of amber. A figure stopped at the bluff's edge leading a horse. They continued to eat as he came closer. Adrin's appearance had changed. His hair was dirty, tied back with a string of leather. His rich tunic had been replaced with a leather chest guard from one of the bandits Vanna had killed at the slave camp. He was unshaven and his eyes were cold. He sat a short distance from them, his eyes on John. Caedaran grew nervous. Would they fight? Had he come back for revenge? A long moment came before he spoke. I am glad none of you were hurt, he said. I am sorry I was not there to help. You're with us now, said John. And we have many battles ahead. Welcome back. Chapter 14, Adrin's second lesson. They had agreed to take a day of rest in the barrens. After the battle against the slave lord, the group needed it. Thorn and Vanna hiked to the top of the bluff during the day. The cow rested and helped Caedaran reset the provisions after the battle had thrown them into chaos. They had enough food and water for the 8 of them, but few other comforts and little room for further loss. Susan sat on a bedroll near the rise of the bluff on a large slate rock that had fallen centuries ago. She watched John and Adrin intently. The day gave them time to practice. Though he worked with the cow, Caedaran listened to the words of the 2 men as they talked, circled, and duelled in a clearing of the brush grass near Susan's rock. Who taught you your fencing? Asked John. There was no sarcasm or spite in his voice. Sigmund Delrosa, said Adrin. He was an Easterner who taught the 4th Emperor. I know Delrosa, said John. A brilliant duelist. He was the master of the left hand, right? Yes, said Adrin. He used to stab me with his parrying dagger. I still have the scars. He had a new one too, Caedaran could see. Though scabbed and partially hidden by his beard stubble, the scar from the shard of the teat sword would mark him for the rest of his life. There is a key lesson here, said John. All combat comes from deception. The divine art of subtlety and secrecy, they called it in the south. They had shadow gods devoted to it. Draw your sword and dagger. Both men drew their rapiers and daggers in a single quick motion that made Caedaran's heart leap. I wish I was that good, he whispered. The cow nodded. I wish I was that good at anything. Both men had donned leather breastplates. Deep scars ran across the boiled brown leather of the bandit chest guard Adrin had taken from the site of the slave lord. The collar rose high on the left side, protecting his throat when in a left foot forward stance. Plates of iron reinforced leather guarded his left shoulder. John's breastplate had been taken from his saddle pack. It was black leather with a high collar that closed around the front. Buckles crossed at the softer leather midsection. Adrin held his new rapier, the one John had given him. The hilt was a web of steel bars and the blade, though plain and chipped, shone in the morning light. In his left hand he held a long dagger with a U-shaped handguard meant to trap an oncoming blade. It was thin and sharp with a wire-wrapped hilt and a weighted spike on the tip of the hilt. John's rapier still sent a shiver through Caedaran whenever he saw it. He had seen John stab one of the whipmasters with it the night before. How easily the blade had ended the man's life. John fought with it as though it were a natural extension of his body. Every part of him appeared designed to stab the blade through that man as if it were the only action he could take. As the man had fallen, clutching the wound in his chest, John had seemed to forget about him completely. His focus had shifted and his purpose was now to stab the next man who stood against him. Shea saw that in him now, though the purpose had softened. John's own offhand dagger, also shaped like a falcon, wings raised on each side of the sharp blade, sat comfortably in his left hand. Shea marveled at the two men, machines built for the art of war. How these men had come into his life remained a mystery. Some force brought them together. A god who cared little for the ways of man but whose breath shifted their lives like wind through grass. John swung his rapier in a wide arc and then redirected it into a thrust. Shea would have been run through but Adrin parried easily. Another feint and stab from the other side, again easily deflected. John stepped back and smiled. I spoke poorly the other day. Your skill with the blade is good. John swung again. 2 feints and 2 attacks. Adrin kept up easily, using his offhand dagger to trap John's rapier and take a swing of us own. John shifted and the sword tip slid past. John took 3 steps away, carried on the momentum of his shift. His body was totally relaxed. Adrin attacked. He swung and stabbed twice. John parried with his own rapier. Adrin shouted, pivoting on his left heel and came around in a full reverse swing. Shea saw John's offhand ready to stab him in the side as the young man spun. When Adrin's rapier came around, John parried low on the blade. It sent a shock into the sword and seemed to send a bolt of electricity into Adrin's hand. The blade shook out of Adrin's hand and quivered on the ground. Adrin grasped his right hand with his left. That we'll need to work on, said John. Keep it simple. Those flowery moves may blow up the underskirts of young noble women, but they will get you killed out here. I hit you with my rapier, but imagine if Thorn had parried with his blade. It would have broken your wrist. Adrin stooped and picked up his rapier. They began again. Tomorrow we work on simplicity. Today deception. What did Del Rosa teach you about the shadow style? Asked John. That the offhand is the real weapon. The rapier is for misdirection, said Adrin. Correct, said John. He swung again and Adrin parried with his rapier. They crossed swords in a blaze of shining steel. Both men had sped up without discussion. Now Shea saw the sword mastery of the two men. The complexity of the style, each sword and dagger stabbing, weaving, and striking. Shea turned and saw Susan and the Cal watching intently as well. John stabbed hard, aiming for Adrin's left side. Adrin could have easily parried with the offhand dagger, but instead twisted and caught the point of John's sword in the guard of his own rapier. Adrin turned and locked John's arm and then stabbed in with the offhand dagger. Shea's blood rushed. For a moment he thought he saw the hatred in Adrin's eyes that he had seen the day he had left. He's going to kill him, thought Shea. But the blade stopped. The tip rested against John's cheek, angled to slip down under his leather neck guard. Adrin smiled and John smiled back. Good, said John. They stepped back again and Shea saw the spring return to Adrin's step. He wasn't that bad after all. Shea saw confidence flow back into the young man. They stood again, tips to the sky and left hands out in salute. The deep red sun hung overhead, painting them in light. They were two weapons of the same forge. They were beautiful. They both stepped back into identical stances. Adrin's smile never left his lips. They started again. Shea couldn't say who begun the exchange this time. the blades swam together. The feint, parries, counters, ripostes, and stabs blended together, making Ca dizzy. The duel stretched until the breath of the two men ran quick. John swung in, Adrien parried and countered. John caught Adrien's rapier tip in the points of the falcon wings of his rapier's guard. John's offhand came in, tip aimed for Adrien's exposed throat. Now Ca saw a fury, a bloodlust in John's eyes. The tip of the dagger came in and it wasn't going to stop. John would not hold back the blow. Adrien's own offhand dagger came up, the tip and guard catching John's blade. Adrien threw his elbow over the entangled blades and pulled back. John's offhand dagger spun into the sand. Adrien spun his dagger and aimed it for John's eye. But a click made him stop. John had drawn one of his falcon-hammered pistols and had the barrel up under Adrien's chin. He had used his disarmed hand to draw the pistol as Adrien had assumed the disarm had succeeded. "You have to be joking," said Adrien. John pulled the trigger and sparks flew from the flint on steel. It made Adrien and Ca both jump. "Which fencing instructor taught you that?" "The Voth did," said John. "A fine display, old soldier," said the Cal. "Indeed," said Sandoro. He had backtracked their trail during the day and reported no followers. Verana and Thorn walked down from the path of the bluff. Ca considered how well the man and woman complemented each other. Dark hair, light skin, though the desert sun had baked Thorn brown. Verana was lithe and beautiful. Thorn was brutal and ugly. Something in their eyes put Ca on guard. He felt John tense as well. "Welcome back, friends," said the Cal. "It is time the sun set upon us as one." Thorn and Verana stood in front of John. "We think it is time you told us about Susan," said Thorn. Chapter 15, Susan. Ca remembered that moment clearly the rest of his life. Susan sat on the same red rock that had fallen from the wall of the bluff. She wore tattered tan robes and her hood protected her from the sun above. Her eyes were calm. John looked at Thorn and Verana for a long time and then turned to Susan. She didn't move for a long time and then nodded to him. "I met Susan 6 months ago." John sat down on the ground cross-legged. He sat the rapier down next to himself. Sandoro began gathering and lighting a fire. "I had just left the service of the Emperor as his hand in the south. There were only a few of us still around back then. The Emperor's handlers weren't pleased at my departure or the circumstances surrounding it, so I went into hiding. I was with a woman they nearly crushed between the manipulation of the North and the barbarism of the South. I will share her story another time as it has little connection to Susan other than to say I used to work for them and then later I did not. There is a small village between Gazoo-Kadam and the western desert known as Fenarate. It's a mystical town, older than the old empire, where wizards pull fish from caverns so deep in the earth that the water in which they live boils. The secret of these fish is so well kept that no emperor has dared to take control lest this secret become lost. And the fish are very tasty. My trade is swords and secrets, which is a difficult trade to deal in when men more powerful than you, men who trained you and rebuilt you from the ruins of war and the bottom of a barrel of wine, come to hunt you. I worked in the fish market, loading casks of the golden-winged fish on their way to the kings of the cities in the far corners of the desert. My new trade allowed me to hear of the whispers and rumors of the land. Once a spy, always a spy. An old crone came to the village in a cart that practically fell apart as the dying mule who pulled it dragged it to a stop. She built a shack of deadwood in the wizard's district and soon new rumors spread that she was a witch, a fortune teller, an alchemist, and a sage. The fish wizards ignored her. There was no real magic in the land since the days when the old gods began to sleep and the old empire collapsed. I had seen the Voth witches during the war. I had seen what they could do to men from behind him. Darren could feel Thorn stiffen. John's eyes moved to the large man before continuing. I had to know if her magic was real. I entered her shack, opening the painted door covered in runes of warding. The old crone, Sakes was her name, sat behind a table of old oak. She had skins of beasts and men on her walls. The skulls of the dead grinned from ropes that hung, candles burning in their eyes. I hear you tell of men's futures, I asked her. She looked at me a long time, her black eyes unnerving. 12 salt coins or one of those tasty golden fish, she said. You will have it on the morrow. It would cost me 5 salt coins to buy one of the fish, but 5 was better than 12. Then tomorrow you will see your future, said the crone. I turned and as I left I saw Susan for the first time. She wore a simple canvas shift and she was desperately thin. She looked at me with those green eyes of hers as if she saw into my soul. The crone had cut off all of her hair. Her appearance sickened me. I returned to work but my mind continued to wander to the old crone and the young girl. I slept not at all that night. Every time I dozed I saw the war. I saw my friends killed. I worked myself hard the next day and didn't return to the crone's shack until that evening. A dust storm had formed in the west and the sun seemed to take up half the sky, painting the rest blood red. The streets were quiet that evening. I call them streets but they were little more than footpaths. The shack felt different. The door was the same but I felt something in the air. I opened the door. The candles were out. There wasn't any light in the hut. The smell assaulted me, thick and musty and oily. She must have been behind the door. I felt the wind shift or saw some tiny shadow or dust mote move. I've come close to death 4 times in my life, really close. That was one of them. She had a dagger of stone obsidian. It wasn't long but it was as sharp as glass. Her wrist broke when I grabbed her and threw her over her large oak table. Some bottles of colored liquids broke and the smell of the place turned rancid. The crone was on her feet in an instant. You will not have her, she screamed at me again and again. She will not go back there. She will die first. I had no idea what she was talking about. She stopped screaming and smiled, her teeth a ruin of decay. Her arm was all twisted where I had broken it but she didn't seem to care. I know what you did, Grey Wolf, she said. That frightened me most of all. I got mad. I get mad when I'm really scared. I threw that table over. It wrenched my back so bad that I missed my work at the Fish Wizards the next morning and never ended up returning. I drew my offhand dagger. I kept it on me all the time wrapped in my leggings, and I cut her, just a little at the throat. I've known a lot of big men that will piss themselves if they feel their own blood rolling down their neck but she didn't. She just smiled. I didn't know what I was going to do. I put 2 golden fish on a side table. The girl gets one of them, I said. If you eat them both, I'll know and I'll come back and kill you in your shitty hut. She opened her mouth and hissed at me. I've never heard that sound come from a human being before. I can still hear it to this day. When I left, I turned and saw Susan there beside the shack. She smiled at me and it was like the sun had risen over my life. I smiled back. I slept soundly that night though I couldn't move at all the next day because of my back on that table. 2 days later Marcus Root came to town. Marcus and I had fought together in the last days of the Voth War. Like me, he had been driven nearly mad from the bloodshed and battle. There were 14 of us. We put villages to the torch to root Voth armies from their original path. You did far worse than that, said Thorn. His words drove a chill through C.A. Durran's bones. Yes, said John, looking at the big man. I did far worse than that. Verana put a hand on Thorn's shoulder and the big man relaxed. John continued. Marcus was older than us, a captain during the war and our leader when they started calling us the Grey Wolves near the end of the war. He had 2 men with him when he came into town. I didn't recognize them. One was huge, dressed in black plate armor, a high neck guard, black cloak, and a leather 3-corner hat. He had a wide-barreled scattershot on his back and a broadsword on his hip. Scars crossed his face. One of them had opened his mouth halfway across his cheek. It looked like a twisted frown. The other man wore a black hood and cloak. He had no visible weapons and looked softer than Marcus and the other. He had a gold eye fastening his cloak around his neck. When I saw that, I knew that I was in bad trouble. What did it mean? Asked C.A. Durran. It meant he was an agent of the Eye. Not just an errand boy like Marcus, like I used to be, but an actual inner circle mind-walker. This brought a dozen questions to C.A. Durran all at once, but he didn't know where to start and so he let John continue. They went straight for the crone's hut. Marcus took off his own tricorn hat and put it on the horn of his saddle. He had a pair of pistols, the same skull-hammered ones he had nearly 10 years previous. He always liked knives more than swords and he had about 3 on him, big ones with heavy blades. I watched them kick in her door and the big man fired the scattershot. The roar sent the entire village screaming. That tended to be a strategy for us in the old days. They usually didn't kill anyone firing a gun like that so fast, but seeing what a gun like that can do takes all the fight out of anyone who sees it. Then I heard Susan crying. John paused a moment. She wasn't nearby. In fact, I knew that she hid outside the shack in some barrels in the high grass. Still, I heard her crying as if she were next to me. I wanted to help her. I needed to help her. They would find her and send her back. I didn't know where, but she did and she told me. I didn't understand it, I don't really understand it now, but she spoke to me from half the village away as though I were right next to her. I went to the shack I had built with the meager money I had made from the fish wizards. I had buried a pit where I hid my guns and blades. I didn't have time for my armor. I strapped on my guns and went to the crone's shack. I didn't know what I was going to do when I got there. One of the fish wizards saw me with my guns and sword and I knew, one way or another, I would leave the town that evening. Her cry made me want to weep. I would have done anything for her. By the time I got to the crone's shack I knew I was going to have to kill them. I drew my pistols and kicked in the door. They had the crone naked and hanging from the beam of the shack by her feet. Her arms were bound behind her and I could see her twisted arm bending at a sickening angle. I shot the agent of the Eye first, the hooded man. He had been standing and reading a black leather book he had found. While Marcus poured vials of the crone's strange liquids over her naked body. Her skin bubbled and smoked. She wasn't screaming. She was moaning softly and it was worse than hearing her scream. The agent of the Eye spun after my shot hit him in the face. He fell into the corner of the hut with a hole smoking out of the back of his hood. Kill the witch first, they had taught us in the Tower of the Eye, lest they command you to kill yourself. I figured what was good enough for the witches of the Voth was good enough for the agent of the Eye. The big fellow was reloading his scattershot. Lucky for me, or I might have walked in and been ripped apart the moment I shadowed the door. Instead he was hammering down the packing and I had a couple of breaths. I smashed him with the butt of my other pistol. His nose caved in but it didn't do much to slow him. I closed in on him and we wrestled for his scattershot. I wasn't going to outmuscle him so I settled for firing it into his foot. His boot and the foot inside blew apart. That slowed him a lot more than the broken nose. I pulled my offhand dagger and pushed it up under his chin into his brain. "Hello John," Marcus said as though not a single day had passed since we were both grey wolves hunting Voth. I aimed my loaded gun at him. He still held a vial of dark orange liquid in his right hand. A stream of the stuff dripped down the crone's breasts, eating the skin away where it ran. I wanted to vomit. I shot him in his left eye instead. This was a man I knew well. He had saved my life before. He was never a good man, none of us were, but I once called him a friend and I shot him in the face without even thinking about it. Thinking back later, I realized that he could have killed me while I was wrestling with the big man, but he didn't. I will never know why. I took one of Marcus's pistols and shot the crone. I don't know if it was mercy or vengeance. I just did it. I went out back. Already the town gathered. I reloaded my pistols and found Susan in the tall grasses. I picked her up, she was so light, and we took one of Marcus's horses. I collected my remaining meager possessions from the shack and we left. I realized a lot of things as we traveled. I never should have survived that fight. The agent of the eye should have felt me coming, should have known I was there. The others depended on it. He also should have known Susan was there. They shouldn't have needed to torture the crone. The agent should have been able to rip it from her mind. It was Susan. She blocked them, not just from herself but from me. They only saw what she wanted them to see. We didn't talk much as we traveled. She's never talked much. John looked at Susan and smiled. I saw a lot of things those nights. I can't even talk about some of them. I've been through a lot in my life but the things Susan has seen scared the hell out of me. Other things she showed me had more beauty than I have ever known. So we traveled to Fenekef but they found us there too. I don't know how far we'll have to go to get out of the sight of the eye but we're ready to go there. The group was silent. The red sun had set and the huge red moon had risen. Cresting on one side was the darker black moon, the demon moon. C.A. Durran felt cold. What does that mean? C.A. Durran asked. He felt sick. It means she's a mind walker, said Thorne. They continued to sit in silence. C.A. Durran kept his eyes down and he was aware that others did the same. No one looked at Susan. Adrian broke the silence. You can read people's minds. His voice sounded different, there was no cheer or bravado. He was frightened. Yes. Her voice was small and high, it was a child's voice. It made C.A. Durran want to cry. Sandor stood. His movements were carefully measured. C.A. Durran saw John's eyes on the little dark man. One of John's hands moved under his cloak. The fire Sandor had made cracked. It painted them all in orange light. C.A. Durran glanced up and saw Susan's face, round and smooth, with her red hair spilling out of the sides of her hood. Sandor approached her and sat down, his hands in his lap. The man smiled at her but she did not smile back. What am I thinking now, child? He asked the question quietly and without sarcasm or anger. You're thinking about making love to a woman. The air is warm. You are near a small rock in the middle of the desert. There are caves in the rock with other people. She's on top of you, moving forward and back. She's smiling but her eyes are closed. She's calling someone else's name. She's calling you Danon. Sandoror looked at her a long time. Gods below, whispered Adrin. He looked to John and then turned to the Cal instead. What do we do? The Cal shrugged. His eyes were on the child. There are some other things you should know, said John. She walks through minds, entire lifetimes in some cases. She learns from them. She's probably smarter than any of us. She's been to every city in the north and south. She can recognize the Emperor of Fagan and the King of Gazoo-Kadam by sight. Her memories stretch back over 100 years. But she is still a child. She knows these things but she doesn't understand them the way we do. These things also hurt her. Touching over the surface of someone's mind is one thing. Going deep is another. Projection and manipulation is a third. Wait. Projection? Asked Adrin. She can talk to us. Yes. They all heard it. Caedaran saw Adrin and Sandoror jump. The word had filled his head as though the girl had whispered directly into both ears. Caedaran felt his whole body start to shake. Adrin's eyes were on the girl. The young swordsman was completely off balance. Of all of them, Vanna and Thorn seemed the most calm. How did they know? What had they discussed that caused them to come down and confront John about her? How far can you do that? Asked Sandoror. In the corner of his eye, Caedaran saw John smile. Sandoror was onto something. Anywhere I can see. Further is harder, or if I can't see them, that's harder too. Susan spoke more words than she had since they met. Can you only speak or can you show us things too? Asked Sandoror. They were quiet for a moment and then Sandoror jerked. Bathala's breath, said the dark man. What did you see? Asked Adrin. I saw John. It was 2 nights ago when we killed the slave lord, Sandoror said. He stared at the ground and then turned to John. You were on a hill. You had your pistol resting on your knee. You fired. It was deafening. A whipmaster fell a great distance away. That was an amazing shot. John turned and looked to each of them. It is important that you understand this. Susan can see and hear your thoughts. The masters at the Tower of the Eye have ways to stop it, but it would be very hard to stop one as strong as she. We have no such training. Her ability would have her shunned or burned in most of the cities in this desert. North she would be captured by the Eye. They would take her to their dungeons where they would drive a metal spike into her brain just above each eye. They would put leeches on her that they fed off of strange mushrooms to control what is left of her mind. They would cut off her arms and legs. They would use her as a conduit to speak across the land. They have done this before. This is how they won the Voth War. They would tell you it was rifles and pistols that won the war, but it isn't true. The ability to command multiple armies at the same time, the ability to communicate across the land instantaneously, that won the war. The girls they use, the girls like Susan, don't live past 16 or 17. They stop eating. They go blind. They can't function. At the end they are taken apart while still alive so the Eye can study how they work. What is left is fed to the new ones in the hopes that some part of their power is absorbed. Caedaran vomited. The taste of bile hung in his throat. The others looked ashen. You saw all of this? Asked Sandoror. No, said John. She did. She saw it in the minds of the men at the tower. She fled and she showed it to me. If you tell anyone about what she can do, they will find her. You must keep it secret. If I find out that you told anyone, I'll kill you. The threat hung in the air, not spoken with anger or boast but direct and full of truth. John turned to Ca. You brought us together, said John. You brought together 6 fighters in the South Desert to defend your town. John pointed at Susan. She is the most powerful of all of us. You saw maybe 100 to 150 of them. 6 of us cannot defeat them. With her, we can. You know what you know now, said John. If you want us to leave, we will be gone tomorrow. If you want us to stay and others want to leave, they can leave. If we stay together, we can kill them all. We can save Fenadim. John turned and beheld Ca. for a long time. Silence hung over the 8 travelers. Ca. took a deep breath. I want you to stay. Part 2, Fenadim. Chapter 16, Adrin's third lesson. John awoke as the red sun began to rise over the eastern horizon, turning the sky a deep violet. They didn't kill us, he thought, and they didn't send us away. Few in this hellish desert would have done that for us, and I must remember that when they ask me to die for them. John stood and walked a short distance to relieve himself. When he turned, Thorn was there. John had known many good fighters and he had trained very well, yet he never heard Thorn arrive. John looked into the huge Votha's eyes, black pupils and irises. He looked down at the tattoos that crossed the large man's chest. He saw the line of small scars that ran down Thorn's left breast, each one marking a death by his hand in battle. There were over 130 of them. Few outside of the Voth tribes knew what the scars meant, but John was one of those few. The Mindwalkers don't just show you something or speak to you, said Thorn. I know, said John. The Voth used their art on commanders in your army to bend their will, learn of your plans, and make them betray you, Thorn continued. He paused and narrowed his eyes at John. How do you know that she isn't doing that to you right now? Thorn said. How do you know that she didn't twist your will to force you to kill your friend? How do you know that you are not a puppet for a young girl? How do you know you act on your own? How do you know if you really love her? John looked at the man a long time. He was painfully aware that he left his gun belt at his bedroll. He felt the offhand dagger's weight in the small of his back. The feel of it reassured him. Thorn's words, however, did not. I don't, said John. I can only know how I feel right now. Perhaps she twists my mind. Perhaps I truly love her. Does it matter? Either way the results are the same. I'd die to keep her out of the Tower of the Eye. What do you think? John asked Thorn. Do you think she is manipulating us for her own goal? Thorn stared at John for a long moment before speaking. No, I don't. Thorn paused again. But I wanted to be sure. John and Thorn turned back to the rest of the group. Adrin still slept. As did the cow. Vanna stretched her body. Gods, she was beautiful, thought John. Sandoror started a morning fire. Ca. awoke and hid behind a bush to move his bowels. Throughout the morning their eyes moved to Susan. She ate quietly, eyes on the ground. John sat by her and ruffled her hair. She squinted and grimaced. She was such a child in so many ways. Yet the glimpses of the things she had seen, the things they had done to her, they gave John nightmares for weeks. Thorn had moved to Vanna and the two spoke briefly and then began to eat. Are you ready to train before our ride? John asked Adrin. Adrin looked at him as he took another bite off his spit. I'm still sore from yesterday, said Adrin. You'll be even more sore tomorrow, said John. Today you're going to fight the cow. The cow smiled at Adrin. John hated that smile, but Adrin clearly hated it more, and that worked for John. The cow stood a head taller than Adrin, thicker, and clearly stronger. He took a cloth belt and wrapped it around a sturdy stick. Though less sinister than his war club, 2 hits on Adrin proved that it served the job well. The information John had shared about Susan shook Adrin, and his confidence lagged. That served well. He would learn more if he wasn't so worried about impressing them so much. Still, it took a while to get near his normal speed. The cow didn't help much. Adrin stood ready, offhand dagger in front and rapier in his rear hand. The cow feigned and Adrin reacted. The padded club hit Adrin's forearm close to the elbow. The offhand dagger went to the earth. Adrin bent to pick it up and the cow hit him in the head, sending him flat. Shite, shouted Adrin. Keeping his eyes up, he stood and readied himself. The club sailed in, head over tail. Adrin cursed again and brought his arm up. The club fell harmlessly, but the cow was there. He palmed Adrin in the chest, taking his wind. Both rapier and dagger fell. John shook his head. What in the hell, said Adrin, picking himself up again. How do I fight this barbarian? I'm sorry, I've never had the proper schooling to not so quickly kick your ass, said the cow. Sandor laughed. What advantage do you have over him? Asked John. You'll have to get used to the lack of any fighting style out here. You could be dueling beautifully until an arrow hits you in the back. Adrin stood and prepared again. The cow shifted and moved, feigning both a throw and a swing. Adrin was watching his feet. That was good. It wasn't enough though. The cow swung in and Adrin caught it with his offhand dagger. The cow kicked low into Adrin's thigh. Adrin grunted and went down to one knee. The cow tangled both of Adrin's arms, keeping the blades far away. He hit Adrin hard in the head with the back of his arm. If he had hit with his elbow, Adrin would be unconscious. Adrin picked himself up again, a look of anger and frustration. John smiled. He went to the fire and picked up a pair of sticks, both charred black. He went up to Adrin, took his sword and dagger, and gave him the sticks. One he broke back to about the length of his forearm. There's no good defense against a man of his size fighting the way he does. Don't worry about defending against him. Think about cutting him. I want you to mark him. No matter what he does to you, mark him. Keep the moves simple. If you cut him, it won't matter. Adrin got the point. If he attempted to block or parry with the charred sticks, they would break. He still defended, however. The cow charged, stopped short, and kicked. The kick connected but not hard. They went back and forth, cow swinging, punching, kicking, biting, and butting with his forehead. Adrin bobbed, dove, spun, ducked and fell bruised to the ground. Adrin grunted and the expression on his face continued to fall into frustration and hopelessness. But he stood again. The 2 sticks hung loose in his hands. His knees were bent. The cow came at him, club swinging high. Adrin ducked underneath, spun, and the 2 men grappled again. The cow whirled and Adrin went skidding across the ground. But when he recovered, he smiled. A black line of ash ran across the cow's stomach. They dueled again and again. Most often Adrin ended on his back in the dust, but a few times he ended on his feet, and each time he left a new mark of ash on the cow's large body. As the morning matured, the 2 men stood facing each other. Adrin was breathing heavy, but a dozen or more lines of black ash covered the Cal's body. "You're getting it," said John. He handed Adrin his sword and dagger. "You fight better with those sticks than you did with the teat sword," remarked the Cal, grinning his awful grin. Adrin scowled. They returned to the camp where their horses had been packed for the journey south. They spent 2 days crossing the barrens, the bluffs rising high above the flat plains. John watched in wonder. He had spent many years in the South Desert, but never had he seen such a place. The air was cooler and even the sky lightened as the dust clouds left the dark orange sky, leaving it a beautiful amber. They camped the second night in the barrens, keeping fires sheltered in a deep pit. Shea spoke of the bandit tribes in the barrens and, as well as they had done against the slavers, John had no desire for further battle. Adrin fought Sandoror the next day. The brown man both fought and instructed as well as John, so John simply watched the exchange. The small desert man fought with both his daggers held backwards, which confused Adrin, but Sandoror fought just hard enough to keep Adrin moving, but not hard enough to put him into despair. In this, Sandoror was a much better instructor than the Cal, who had trouble holding back his skill. Both men stood facing one another. Adrin with his long stick and short stick, Sandoror with 2 short sticks held in a reverse grip. Adrin saluted, long stick to his nose, short stick out to his side, palm open. Sandoror smiled, crossed both his sticks in front of him and bowed. John saw hell in Sandoror's eyes. Adrin fell back into a more relaxed version of his traditional fighting stance, much less graceful but much more functional. He held his offhand dagger higher and his rapier lower than he normally did. He had made the stance his own now, not the strict stance of the duel masters of the north, but his own relaxed stance, prepared for any attack that might come his way. Sandoror spun low and threw one of the daggers, twirling end over end. Adrin parried it away with his rapier stick. The move was smooth, relaxed, and very impressive. Sandoror followed the dagger with his own body, grappling Adrin's legs, lifting and throwing him hard to the ground. Adrin struggled for position, but Sandoror straddled the young man, keeping control of Adrin's hips. Sandoror roughly gripped Adrin's chin and pulled Adrin's head up, exposing his neck. Sandoror's other stick came in, point toward the hollow in Adrin's throat. "Think for a moment," said Sandoror. "What is open to you?" "I'm not even standing," said Adrin. "Sometime you may have to fight hanging upside down with nothing but your teeth," said Sandoror. Sandoror didn't make it sound hypothetical, thought John. Adrin cocked his head, moved his elbow, and slid his offhand stick across Sandoror's exposed belly. Had the blade been real, Adrin would have disemboweled the man. "Good," said Sandoror. He helped Adrin to his feet. The 2 men duelled as the rest of the group watched. Sandoror fought with slow precision, attacking with unique techniques and a variance of styles. John was continually impressed with the small man. John wasn't convinced he would win a duel against the desert native. Yet Sandoror left openings, some clear and some very subtle. Adrin missed some and found others. As they continued, Sandoror fought harder and left fewer openings. Adrin found those few more. When they were done, both men stood, crisscrossed with dozens of stripes of black ash. The Cal laughed and Shea laughed with him. John looked at Susan and smiled. She smiled back. "How are they doing?" said John as he sat down next to her, chewing on a strip of salted steak. "They don't trust me, but they don't want to hurt us," she said. Shea doesn't really understand yet. John could not get used to her adult vocabulary. He had known so many 12-year-olds, but none he knew spoke the way she did. What about Thorn and Vanna? Asked John. Thorn cares little. He thinks about a woman he was with recently and a woman he knew long ago. Sometimes he thinks about a family he killed in a castle in the north, a young boy still clinging to his mother's breast. He thinks about another boy he saved from the eye the way you saved me. That seems to make up for how he feels about what you did to the Voth. He is very dangerous but not to us. And Vanna. Susan turned and looked at John for a moment. I cannot read her at all. Nothing? John asked. Nothing. That worried John a lot. He didn't think Vanna was a spy for the North, but very few knew how to block someone like Susan. I'm not worried about her, said Susan, reading his mind. John looked at her and smiled, ruffing up her hair. He loved her. Swords, John shouted. Mount up. Chapter 17, Heaven's Highway. The weather grew cool enough that they didn't have to stop in the afternoon. They rode through the barrens and shortly before dusk they found Heaven's Highway. John hadn't seen anything like it in his whole life. The path was so long and narrow that it appeared to taper like the blade of a sword across the chasm. The cow crawled to the edge and peered down. It took him clear effort to crawl back. It goes down forever, the huge man said to John. We have to cross that. I fear so, said John. Ca Duran says it's safe. It's been there for millions of years. It could fall any time, said the cow. Another million years or today. True, said John. John heard the cow whisper in a language he didn't recognize. They sat on the edge of the gorge discussing whether to cross before the sun set or in the morning. Ca Duran, concerned for his village, wanted to cross now, but seeing the cow so nervous did not convince John that it was a good idea. They spent the night on the gorge's edge. The red moon painted the alien landscape the dark color of blood. John saw Ca Duran watching Susan as she ate. He feels guilty about the death of his wife, Susan had replied when John mentioned it to her. John studied the man's dark eyes and graying hair. Grey stubble sat on Ca Duran's cheeks. He was a smaller man, only slightly taller than Sandoror. He had a body of a runner, muscled calves and well-muscled legs. He was a good man. He would never be like them, killers and soldiers. John envied that. We're going to try something different this morning, said John. Susan's talent can help in many ways. She has helped me avoid a cut purse who had clearly intended on robbing us and did it well before he came close. Against Marcus and his men, she blocked the agent of the eye from seeing me. Susan can pass impressions between people. She can do it fast enough to show a fighter what his opponent is about to do. John stood, his armor strapped on and his weapons on his hips. He drew his falcon-hilted rapier and his offhand dagger. Come, Adrin. Adrin donned his own bandit armor and drew his rapier and his dagger. The two men fell into their stances and faced one another. John tested Adrin with a series of cuts. Adrin skipped the easier parries and attempted to put John off balance. He fought much better than he had their first time. His training was working. They continued their duel, piercing, parrying, dodging, spinning. It impressed John greatly. Now, Susan, feed him my intent. Susan watched them, her green eyes blazing. Adrin jerked a moment and wobbled. John started again, slowly. Adrin was clearly off balance at first. They fought again. John swung, stabbed, riposted, and kicked. Soon Adrin's eyes narrowed in confusion. John sped up. He doubled and tripled his swings and guards. His blade snapped on Adrin's own sword in rapid succession. He heard Ca Duran gasp and the Cal whistled. John wasn't holding back. Adrin's own sword moved just as fast, parrying and dodging every attack. John was fighting at full speed, sweat forming on his brow. Sparks flew from their blades. Adrin's eyes focused sharply but then relaxed and seemed to watch something far away. John saw the exact moment, the moment when Adrin's sword and dagger and body moved in response to John's attacks before John had yet thrown them. Every counter was there before he swung. He fought his fastest but nothing got through. Adrin smiled. His own attacks came in with accuracy beyond anything John had seen. John's defense began to weaken and slow. Soon he felt Adrin's blade slap at his flank or pierce into his arm. The boy was holding his attacks but, had he not, John would be dying. Enough. John stepped back. Both he and Adrin breathed heavy and smiled. The Cal banged his war club on the ground in cheer. "What a display," he said. "Does it work both ways?" "I don't know," said John. He looked over at Susan. She shrugged. "Why don't we find out?" The Cal and Adrin faced off. The Cal stretched his body and cracked his neck. Adrin took off his armor and tunic. They did little to protect against the Cal's attacks anyway. They began. The Cal attacked strong, as he always did, but Adrin was prepared. He rolled under the Cal's huge swing and avoided a straight kick. The Cal stood out of reach from Adrin's blades. The Cal rushed and took Adrin to the ground, sending his rapier flying. 2 pats with the flat of his offhand dagger on the Cal's lower back made the large man laugh and John smiled. He learned it very well. They continued to fight and John nodded to Susan. The Cal stumbled and Adrin slowed. His eyes unfocused as the flashes of the Cal's intent flowed into his mind. Soon the Cal's eyes too went out of focus. The 2 men looked distracted but they fought strong and fast. The Cal swung and then pulled back to butt Adrin with the end of his war club's handle. Adrin had already dodged. Adrin swung, pulled back, stabbed, spun, and stabbed again. Each attack in response to a blow or defense from the Cal that never happened. Both men moved faster and faster. John's head hurt to follow it. Then the 2 men slowed. They shifted and moved but did not strike or block. Soon they both stood, staring past the other, bodies jerking slightly. Blood ran from Adrin's nose. He cried out and fell. The Cal grunted. He sat down, his head in his hands. John turned to Susan. She lay still, blood trickling from one ear. John felt his own heart stop. Susan awoke an hour later. She remembered nothing of the battle and it frightened John almost as much as seeing her unconscious. What frightened John frightened her. Adrin had described it as cascading images of a battle between the Cal and him. A battle that never happened. The fight became more and more brutal in these images. Adrin saw his rapier pierce through the Cal's stomach. The Cal saw his war club cave in Adrin's skull. None of it had happened but it seemed as real as life to them. Susan remembered none of it, however, and John knew he would never have her do it again. Before the high sun, the group began to cross heaven's highway. The Cal clenched his jaw and stared straight ahead. Ca Duran had given his horse, Grey Cloud, to Susan to ride. Grey Cloud was the only mount that would easily make the journey. The grey horse had done it before. They led the other horses through on foot, blinders keeping their eyes on the path in front of them. Wind rushed at them from above and below. Shortly after stepping out on the bridge, John felt the entire walkway narrow. It was as though they crossed the end of one world over to another. Clouds rolled and shifted below them within the bottomless gorge below. They were halfway across when the cow's horse turned its head, saw the gap, and lurched. The horse had likely already felt the large man's fear. It tugged hard on its reins and the cow pulled back harder. "Cal, let go," John said, but the big man still struggled. The horse turned and still the cow fought with it. The cow's sandals skidded on the path. He grunted as the horse pulled again. John looked down and saw the horse's hoof one step from the gorge. John drew his rapier and ran forward. The horse began to tumble over as John cut the reins. The cow stumbled back, but Sandoro caught him and pulled him down. The horse went over the edge. It screamed as it fell, leaving a trail of bedrolls, water skins, and food wraps in its wake. The cow was on his hands and knees, panting hard. He looked up at John with tears in his eyes. "I can't do this," the huge man sobbed. "You can, and we will help you, my friend," said John. He knelt next to the big man. The falling horse had rattled them all. They moved slowly along the path, keeping their eyes front. The other horses were as frightened as the rest of them. They whinnied, eyes wide. Hot and cold wind blew on them, whipping their cloaks sharply one way, and then the other. "Take as long as you need, there is no shame in crawling," said John. There, kneeling next to the big man, John crawled with him across the natural bridge. When they had finally crossed, the cow laid prone and kissed the earth. Dust clung to his moist lips as he whispered prayers in an unknown tongue. When he rose, the group continued out of sight of heaven's highway before they took a much-needed rest. The air cooled considerably on the opposite side of the gorge. "Those clouds look menacing," John said to Ca Duran. On the mountain crags to the west, far out from their trail, dark clouds swirled and surged. The sharp tips of the crags pierced through the clouds like the grasping chipped fingers of a skeletal hand. "That's the southern torrent," said Ca Duran. "We have 2 torrents each year that cut our town off completely. They last for about 6 weeks. One doesn't want to get caught in them. That one should hit in another week, maybe 2. We'll just make it to Fenadim before it hits." They rode the high trail into the northern mountains. Cold air blew and John marveled at the snow caps above them. They crossed streams of fresh water that made Cal and Sandoro nearly weep. They had never seen water run like this, John realized. "The Eastern Kings would pay more than man can possess for a stream like this," said Sandoro, dipping his face into the chilled water. By desert instinct they refilled their water skins, but they needn't have bothered. Another stream crossed their path later in the day. It was at the banks of this stream that they decided to camp. The cold air and the abundance of water gave them all good cheer that eve. They shared tales and laughed. They even smiled at Susan and she smiled back. They seemed to forget or chose not to think about her secret, instead treating her like the little girl she was. They slept easy that night, drunk on water and filled with peace and friendship and good cheer. John awoke late into the night, his bladder full. He walked a short way behind a rock and urinated. Looking up he saw a figure sitting above on an outcrop of ancient rock. The man's body was silhouetted against the huge red moon, the blood moon. He watched Sandoro silent in his thoughts. John looked for a path and saw a series of rocks that the man had likely climbed. John was no seasoned climber, but he did his best not to wake the rest of the group as he climbed to the outcrop. His silence didn't matter to Sandoro. The man had probably heard him urinating or maybe even noticed the change of his breath as he awoke. John sat next to the man and followed his gaze to the stars above and to the red moon that painted the land. He looked for the demon moon in the sky, the black orb of nightmare and ill omen. He did not see it. That was a good sign. The best night of my life was a night like this, said Sandoro. It was 16 years ago. The scars of the whip were still fresh on my back. I was 11 when they sent me to Trex's keep. My life before that was in the pits. I never knew a mother or a father. I only knew the other slaves in my den, my chain brothers. They used to force us into cubbies carved into the rock only slightly bigger than we were. There were maybe 12 in a cubby, stacked so we fit perfectly. You couldn't move. You couldn't help but relieve yourself and know it drenched everyone. Someone was always sick and the stench of that sickness saturated all of us. On the good nights no one died. On the bad nights everyone wailed with illness and you woke up nearly drowning in their waste. One night I awoke and I was the only one still alive out of 12 of us. One day a god, a slave whip master, tried to test me for a pleasure slave. He left gelded and bled to death a day later. They beat me. They broke my arm slowly in the spokes of a cart wheel. I didn't scream and that alone saved my life. They sent me to the fighting pits and when I killed a bigger boy than I with my arm still broken they bothered to spend the time to train me as a scout. Myself and a spear of 40 men, all slaves, with a single commander, raided the eastern villages. I know the smell of fear and blood as you do, my friend, and I still miss it. I have since learned the way of peace but I will always hunger for war. And how I drank of it back then. I scouted villages for the spear and reveled in the carnage we sowed as our blades and spears tore into them. The ones who fought us were entertaining but the ones who ran and cowered, we loved them more. I am not proud of the things I did but I did them. Susan knows of this, I am sure. And I know you and I are brothers in bloodshed. One day the spear commander had my brother, a scout brother whom I had fought beside for 3 years, staked and burned for a small error in his report. I saw my friend's eyes as they ran the spike through him and I knew I must leave. There were no chains for the slave army. If you ran, you starved and died. Once or twice we came upon the remains of slaves who ran. They had been picked clean and baked under the sun for days. I spent a month preparing for my escape. I rationed water and smuggled food. I planned my route. I was a scout and I had trained well, but it wasn't enough. I fled into the west and within 5 days I was lost, out of water, and delirious with exhaustion. I saw what I thought to be a rock on the horizon but before I came anywhere near it, I fell facing the red sun and knew it would take me. It didn't. I awoke looking up at stone lit by fire. A man bent over me, his face carved by age. He had no teeth and his eyes were as black as night. He smiled and it frightened me. We were not alone. There were some 15 others and when they spoke in a language I did not know. There were dark paintings on the wall, paintings of beasts of nightmare. There was an altar of black stone with 3 skulls on it. The altar scared me. Then I saw Enka. She was small, like the rest of them, but full-breasted and with wide hips. She was lighter skinned than the rest of them but dark of hair with those black on black eyes. She wore nothing but a wrap of skin around her hips. I was aroused by her and they laughed at me when they saw. They fed me and gave me cool water from a spring deep within the caves of the rock. They fed me strings of bird flesh and a moss that grew inside the cave. I was soon strong enough to move. The old man took me about. All of them slept in one cave on animal skins, a single large clay pot cooked all of their food. The old man spoke to me. He was named Rendu, which meant old uncle I learned later. The girl, Enka, showed me around the rock with 2 other men. She spoke in their same tongue, showing me crevasses and juts in the rock where more altars had been placed. Even if she spoke Galaresan or Vex, I wouldn't have paid attention. I watched the way her breasts swayed and bounced. I watched her hips shift in and out of the sides of her wrap. I lusted for her, but soon I loved her even more. I learned much of their language and skills in pottery, hunting, and even some of their religion, which dated back at least 5,000 or 6,000 years. One day I walked outside the caves and saw a ring of young men watching 2 more fight with knives. They were amazing and my lust for battle took me over. They gave me 2 knives and faced me against a younger boy who weighed much less than I. He defeated me easily. Enka put a herb wash on my cuts that stung like the 3rd hell, but I wanted more. I couldn't farm herbs or make pots or seek water, but this was a trade I understood. I spent 2 years with them, learning their religions and philosophies of the cycle of life. One day a young man fell and broke his leg high up on his hip. He died a week later painfully. They buried his body but cleaned his skull and placed it on the altar to their goddess, Stiva the Traveler. My nightmares of the human skulls left me. One night I sat on top of the rock watching the blood moon rise. I heard the whisper of bare feet on the stone. Enka sat next to me and placed a hand on my leg. She kissed my neck and pushed me to my back. I watched her as she mounted me and began to move like waves of sand on the wind. The red moon made her skin glow. She was a goddess. We climaxed together, rested, and began again. Afterwards I lay there looking at her smooth face in the deep night. It was the best night of my life. The next day they were gone. They had left food and the clothes they had found me in. The cave paintings were gone. The altars were gone. Had it not been for 2 things, I might have dreamed the whole thing. Sandoro drew his 2 daggers, the blades shone red in the low moon. Not a single day goes by that I don't think about Enka. John placed a hand on Sandoro's shoulder and stood. He carefully climbed back down and rejoined his other sleeping companions. He looked back up at Sandoro, who sat watching the red sun set in the northern sky. Chapter 18, The Guns. John awoke with the warm sun on his face. Cool breezes blew down off the mountain and he marveled at the steam of his breath. The sound of trickling water made him turn and see Adrin urinating nearby. "I have a treat for you today," said John. Adrin's face fell and paled. "Hells, please," said Adrin. "My body feels like a bag of gnarled sticks and my head still throbs from Susan's trick. Please, I need another day of rest." "You'll like this one," said John. He went to his saddlebags and took out a bundle of grey cloth. He dropped it near Adrin, who buttoned his trousers. Adrin bent over, hand on his hip like an old man. He unwrapped the bundle and his eyes widened. He put his hand into the unwrapped bundle and lifted the pistol into the sunlight. The red sun shone off of the silver dragon head hammer. "I thought those were lost," said Ca Duran behind them. "I thought you had left them." "I would never leave guns in the hands of madmen," said John. "I awaited the right time." Adrin was speechless. John enjoyed the wonder and excitement in the young man's eyes. It reminded John of the day Renaud had given John the falcon pistols he wore now. "Let's go shoot," said John. They spent the morning discussing the mechanism, loading, cleaning, and use of the 2 pistols. Adrin listened intently. "The trick isn't shooting with these but reloading quickly enough to shoot again." John showed Adrin how to wrap the cartridges and how to load both guns at one time. He taught him how to reset the flint and clean the barrel. When Adrin could stand no more, they began to shoot. Adrin had the eye of a hawk and the steady hand of the dead. It took him 5 shots to hit what had taken John 500. Adrin learned to reload both guns simultaneously. He understood the importance of the ball spinning down to up instead of up to down. The art of gun and sword took longer. They duelled with rapiers and daggers, learning to accept a disarm for the gun. Adrin had trouble with the concept of switching from one style to another. His draw was slow with his rapier in hand. His fast 2-gun draw, however, was deadly. When they walked back to their camp, Adrin wore the dragon-hammered guns on his hips as John wore his own. The Cal smiled at him and Sandoror bowed. They mounted up and rode hard in the crags, down into the valley, and 2 days later they came to Fenadim. White smoke ran in calm trails into the cool mountain sky. The smell of burning cedar brought back memories of a childhood long lost. One of warm fur blankets, hot breakfast, and loving parents in the stone walls of his father's keep in the high moors. Stone huts dotted the green hillside. Brill grazed in huge fields of golden wheat. A stream of crystal water ran through the town from the western snow-capped mountains. A single road led north and south with trails leading into the lower hills at the base of the mountains. None of that compared to the cyclopean statue that dwarfed the throne of mountains upon which it sat. John's mind had trouble measuring the scope and shape of the behemoth. It was otherworldly. John had seen features of the Titan in idols and paintings of the old gods, but nothing he had seen compared to this. The featureless head, sunken and brooding, opened a mouth wide in a silent roar. The titanic colossus presided over the most beautiful town John had seen in the south. He pulled his cloak tighter and wished for a moment that he had not shaved his head. The others were as speechless as John. They stared up at the colossus as he had. "We call it the Old One," said Ca Duran, smiling at them. The Brill trader told them of the amazing sight as they continued their ride. They rode in single file down the path leading to the village. John could smell baked bread on the air and his stomach rumbled. 4 boys ran from a nearby house, across the bridge, and to the main road. "Our militia," said Ca Duran, and the Cal laughed. From somewhere a woman screamed and ran from another nearby house to the boys. She lifted the smallest and clutched the arm of another. Screaming at the remaining 2, she pulled the boys back into the cottage. Susan looked at him and his heart sank. There would be no welcome here. As if confirming his fear, a group of 12 men gathered and crossed the same bridge. They carried crude pikes and knives in their belts. "Who are they?" said Adrin. "The salt miners, but I don't know why they're here. They should be mining." The 12 men stood at the end of the bridge waiting for them. A smaller, grim-looking fellow scowled at Ca Duran. Ca Duran dismounted as he arrived. "Hello, 7," said Ca Duran. The man nodded. Ca Duran turned. "These are the 7 swords. They're going to save Fenadim." "From what?" said the man. "Our food. Our livestock. Our women." John felt thorns stiffen, and so apparently did this man 7. He shifted from foot to foot. "In any case, we need no protection. 7. You cannot defend against what I saw. These are the best fighters in the world. They traveled 2 weeks to get here with no desire for money or plunder. These are men and women of noble spirit. For your travel I am sorry. We can bring you fresh provisions for the return journey," said 7. "For now you can turn back and away from the town." The man's hand squeezed the shaft of his spear so tight that his knuckles went white. "Listen, whore's son." Adrin galloped forward. John held out his hand to stop him. The men reacted, drawing their spears point forward. It may have been the most poorly performed martial maneuver John had ever seen. Apparently Thorn thought the same thing. His laugh sent the spearmen to the balls of their feet. "Friend," said John. "Thank you for the offer of your food. We will camp up the road and meet you in the morning." "I need to speak to my uncle," said Ca Duran. "Your uncle has been removed from the council," said Seven. Ca Duran's mouth hung open. "How?" Ca Duran said, stunned. "Who took his place?" "I did," said Seven. "Let's go," said John. He turned his horse and rode away. The others followed. They lit their fire as the red sun fell behind the western mountains. The shadow of the Old One was as ominous as it was in the daylight. Ca Duran was stunned into silence. "A town of fools," said Adrin. "We're here to save them and they treat us as the attackers." "What do you see in a town like that?" asked John. Adrin shook his head. "Peace," said Sandoro. "Indeed," said John. "There is no place for people like us in a town like that. We are alien to them and unwanted." "So what? We leave?" asked Adrin. "No," said John. "If there is no place for us, there is no place for those who would attack them. They will be as unprepared for the red demons as they were for us. Our place is here." "So what do we do?" asked the Cal. "Ca Duran should go find out what is happening. The rest of us will stay here. They will not want us, but they may need us." "That is why we're here," said John. He turned to Ca Duran. "Go to them. Find out what has happened and find out how we can help." Ca Duran left at night and Sandoro followed. The dark man would have no trouble scouting the town. The militia had no real experience. It was a risk. If the villagers saw a knife-wielding desert ghost in their town, it would be difficult to ever get them to trust the Seven Swords again. John turned to Susan. "What did they think?" Susan seemed to think before answering. "They don't like Ca Duran, the small man especially. They think he will be an elder of the village someday," said Susan. "Do they believe him?" "Do they think their village will be attacked?" asked John. "No." "What if they're right?" said Thorn. He didn't raise his head as he asked. His long hair hung in his face, covering everything but his mouth. The others looked to John. "They're not," said Susan. They all looked at her, John, Thorn, Adrin, Vanna, and the Cal. Silence flowed over them. "Show us," Susan said John. Susan looked at him with her green eyes. "Whoa, wait," said Adrin, but it was too late. The world ripped apart around them, replaced with a world of fear and blood and fire. It was horrible to see the sacking of Fenacet as Ca Duran had seen it, but John learned much. "Gods below," said Sandoro. Adrin vomited. Vanna looked at Thorn. "They're not human," said the Cal. He meant the phrase as a metaphor, but John wasn't sure he was wrong. The images alone weren't enough to tell him for sure, but something was very wrong about those monsters. "They're demon-touched," said Thorn. "They have tasted the blood of the five hells." The others, save Vanna, looked lost. John thought he knew what the man meant. "Tell us, friend," said John. "No." "Have her show it," said Thorn. He looked at Susan. She cried out a little and it frightened John. She closed her eyes and Thorn's story crashed on his mind like a rock through glass. Chapter 19, Thorn and the Demon Blood. Thorn and 15 others had been selected by the Wolf Lord of Thorn's tribe and, seeing the power and skill of the other men, Thorn was proud to be among them. They had practiced with axes, hammers, swords, bows, and their bare hands. Each of them had no fewer than 30 death marks on their chests. They had ridden against each other and been beaten until they cared not. Each of them was as tough as a thick tree and loyal to the death. This made them perfect for what the Wolf Lord had planned. After 2 weeks a scarred general, hair streaked grey, came and spoke to them in the chill of the morning. The godless North has guns that kill us from afar. They have commanders who speak through the air to one another. They have weapons of shining steel. We will lose this war if we do not find another weapon to defeat them. You are that weapon. They took Thorn and the others into the heart of an ancient wood. Black stones formed a ring around a platform of carved rock. On the platform stood an altar and a large stone pillar. They were joined by 2 men, armed and armored in sharp black iron. They wore helms of twisted horned skulls. They accompanied 3 women, one robed in grey and scarlet and 2 younger women in rags, both blindfolded. The armored men tore the clothes from the 2 younger women, leaving them naked and shivering. Their breath came in clouds in the cool night air. Thorn and the others lusted after them. They grinned and tensed their muscles. They were not the only ones to lust after the women that night. The 2 armored men took one of the girls and tied her to the altar. The robed witch began painting runes and symbols the woman's naked skin as the large skull-helmed men chained the other to the pillar. The woman on the altar began to scream. Smoke rose from the runes on her body. The other women began to cry in fright. The witch moved to the ground and poured a clay jar of some thick fluid on the ground. It smoked and the smell made Thorn gag. Moving back to the altar, she drew a wicked dagger of red steel. With slow precision she began to cut open the woman on the altar. Thorn felt his skin grow cold. The horror in front of him was too much to bear. He closed his eyes as the woman's screams turned into wet gasping. Soon she fell silent, leaving the screaming to the woman chained to the pillar. Thorn heard something tear deep in the earth. As he watched, a 3-fingered claw tore out of the earth from the circle of vile oil the witch had poured. A beast from the worst nightmare crawled from the unhallowed earth. The witch and her armored men stood back as the demon surveyed them with eyeless sight. The beast centered on the other woman, her screams echoing in the dark forest. With terrifying, impossible speed it was on her. It began to devour her. She screamed until her throat seemed to tear apart. As the beast finished, the armored warriors struck. One of them reared back with a wide-bladed great sword and swung hard. The blade hit the demon in the back. When it screamed, Thorn and the others fell to the ground. A thick agony tore into their skulls. The demon spun and grabbed the sword by the blade. With a twist the blade snapped like a stick. It reached forward and gripped the attacker by the throat. The armored man howled in his helm as the hand enclosed, twisting metal and crushing bone. With a single jerk the armored man's head tore free. The other armored man stabbed hard, piercing the demon and pinning it to one of the other black stones. Holding the blade steady, the armored man drew another heavy blade from his belt behind his back. He swung hard, cleaving deep into the demon's arm above the shoulder. The mental cry hit them all again. Another cut and the demon's arm fell twitching to the ground. The demon gripped out with its other arm and buried its claws into the man's shoulder. The man roared out and cleaved off the demon's other arm. The armored man fell away, blood pouring from his torn steel shoulder. The witch approached the demon, a black clay bowl in one hand and her wicked knife in the other. With a single cut she opened the demon's throat and black thick blood ran into the bowl. Soon it overflowed with the thick liquid and ran down her hands. Thorn saw the grin of ecstasy on her face. She turned to the 16 men, and the gleam in her eye scared him more than any of the horror he had witnessed that night. "Drink," she said to the first man. The command could not be physically disobeyed. Her voice sunk into them, forcing their bodies to her command. The man drank, as did the others. As did Thorn. The substance coated his throat and stained him like black ink. The taste was more awful than any he could imagine. He felt it moving in his stomach, turning like boiling oil. He grew cold from the inside out. The next day they were all dead but Thorn. Their bodies lay bloated and black in the rising sun. Some had torn themselves open. Others had twisted in spasm until their backs had broken. Thorn lay on the ground staring up at a sky he no longer recognized. "Now you are a god," the witch had said to him. That was the first time Thorn had died. The images broke free and John vomited his dinner onto the rocks. He looked up at Thorn's black eyes and imagined the dark life the cursed man must now live. So that is what it is like to be a demon, thought John. C.A. Durran returned later that eve. "They are fools," C.A. Durran said. "They see no threat and assume they can face any that might come. I am sorry, my friends." The Cal turned to John. "We are not of this place, are we, old man?" John thought a moment and then spoke. "Let's take the morning to ponder the matter at hand. For now, let us rest. I brought this. My aunt baked it this afternoon for my return." C.A. Durran took out a loaf of round bread wrapped in white linen. The smell of it made John's eyes water. "Oh my God," said Adrin. "Give it here." "What is it?" asked Sandor, poking it with his knife. They each ate a chunk of the bread, enjoying every crumb. It was a little piece of heaven in long years of purgatory for John. Each of them ate in silence. "If we have to turn back tomorrow," said the Cal. "It was worth the trip for that." They slept soundly that night under the red moon. When they awoke, John found the answer to their problems. John, C.A. Durran, Susan, and the Cal approached the town's main road, and once again they were met by Seven and the spear wielders. John knelt to Susan. "I don't want you to show them. I want you to spark their minds. I want them to see it themselves. If they sense treachery, or worse, if they sense what you can do, they will kill you." Susan nodded. "Just give them a small taste," said John. John stood and the men closed in on him. "You and your friends are not welcome here," said Seven. "I understand, friend," said John. "You have a peaceful village here and you have no need for men like me. You and your men can protect the town just fine. And who are we but thieves, brigands, murderers, and rapists? How would you know what danger we might bring?" said John. Seven looked confused but nodded. "Yes. Meaning no disrespect, sir," said Seven. The other men shuffled. "We appreciate your desire to help, but we can take care of ourselves. And who knows if these men will even come," said John. "We have traveled with your friend, C.A. Durran, for some time now. Perhaps he was mistaken by what he saw." "Indeed," said Seven. "And if they did come, as remote as that is, you and your men look strong enough to handle anything. Even us if you needed," said John. "Indeed," said Seven. "Which of you is the strongest?" asked John. The men looked at one another and then to a large young man to their right. "That would be Barnum," said Seven. John looked at the man. He as tall as Thorn and his cotton shirt bulged across his chest and arms. His nose was crooked and his skin looked as tough as leather. He wore his hair in a small top knot. As John looked at him, Barnum puffed out his chest. This would be easy, thought John. John unbuckled his belt and handed his guns and rapier to Ca Duran. Reaching around back, he drew his offhand dagger from the sheath at the small of his back and another blade from the top of his left boot. The men of the militia shuffled nervously. Ca Duran clutched the weapons in his arms. Leaving them behind made John feel naked, but this had to be done right. John approached the big man. Barnum stood tall, his jaw clenched. John slapped him. He didn't hit the man hard, but it was loud. All of the men shifted and gripped their spears. Barnum looked at John in shock. John slapped him again, harder. The man's face was bright red and anger flashed into his eyes. Barnum shoved hard with his left hand. John bent around the blow and slapped with his other hand. Welts grew on each of the man's cheeks. He turned to look at Seven and John hit him again. The last one did it. The man's rage boiled and he rushed John. John sidestepped and threw his leg out low. The man sailed over it and into the dirt. He was up quickly. He tried to butt John with the end of his spear, but John pushed it aside and kicked the man hard in the thigh. The man went down again. When he came up, the tip of his spear came up with him. He stabbed at John. John caught the spear, guided the tip into the earth, and stomped the shaft. The spear snapped in half. The big man, face puffy from John's beatings, dropped the broken spear and drew a heavy slaughtering knife. He charged John, knife high. John waited until the man was nearly on him and then stepped in. He grabbed the man's arm and tunic, turned left, and threw the man hard over his hip. John fell with the throw, landing all of his weight on the man's ribs. John felt the air go out of the big man. John twisted the man's wrist. The man let out a high-pitched wail and the knife fell from his hand. John twisted, putting the man's arm between his legs and arching his back. With his hips as a fulcrum and using all of his strength against the man's elbow, John could have snapped his arm. He held the position for a moment, the man wailing softly, and then rolled back to his feet. "That was your best man and I beat him unarmed," said John. "That man behind me," John pointed to the cowl. "He is twice the unarmed fighter I am with twice the strength. Your man wouldn't have remained conscious after the first blow. The bandits, murderers, demons who destroyed Fenacet are as tough as we are. They are seasoned and thirst for blood. They will impale you on your spears and burn you. They will eat your children. When they come here they will kill you all. They are real and they are coming." John let the statement hang in the air a moment. "My friends and I can help you. We can defend your town. We ask nothing but food and shelter. We ask that you listen to us and understand what is coming. We will stay one night. Tomorrow we are leaving. May the gods watch over you if you choose to let us go, though they seem to care little for the life of men." John did not wait for nor watch for a response. He turned, took his belts from Ca Duran, and walked back to camp. The others followed. "What do we do now?" asked Ca Duran. "You will go back to them. Do not talk. Only listen. Do not defend us. Do not try to convince them that they need us. In fact, do the opposite. Understand their view. Tell them that you fear us but you fear the raiders more," said John. He knew it was true. "And then," said the cowl. "Then we wait," said John. He turned to Sandoro. "Go scout the town tonight. Get an idea of how we could defend it," said John. "I am no commander. I helped sack villages, not defend them," said Sandoro. "That is why I want you to do it. You are better suited than any of us to know what vulnerabilities we have. He was here less than 2 days and already he thought of this town as home, something he wished to protect. Sandor nodded and faded into the darkness as silent as death. If they do not accept us, what do we do? Asked Thorn. He and Vanna sat together by the warmth of the fire. To the right, Adrin cleaned one of his pistols. We have a choice. We can circle the village and make camp on the south where the bandits will come, or we can leave. If we choose to stay, many people will die, but we can hopefully bite into the bandits on their way in. Without a proper defense it will be bloodshed in the street. If we leave, they will all die. John awoke the next morning, the sun shining over the eastern mountain wall. He saw Adrin standing on the rocks above where Sandor sat 2 nights past. A cool morning breeze caught Adrin's cloak and whipped it around the man. John saw the gleam of the pistol in his left hand and the shine of his rapier in his right. How far the boy had come. John climbed the rocks and sat down in the same spot he had 2 nights ago. Adrin spoke without turning. I killed a child. Chapter 20, Adrin and the Council. It was 2 years ago, said Adrin, the wind whipping at his cloak. I had left the estate of my family. The boredom and tedium of noble life tore at me. I left with dreams of becoming a brigand, a highwayman. My father had me instructed by Del Rosa. It cost quite a lot and I resented it at first, but it helped me win my share of bar duels and enough money to sleep with a roof over my head. I was in grey dawn walking the street late at night. A young woman was struggling with an older man. She saw me and I was struck by her beauty, or maybe it was the wine in my blood and the way her corset held her breasts up. The older man glared at me. When I asked of the lady's health, the man insulted me. My upbringing is one of honor, the sort of honor that binds you to improper action when such an insult flies. I stabbed through the man's shoulder, and took off his left ear. I took the girl and fled. She was amazing. I never felt anything like her at the time. I saw her then as an angel, but now I understand it for experience. She was a noble's daughter and the horrid man I left in the street was her betrothed. She was as much a rebel as I. We spent the week together in bliss, in bed. She told me of her dreams to run off with me and become a princess of the south. Her foolish child dreams bored me until I felt her mouth on me again. I grew tired of her as young men do when the gold always shines over the next mountain. I left her and left the city, heading west. They caught up with me in Salvora. I was in a tavern drinking with 2 women on my lap when my name was called. A man in leather armor, cuffed and guarded for dueling, stood at the door. I had infected his sister with the spawn of my loins, he said. He would cut off my manhood and deliver it to her father to prove his intent that no other face the horror of my seed. Again the instinct of action against insult took over. The hose fell off of me when I stood. He walked out into the street and I followed. He was dead before the tavern door stopped swinging. He turned and drew his rapier. I drew mine. His thrust was slow and weak. I disarmed him easily and before his rapier touched the dirt my own had pierced him through his breast and out his back. I let the blade stay in his chest as I pulled off my glove and slapped him with it. The blade had pierced his lung and it was only a few seconds until it filled with blood and suffocated him. A tear ran down his cheek as he stood there. He had not a stubble of hair on his chin. He couldn't have been more than 13 years old, all dressed up in dueling armor. I didn't even see how small he was until he was dead. I pulled out my blade and he died. This kid. Her younger brother. He wanted to make his father happy, so he went off looking for me and now he died outside of a horse inn in the dirt. His family had lost a son and a daughter now. They hired every man with a blade to find me and kill me. So I fled south where the meager money of a small noble house couldn't afford to kill me no matter what I did to their son and daughter. But I can't escape them, can I? Adrian turned to John. John saw the shine of his eyes under the shadow of his three-cornered hat. No, said John. But you can live with them. C.A. Durran's back, shouted the Cal. The council wants to meet with you. Adrian turned and smiled at John. He has more bread, said the Cal. Before John had opened his mouth, Adrian had rushed past him in a flash of his red cloak. For many people standing alone in front of a council of village elders may have many people nervous. John had overcome such things. The old man looked at John for a long time. He had debated whether or not to bring his guns and blades and ended up deciding to bring them. It was important to show strength. He didn't really need them. His strongest weapon was at his side, holding his hand and watching the old men with her own green eyes. You assaulted one of our militiamen yesterday, said the fat one, enrolled. Explain yourself. I felt a demonstration was needed of what danger your town faces, said John. From you, perhaps, said Tyroid, a thin man with a few wisps of grey hair on his bald scalp. There is no other danger but that which stands in front of us. We do not need your help, said Odin. The torrents protect us as they have for centuries. And we have the militia. He turned and pointed to Seven. Seven lowered his head. These are powerful warriors, said Seven. We could use their assistance should it be needed. The other men turned and stared at the salt miner. We need to discuss this matter alone, sir. Please give us a moment. John bowed and left. Outside, the early day breeze brought the smells of grass and leaves. John closed his eyes and enjoyed the comfortable warmth of the high red sun that had burned him so often. A man approached from the trail to the large house. He was older and leaned heavy on a shaft of oak. I am Gorf, C.A. Durran's uncle, he said. John bowed. I thank you for coming and I am sorry I cannot be more of service. Your nephew risked much to find us, said John. The council hides under their own skirts. The villagers are worried. I hope they see reason. The door opened and Seven stepped out. He and Gorf shared a look John could not decode. It is agreed. You and your friends will augment our militia and protect our South Road. The statement was absurd and idiotic, but it was a victory nonetheless. John bowed and accepted. He turned to Gorf. I have one condition for our service, said John. Seven grew tense. I must have more of your wife's fine bread. John returned to the camp with good tidings and 2 wrapped loaves of Gorf's wife's bread. They ate and they talked of the meeting. That afternoon the 7 swords walked through the town to the South Road. At first not a single face was seen, but John saw the elders and a few others lined up on the road. Soon, 4 boys took up their west flank, sticks in hand, marching as they passed. I can only hope we can save them, thought John. Sandoror led them to a clearing high on the eastern mountain wall. Below them, to the west, they could see the road and the fields on the southern edge of the village. North of them, a glacier stream flowed past and into the heart of the mountains to the east. As the others ate, John and Sandoror stood on the edge of their camp surveying the city. What have you learned, my friend? Asked John. The town cannot be defended, said Sandoror. There is no wall, no natural choke point. We know they will have to come from the south, but that gives them a space as wide as the town in which to launch their attack. What of the stream? Asked John. It is shallow enough and calm enough for riders to cross. They may choose the bridge at first, but there is no reason they can't cross the stream later if they wish. How about further south? Can we build a defense further away from the town? Asked John. As they watched, dusk fell and the light of oil lanterns began glowing yellow through the shuttered windows of the village homes. The ground is a lot rougher south. Chasms and large boulders scatter across the area, but there are dozens of ways through for a long distance. He pulled on his leather cloak, a gift from Ca Durran for the cooler climate of the town. So what choices do we have? Asked John. Do you remember what Ca Durran told us about the salt mines in the west? Said Sandorol. John nodded. Perhaps that way may be more easily defended than the town itself. Perhaps, said John. The townsfolk won't like hiding in some mine while demon-touched bandits burn their houses and slaughter their animals. It is better than being cooked and eaten, said Sandorol. It is at that, said John. Take the Cal and have Seven show you the mines today. I'll send Verana and Thorn south to keep watch on the mountain passes there. Adrin, Susan, and I will visit the village again and keep watch here. What do we know of the storms? The torrent, Sandorol corrected. Yes, the torrent, said John. Do we know if it still rages or will the bandits now be on the move? I don't know. Ca Durran could tell you, said Sandorol. Indeed. I'll ask the townsfolk as well. Good luck today, my friend. John placed a hand on Sandorol's shoulder and the two men joined the others for their morning breakfast. Verana and Thorn, dressed in hide cloaks and hoods pulled tight, went south to the mountain crags. Sandorol and the Cal met Seven at the town's southern bridge. He looked quizzically at Sandorol and then at John on the request to see the mines, but agreed. John, Susan, and Adrin walked into the town thoroughfare. Adrin wore his reed cloak and his leather three-cornered hat. Both of them wore boiled leather armor, Adrin's the brown leather of the bandit from whom he took it and John's the black hard leather of the grey wolves. John chose against his own three-corner hat, instead keeping his hood up against the red sun. Susan wore a dress of burgundy, another gift from Gorf's wife. As they walked, the four boys, the town's militia Ca Durran had called them, joined on their eastern flank. One of the boys, the smallest, smiled at Susan. Susan smiled back, the smile of a child, not a being who read the thoughts of everyone around her but the child she used to be, the child she should be. Go join them, said John. Susan looked up at him. He nodded and she smiled. I'm sure, go have fun, said John, answering her unspoken question. He would need her at the council's meeting but she needed to be a child more. There may not be much fun left in the world. It was important that she seek it when she can. Susan smiled and went to the boys. They greeted her and she smiled shyly back. One of them offered her a tour of their town and she accepted. When the boy held his arm out, a gesture he must have learned about in tales of knightly courtship, she took it. John felt tears well up in his eyes. Ca Durran met them on the path to the house of the elders. He saw Susan with the militia and smiled at John. My uncle would like to talk to you, said Ca Durran. He was removed from the council but he is still popular with the rest of the village. He can help us if we need him. We probably will, said John. They travelled down a small path to a stone and wood house. A wood stick symbol of marking hung over the door, a symbol of religion's belief John did not recognize. It reminded John of the Voth. Gorf's wife had prepared a lunch for them. Thick slices of meat, potatoes, roots thick and white and slabs of steaming brown rye bread. John's mouth watered. It was a meal the likes of which he had not eaten in years. He was beginning to love this town. At this moment he wanted nothing more than to rest here for the rest of his life. Gods below, what a meal, said Adrin, staring wide-eyed at the table full of food. On his mention of the gods, Gorf's wife made a sign in the air with 2 fingers held out at a right angle, and she whispered something under her breath. Are you well, sir? Gorf asked John. John's feeling of age and weariness must have shown. Yes. It has been a long time since I had a meal like this, said John. Thank you. They spent much of the meal in silence. John savored every single bite, feeling the juices warm his mouth and roll down his tongue. Adrin ate like a bear on a fresh kill. Gorf's wife, Celeste, refilled his plate, laughing at his blush. When they had slowed, Gorf began the conversation. How do things look to you? Asked the older man. The town proper will be difficult to defend. There are no walls and no natural choke points. The bridge would work for a very short time, but the stream isn't a clear defense. We can spike it to slow them, but it will not stop them very long. If they get into the village and the village is populated, many will die. Perhaps everyone. This grim news made Gorf's face fall. Celeste made her strange sign again and whispered to herself. What choices have we? Asked Gorf. We can flee north, but your nephew tells me that the torrent will soon cut off that path. I have another idea, but I think it will be unpopular, said John. The salt mines. Gorf, Celeste, and Ca Duran stared at John. They will burn the village, said Gorf. We will live like rats in holes. Is there no other choice? None that I can see. None that we can accomplish soon. When is the southern torrent stilled? Asked John to Ca Duran. It ends within the week. You will see the southern grey clouds turn white and recede into the mountains. They roll north as the air cools, and then the torrent rakes the northern trail for 2 months. Only our valley here is spared, said Ca Duran. And it takes 2 weeks to cross from Fenner Set to Fenner Dim? Asked John. Yes, if you have no caravan and a good horse. Normally it is 3 to 4 weeks, said Ca Duran. That gives us about 2 to 3 weeks to prepare. We should start by spiking the river. Do you have a blacksmith? Asked John. Yes, said Gorf. Pediment. He is a friend. I have a simple job for he and his apprentices if he has any. It is a simple construction, but we'll need a lot of them, said John. I will introduce you, said Gorf. 2 of us are in the south hoping to find some advantage, but I don't expect to find much. We have to prepare for people to go to the mines. We'll need food, water, and shelter. We may have to stay there a while, said John. Gorf's face looked grim. I'm not leaving our home, said Celeste. Woman, said Gorf. If you stay here they will rape you, kill you slowly, and eat you on this table. We can rebuild whatever they destroy. We cannot rebuild our lives. Celeste quieted but seethed. John did not expect better reactions from most of the town folk. They would not want to leave, and the river spikes would not be enough. Stock the caves anyway, said John. When the torches appear to the south and they ride in, people may change their minds. I will talk to some folks, said Gorf. Okay. Adrin will go with you. He saw Adrin nod. He was learning well. I will wait at our camp in the clearing on the east side of the southern road. Gorf laughed and Celeste blushed. What, said John. That is where our older boys and girls go to be alone and away from the watchful eyes of adults. I can't count the number of children sired up there. We call it the lover's lap. They laughed. John met Adrin outside. Stay with Gorf. Learn what and who you can. Be nice and put on your charm for them as a nobleman and a romantic. Don't talk of bloodshed at all. Meet the blacksmith and tell him we will meet him tomorrow to show him what we need." Adrien nodded at John. John saw something new in Adrien's eyes. Respect. Not just respect for battle. John had won that weeks ago, but respect as the leader of the coming battle. "Come back tonight and we'll plan for tomorrow." As John headed south, Ca Duran walked with him. "Can you get Susan?" "I'm not yet sure they want me knocking on doors around here." "Yes," said Ca Duran. He walked up to one of the village houses, the house of the boy who escorted Susan. He returned a few minutes later empty-handed. Panic rose in John and he became conscious of the weight of his guns on his hips. For a moment he had a vision clear and terrible in his mind. They had killed her. They found out what she could do and they had already killed her for it. He saw himself draw his pistol and shoot Ca Duran in the face. He saw himself kill the family that had taken her in. He saw himself kill every man, woman, and child in the town. It was easy to see it, easy to feel it. He had done it before. Ca Duran's smile broke the dark vision, however. Susan was invited to stay with Alec, the younger boy. "His mother is with them, Elise." "Susan said she would like to stay," said Ca Duran. "Is she safe?" asked John. The look on Ca Duran's face made it clear that he saw and understood John's concerns. "Yes," said Ca Duran. "Yes." The voice flowed warmly into his mind and he smiled. John looked at Ca Duran standing in front of him. He was nervous, but he was not lying. John made one of the hardest decisions he had ever made in his whole life. "Okay," he said. "We will get her in the morning. Let her have an evening as a real child with people who do not wish her harm or force her to their whims," John thought. "People like me. Go home and sleep in your own bed, my friend," said John to Ca Duran. "Come meet us at dawn in the lover's lap." Ca Duran smiled at him. "Thank you. Thank you for all of this," said Ca Duran. John saw something unfamiliar in the man's eyes. Hope. It made John sad that he had little hope of his own. As the sun set over the bulk of the Old One, John once again marveled at the Titanic statue. What could have built such a monstrosity? What purpose did it serve? What secrets had it seen? If only Susan could read the visions of such a rock, what might they learn of them? When John returned to the camp, Sandoro and the Cal were waiting for him. "It's amazing," said the Cal. "Shafts as deep as the earth and caverns as large as small towns carved into perfect squares. Pillars like the legs of titans and blocks of salt larger than 10 men could lift. It's a fortune down there. We could carve salt coins to fill out saddlebags and take kingships anywhere in the world." "How will it serve for defense?" asked John. "It serves well," said Sandoro. "You should come see yourself. Deep tunnels that narrow to less than 2 men across and hundreds of these tunnels in which to escape. One could get lost in there for a year and never step on the same ground." "It sounds perfect," said John. "There are dangers as well," said Sandoro. "The walls and pillars break apart if water touches them. 7 spoke of caves in the higher tunnels near the feet of the Old One. A river rerouted and collapsed a shaft trapping 200 men. If that should happen or if our enemies use this, we could be trapped. Or we could use it ourselves," said John. Sandoro nodded. A dark shape entered the camp. The black hood pulled back revealing Thorn's grim face. Blood flowed from a gash on his left arm. "Come with me," said Thorn in a voice that left little choice. We have something you must see. Chapter 21, The Scout. Adrin joined them as they descended and headed south. Thorn led them in the dark night. The red moon hung low overhead with the orb of the demon moon cutting in from below. The sight chilled John's skin. They walked for a long while past huge slate boulders that collapsed centuries ago. John examined the landscape along the way. No clear defense existed, but it was a good place for lightning ambushes. They had been successful in the Voth War, creating enough fear and anger to root the enemy where one wished. Thorn led them into a copse of dead trees, thick branches clutching for life in a canyon that provided none. They saw Vanna, her hood pulled low over her head, staring at the back of one of the huge trees. The sight they saw when they rounded the large gnarled tree shook John to the bone. "Gods help us," said Adrin. He pulled off his hat and held it limply at his side. "There are no gods here now," said the voice of the monster in front of them. "They are all dead." They all stared at the man, if he could be called that, in silence. No one spoke. He was ageless, neither young nor old. Like John, his head was shaved. His scalp was lined with tattoos of an old script. When John looked at the script, it shifted under the man's skin. His entire body, naked from the waist up, was covered in tattoos depicting every demon or devil in the 5 hells. Large knobs protruded from under his skin along his collarbone and a small ridge lined his forehead. A deep cleft of a scar cut through his left pectoral, very deep and as long. Another old wound had deformed the muscle of his left arm. There were many things that disturbed John as he stood in silence and observed the scout. The man's eyes were solid black orbs. They stole the light of Thorn's torch, instead reflecting only the light of the blood moon overhead. The demonic tattoos shifted and wreathed in the shadows of the torch. What disturbed John most of all was the saber Vanna had buried in the scout's chest, pinning him to the ancient gnarled tree, and the fact that the man seemed very angry about it. That he lived at all shook John's perceptions of humanity. The man should have died instantly. The wound was fatal. The man's right arm had been broken and completely twisted around. The other was pinned to the other side of the tree by Vanna's handspike. The man's sword sat on the ground nearby. John picked it up. It was heavy and wide-bladed, all forged from a single piece of steel. The tip was hooked towards the edge, the same way the tips are hammered for knives used for slaughter. The hilt was wrapped with light strips of oiled leather. John nearly dropped the blade when he realized the leather was human skin. John looked back at the scout, and the scout grinned, revealing teeth sharpened to points and a tongue split down the middle like a snake. "Where are the rest of you?" asked John. The man continued his black-eyed stare. John repeated his question in 2 other languages before the man answered. His voice rasped like glass and gravel. "We will make your women whores for days before we roast them screaming on spits," said the demon scout. It would be hard to get anything valuable out of a man who already had his arm broken and a sword pinning him through his heart to the tree behind him. John continued to examine him instead. Somehow this man had crossed the torrent. His clothes, thick leather, had been shredded to tatters by the ice and winds of the storm. Thorn handed John a skin bladder, now mostly empty. John unplugged the cork and turned it over. A stream of blood poured to the dirt in front of them. The man watched the stream fall. "Gods help us," said Adrin again. "No gods," said the horror in front of them. "Only us. We're going to kill you, you know," said Sandoro. The calmness in his voice gave John a chill. "What a pity. The pleasures I would have given your women will be lost," said the scout. "But my brothers will make up for it. The sticks pay attention to everyone. "What do you want?" said John. The man's face fell from a smile into something more terrible. "Justice," said the scout. "We will feed on your young and enslave the rest of you as our cattle. We will feed you to each other, making you fat on your own until it is our time to feast. When we have tired of you, we will bury you in your mines and leave you screaming in the dark." "Within the week," said the horror. "Fenadim will burn." He knew the name of the town, thought John. How did he know? They stood in silence, staring at the man. His breath came in rasps. Fluid from Verana's cut filled his lungs. His eyelids fell but soon flashed open. "I will tell Stark to pay special attention to your little one, the little bitch with the red hair. We'll bugger her with a spear and—" The demon scout never finished the sentence. John would not have known Thorn to be so fast for a man his size. His heavy blade swung hard, beheading the scout and cleaving deep into the tree. John stared at the head, the scout's tongue lolling out on one side, split like a snake. "Gods, help us," he thought. 150 of those fiends were coming here in a week. They were out of time. John collected the head and wrapped it in the scout's leather cloak. Verana drew out her saber, one boot on the scout's stomach as she pulled it free. "He fought like fire," said Thorn. "Verana and I both fought him and he nearly took us. He didn't even stop fighting when I broke his arm and Verana pinned him to the tree." "If they're all like that, we're in trouble," said the Cal. "Likely not," said Sandoro. "A scout who travels through a storm like the torrent with nothing but a skin of blood to sustain him is likely to be one of their better men." Sandoro turned to John. "What did he mean about justice?" "I don't know," said John. "I wish Susan were here," said Adrin. "I would like to know and she could have told us." "I am glad she wasn't," said John. "I don't want her going inside the head of a man like that." John tied the cloak around the head and slung it over his shoulder. He took the wicked blade as well. "What is that for?" asked Adrin. "To show the elders what we face." The head served its purpose. It sat on the floor of the elders' council room, the sitting room of Alvik's home. The senior, enrolled, vomited and Odin whispered to the same forgotten god as Gorf's wife. Seven just stared at the head. He came through the torrent, alone, with nothing but a skin of blood and this sword. It took 2 of us to stop him and he lived with a sword in his chest for much of the night. I asked you to convene because we must act now or Fenadim will fall to men like this one and it will happen within the week." John let this sink in before he continued. "We must stock the caves and prepare for every man, woman, and child to flee within. Adrin and I will work with 7 to map out the caverns for defense. We will also need any able-bodied men to help us spike the river. Blacksmiths and carpenters will have to work throughout the week to make enough spikes to matter. Sandoro and Verana will scout south. Thorn and the Cal will help prepare the spikes. This has to be done, friends, or this village is lost." "How can we defend against such men?" said Alvik. "With trickery and deception," said John. "Rest now while we can. Tomorrow we begin." The elders looked 10 years older than they did when John entered. They all nodded. Rest found few of them that night. John fell in and out of sleep until the huge red sun rose and painted the old one in scarlet. He, Thorn, and the Cal went to the smithy. "I need long plates or crossed beams of iron. Cheap and soft is fine. Nails must be hammered into them, big ones." John saw the look of confusion on the smithy's face. He slowed. 2 beams in a cross or a plate wide enough to not fall over. Nails welded or hammered facing up. It shouldn't be any longer than 4 feet or it will be too heavy. How many do you need? Asked the smithy. About 200, said John. The smithy's jaw dropped. We need them, said John. Or they'll cross over the river like the torrent. The carpenters reacted much the same way, but the job was easier. 2 split logs studded with large nails would work nicely. It might not stop them completely, but it would slow them the first night. Something had to be done to their numbers. There is little else we can do to defend this place, said Sandoro. The rest will be sneak attacks, flanks, and luck, said John. The 2 men met 7 in the town square and hiked into the low hills to the salt mines. They had to hunch to get in the first tunnels, but deep within they rose into high square caves and finally into the open mines. Titanic columns held the mountain up above the mines. Shadows hid the size and depth of much of the tunnels. 7 spoke with pride at their achievements. Salt kept the town fed. Dozens of tunnels led to deeper chambers and a few led to other exits. John drew a careful map on a sheaf of vellum with a charcoal pencil. Tell me about the water, said John. 7 paled and didn't speak for a moment. It is dangerous and forbidden. A barrel of water can collapse a tunnel or eat away one of the pillars. Many men have died due to collapses. All of the western mines are now closed due to water collapses or weakened tunnels. We may have to collapse some of the tunnels if we need to rout attackers, said John. Show us how. Saltstone pillars held up many of the tunnels, and a single barrel of water could collapse a pillar and break down the tunnel. There was a lot of danger in such an operation, since the water could continue to saturate the walls and floor, collapsing even more. One of the chambers deep in the mine was so large that it could hold the entire population. 2 tunnels led in with another in the rear, moving up through the upper chambers and finally out in the open air above the hills. It was as good as they could expect. John sat outside the mine looking down at the town below. He watched the river flow. He watched the farmers, tradesmen, herders, and children finishing their day. He was of 2 minds. One reveled in the peace of this village. He dared not hope to spend his days here with Susan working on a small farm or working for the blacksmith. So much was at risk. In his other mind, John saw choke points and routes. He saw alcoves for ambushes and high points to control the field of battle. He saw which buildings would burn quickly and which slowly. He saw the trails leading into the hills on both sides of the town, trails in which to bait traps. John walked back to the town to the smithy. The old man, beard down to the middle of his chest charred from rogue embers, showed John the first 10 stream spikes. It was crude but strong and wicked. It would do the job well. The carpenters were likewise effective. Between the 2 shops they would have enough to spike the whole river in a week. The week moved quickly. Sandoro and Vanna watched the south road for signs of the demon-touched bandits. Thorn and the Cal helped spike the rivers. The villagers protested, but under the voice of the elders and the rumors of the scouts' head, they helped move barrels of water and carts of food into the deep mines. Few had any intention of actually going in, but resistance was more difficult than complacency, so they proceeded. John and Adrien continued their practice, and John left Susan to enjoy her new friends. She should have the time to be with a real family, if even for a short time. John was about to require a lot from her. Chapter 22, Blood and Rain. It was mid-afternoon and beads of sweat fell down John's brow. He and Adrien had duelled at half speed and half power for much of the afternoon. John ordered everyone to avoid any risk of injury. If they lost even one man or woman, all could fall apart. So they rested and observed and planned in their camp. The Cal swung his heavy war club. Verana stared south, her face hidden under her hood. Thorn slept, his heavy blade within reach. John saw Sandoror riding hard on the back of his grey stallion. John could see the look on his face. It had begun. "They're coming," said Sandoror. "They ride hard by torchlight from the south. They made some sort of camp half a night's ride from the rocks." Sandoror was clearly nervous but still in control. John glanced at Adrin and saw his pale face. He can fill himself with fear and panic now as long as he swung and fired when the time came. "Cal, go tell Gorth and the elders that it's time," said John. "Thorn will go with you. Get as many into the caves as will go." John turned to Sandoror. "How much time do we have?" "They're twice the distance to the dead trees to the south," said Sandoror. John turned back to Thorn and the Cal. "Get them in the caves," said John. "Use the ones who don't go as bait. We'll cut off the first 20 or so. You are to cut down those 20. Use the houses, the villagers, and each other to flank them whenever you can. We have the advantage tonight. They don't know we're here." John turned to Adrin, Verana, and Sandoror. "We're going to stay on the other side of the river, south of the village. Adrin and I will be on either side of the rocks. With 4 shots they will have no idea how many of us we really are. Verana will guard Adrin. Sandoror will guard me. If we keep up, they'll root. If they don't root, we're going to die." "Will Thorn and the Cal handle 20 of those things?" asked Adrin. "Some will try to cross the river. We'll shoot them down on the bridge to block it. Hopefully some of those 20 will fall crossing the river." John let the plan sink in for a moment, watching each of them. "This is where our greatest surprise exists. If we do this right, we can cut their numbers by a third and not lose any of us. Be smart, not brave. Run when attacked. Attack on their backs and sides." John continued. "I'll see you tonight. Expect Susan's call. Good luck, my friends." A short time later John sat on the western rocks south of the river. Night fell over the village. He looked up to the hulking shadow of the Old One silhouetted against the blackening sky. He watched for dots of torchlight or the sound of hooves or any other sign. Sandoror waited near him, his knife still sheathed. John's life would depend on this man, a man he did not know a month ago. Across from him, on the eastern side, Adrin waited as well. He had shown John how fast he could reload the dragon-hammered flintlocks and it impressed John. Whether he could do it or not with a rider bearing down on him was unknown, but they would both find out. Verana stood near Adrin, relaxed and ready. She was still a mystery to John, but her skills were never in question. John and Adrin would have to be close to those they shot. In the dark of night, their aim must be true. "Have the villagers gone to the cave?" thought John. "Many of them," replied Susan's voice in his head. She sat huddled under her red cloak near the mines, high up on the western mountains. From that spot she could see all of them and, should she need to, she could see through them as well. She was the conduit of the 7 swords. If Thorn or the Cal should fall or become pressed, John would know. As the chaos of battle unfolded, she alone would keep them coordinated enough to fight together. The sound of a deep rumble vibrated in the rocks around them. John saw Adrin tense and hold his pistols up, back to his rock. High overhead the blood moon painted the village in the color of blood. The demon moon sat directly in its center, a black pupiled red eye stared down on them. "The old gods watch us tonight," thought John. Verana drew her saber and Sandoror drew his knives. "Tell them to get ready," thought John. They are ready, returned Susan's voice in the back of his mind. Don't shoot first, thought John. Please. He had told Adrian to hold his fire until John had fired first, but that would be a hard instinct to fight. If Adrian fired, the entire horde would fall on them. 20 must pass first. The rumble grew and shapes formed out of the mist. John caught the shine of torchlight on steel and on sharp white teeth in the smiles of devils. John hid behind his rock. The first rider passed and Adrian didn't fire. John could smell the rider's horse and see the red light on his boiled leather armor and deeply worn boots. He had painted a band of black war paint across his eyes. 3 more rode past holding swords and axes and spears. Scalps of braided hair hung from their weapons and armor. In all of them, John saw the rush of blood fury. The sticks were hungry. Stark rode forth in the line. He was smaller than the others and wore no helm. His bald head was tattooed and ridged like the scout they had beheaded. Like the other riders, Stark had a band of black war paint across his eyes. Unlike his other riders, his expression was calm. Stark turned and saw John. Their eyes met and Stark's eyes opened wide, shining black orbs of a demon. But it was too late. In the middle of their charge, Stark could not stop. The sticks roared in. 5, 6, 10, 15, 20 riders passed, weapons high and the shout of their blood cry on their lips. They cried for blood and dreamed of the chaos of their attack. They would ride in, kill the men, rape the women, burn the buildings, and eat the children. Only 7 stood in their way. John stepped out and fired. The first man he shot had his mouth open and long ragged black hair blowing back from his face. John's shot caught him in the mouth. Black blood, brains, and teeth sprayed on the 2 riders behind him. All 3 of the horses reared and dropped their riders. Sandoror raced in, slashing through the downed men. John caught a glimpse of the ruined twisted leg of one of the fallen riders and his throat sprayed from Sandoror's wide cut. His next shot split open the forehead of another rider with spiked hair washed dark brown with blood. Sandoror slashed open the belly of the horse of the rider behind the one John had shot. The rider drew a wicked serrated blade but his horse collapsed and Sandoror ripped him open with a violent backward tug on his left dagger. John leaped behind the rock and called for Sandoror. His hands moved, twin ramming rods held between his little finger and his index finger. Cap in, powder in, plug in, ball in, seal it in, ram it down. Only as he cocked back his hammers did he realize that Adrian had not yet fired. John grew cold. He considered sending Sandoror to find out what had happened but the air shattered to the east and a body and horse fell hard to the crunch of bone on stone. Thank the gods, thought John, staring up at the red moon with the black moon inside. Another pistol crack and someone howled in the night. The howl quickly cut short. Vanna had followed through. The entire plan hung on their ability to keep their numbers unknown. 2 pistoliers were manageable but unknown shooters killing man after man would shake the best commander. John waited and came around the other side of the rock. He shot a man in the side. As he rode on, a river of blood flowed and the man slumped in the saddle. Another shot blew the head off of one man, showering the rider next to him. John said Sandoror. 2 riders wheeled around the rock. John holstered his right pistol and drew his rapier. A huge man grinned with a mouthful of long black teeth. He raised a battle axe high over his head. John ran his rapier through the horse's flank and into the man's groin. The horse toppled and John stabbed the huge man through the eye. The man smelled like spoiled meat. Sandoror cut open the thigh of another rider, the smaller of the two. The man screamed and dropped his scimitar to grab at the gushing wound. Sandoro pulled him down and tore him open. John reloaded his guns as he heard another pistol fire in the dark. He peeked around the rock to see Vanna dancing between three dismounted riders. She swung once and two of the men sprayed fans of blood into the night air. Another cut and the third man's intestines splashed to the ground. Behind her, Adrian aimed and fired another shot into a rider's chest. His back blew out and he fell over the back of his horse as it rode past. How are Thorn and the Cal, thought John. They have killed 6 and 17 remain. 1 house burns and 3 fell to the spikes in the river, said the child's voice in his head. The Cal is making a lot of noise and Thorn cuts down those who give chase. 6 villagers are dead. John gave grim thought to the villagers. He wanted to save as many as he could, but the chaos of their first flight would aid Thorn and the Cal. Checking his rear, John chanced a glance at the river. He watched the Cal cave in the skull of a fallen rider in the river. John smiled and turned. His next 2 shots landed in the chests of 2 riders carrying long-bladed sticks. One fell dead immediately, but the other swung hard. John ducked and Sandoro's knife hamstrung him. He fell near John and John stamped his skull twice hard under his boot heel. Sandoro moved like wind, cutting saddles off of horses, cutting the arms that dared to attack him, and the throats of the fallen. The brown man was covered in blood. Across the road, Vanna climbed the rocks and cut a man off his horse on the fly. Adrian reloaded like he had been born to it, twin ramming rods sliding down the barrels and dragon hammers cocking back. The Cal is wounded, came Susan's voice in his head. A line of nervousness crept in. If they did not begin to root now, the swords would be in trouble. One of the sharp-toothed monsters cried out in a low desert language. John stepped out and shot him in the face. The man next to him fell and the 2 behind them. Adrian glanced over at John and smiled, smoke pouring from the barrels of his guns. The demon-touched raiders began to turn. Shoot only the ones that face us, John had told Adrian. Cut down only those who raise arms. It had nothing to do with mercy and everything to do with the contagious nature of fear and panic. Run and live was the message John wanted them to learn. Stay and die. 2 more straggled. John shot them both and Sandoro cut down the one who survived. The others fled. 4 or 5 from the town rode past, routed by their diminished numbers and the fury of the Cal and Thorn. One of these rode past, eyes blazing in controlled fury. Stark. John's guns were empty. Sandoro lunged, but Stark's short blade kept him at bay. The demon faded into the shadow of night. They will come back quickly, John told Sandoro. We must move. Can Thorn and the Cal take another 20? Asked John to Susan. Silence sat for a moment, followed by a single word. 15. 15 it is, said John. Tell them to move to the bridge. John, Adrian, Vanna, and Sandoro moved south to the line of fallen boulders. The route would not last long. John figured that 20 to 25 fell in the first charge. That left many to return. Get ready, John told Adrian. The man nodded under his 3-cornered hat. A splash of black blood streaked one cheek. John listened to the hooves as they approached. This time they would go for John's last location. When they reached it, Thorn and the Cal should run, give them a taste. Then they get cut off again. The rumble of the horses came again. Again they rushed past, wary of the rocks further north. 15 passed and the rest, feeling the confidence of unmatched hostilities, rushed forward. This time Adrin shot first, dropping one of the horses of the riders. The man toppled and Vanna cut him down as he tumbled through the air. The woman was amazing. John considered himself a good swordsman, but he could barely follow her cuts. Men raged and rushed at her only to fall stumbling away, clutching slashed throats or eviscerated bellies. One of the better swordsmen parried her saber, catching the black steel sword in his own sword's guard only to catch her palm spike in his temple. He fell away, teeth chattering and limbs shaking as blood squirted from the hole in his head. John shot into the flank of a horse and then another, building a wall of flailing, kicking beasts to separate the charge from the group they had let through. John reloaded as Sandoror cut down the riders. John turned and saw more horses flailing in the spiked river among the hewn bodies of their riders. He saw Thorn on the end of the bridge, cleaving into the thighs and flanks of those riders who chose to cross it. In the distance, John saw a loose dismounted rider turn around the corner of a building only to have his face smashed in by the knobbed war club of the Cal. A cry went up in the night, a cry horrifying to John and unfamiliar to the riders. The cry formed again and the riders turned and began to thunder away. "What was that?" asked Sandoror. "Our salvation this night," said John. "A retreat." John aimed and fired another shot into the back of a retreating rider. There was no honor in the shot, but it further reduced the odds. There would be little honor in this battle or the ones to come. John waited and watched. The rumble of the horses rode into the darkness of night. John considered keeping Sandoror on the watch. Later he would regret his choice not to, but they all needed the rest after the fight. John crossed the bridge, stepping among the twisted and cleaved corpses. At least 10 of the demon-touched riders had been cut down on the bridge. Another 5 lay in the stream among their maimed horses. Within the dirt roads at the town thoroughfare lay 12 more, heads and chests crushed by the Cal's club or flayed by Thorn's sword. Thorn stood, blood covering his body and soaking through his hair. A dozen minor wounds crossed his forearms and body. Bloodlust still filled the huge man's black eyes until he saw John. Thorn's body sagged and he sat on the body of a felled horse. The Cal crossed the town's main road, favoring his left side. His hand held onto his flank where he had tied a white strip of dark cloth, growing darker as John watched. The man looked pale. "How bad is it?" asked John. "A spearman pierced me from behind," said the Cal. The tip went through. John saw the dark blood staining the cloth around the Cal's waist. He didn't want to look. "How do you feel?" asked John. "How do you think?" "It hurts like the 5 hells," said the big man. He lowered his head. "I'm tired." Worry filled John's head. If the spear had put any holes in the man's organs, he would be in agony by morning and dead soon after. John had seen hundreds of men die hours after a stab from the festering of the wound. And who knew what the demonic riders did to their spears before battle? "How is Susan?" Adrin asked John. John didn't know. "How are you?" thought John. "Well enough," said Susan's voice in his head. If it was humor, he didn't get it. There is a lot of anger and sadness in the caves. The elders hold them together, but not by much. John looked to the 2 burning houses that filled the night sky with black smoke. They would burn to the ground by morning. On the dirt roads of the town John saw at least 6 corpses of villagers. They had a right to their tears and their anger, but the 7 swords had killed nearly a third of the raiders on the first 2 attacks and the village lost less than a dozen in response. That alone was reason for celebration. The rest was about to get much worse and much less popular. How would they act when they saw the whole village burn? "Are the rest in the caves?" John asked the Cal. If any are left, we need to move them in. John looked to Adrian, who cleaned his guns the way John had shown him. John felt a surge of pride at the boy until he saw the hollow look in the boy's eyes. "What now?" asked Sandoro. "Now we lose the village," said John. "If they come back tonight, we let them have it, burn it, and wonder what ghosts had cut them so hard." "The desert ghosts," said Adrian. Sandoro didn't smile. "Adrian and Thorn will guard and watch the caves," said John. "If they learn of the caves, we're going to be fighting with our backs to the wall. If we can keep the caves hidden, we can cut into their flank again and again, eating away at them. Vanna, the Cal, Sandoro, and I will do that. For now we eat and we wait." But no food crossed their lips. They sat and stared at the black-eyed, sharp-toothed monsters who littered the earth. "Let them sit," said John when Thorn had tried to kill time by tossing the bodies into a pile. "We don't want to show them anything that might tell them something of us." What did they think of us? John thought to himself. Why did they think we were here? Who do they think we are? What will Stark think of us, and what will he do? What did he expect us to do next? John sat on an overturned trough, feeling the heat of the blazing houses warm his left side. Stark had expected no resistance. Had C.A. Durran not been the one to see it, had the Brill farmer not been the one to travel to Fennekeff and gather the swords, the sticks would have already slaughtered everyone in the town. John closed his eyes and tried to imagine himself looking through Stark's eyes. The small man led the sticks not with strength or brutality but intelligence. No doubt strength and brutality flowed in the man as well, but it took more than that to lead men like these. Stark would have seen nearly a third of his men fall in a very short time. That second wave wasn't his decision. The pain and shame of retreat forced them back again. Stark would have known that was a mistake. He saw the ambush the moment he and John locked their gazes at one another before the battle began. He would be back in control now. He might kill whoever led the second charge. It would ease his own frustration and show strength in a time of weakness. But what then? They didn't know how many warriors there were in Fenadim. Any stories would keep the number small. They wouldn't attack the same way again. They had the advantage. They could take their time, scout it out, and learn what they could. A voice broke his concentration. It was Susan in his head. "You need to come to the caves," she spoke. "C.A. Durran's uncle knows who they are and why they are here." John looked at Sandoro. "What is it?" said the brown man. Streaks of clean skin crossed the blood that caked him everywhere else. Something shifted in the shadows behind the man. Adrian was talking to the Cal and Thorn cleaned his blade with a torn dirty cloth. The shadow shifted again and a gleam of silver slashed in the darkness. Vanna's sword flew end over end, crashing into the wide curved sword of the Reaver. The villain's blade would have taken off Sandoro's head had it hit. Instead, Sandoro had jerked at the sound and it drew a line against his left shoulder blade. As Sandoro spun away, John saw the demon-touched assassin clearly. He wore black leather armor, a black cloak, and a black cloth over his nose and mouth. His head was shaved and coated in black blood. His black eyes flared in the red moonlight. John drew and fired into the assassin's face. Sandoro fell away, clutching his right ear from the concussion of the blast. Another shadow shifted and John drew his other pistol. As he shot, the man twisted away and the bullet tore a hole in his cloak. John had only seen two people move that fast in his life, Vanna and Sandoro. Now the shadows shifted all around them. At least 7 more of the assassins surrounded them. One pressed Vanna hard, swinging his short blade at her throat, stomach and legs. She danced and twisted away, but with her own blade thrown, she could do little but run. Two seemed intent on cutting down Thorn, slashing wildly at his thighs. He held them back with powerful cuts from his own sword. The Cal hammered at one with his war club, putting the wrath of the demon-touched assassin on the defensive. Adrin had his rapier and offhand dagger out, parrying the attack of one while another closed in. Anna managed to slip into the attack of the black-garbed killer who attacked her. She punched her palm spike up under the chin of the assassin. Blood spattered to the dirt as she pulled the spike free, but the demon fought on. He let the blood pour from the hole in his neck as he cut at her. She sidestepped and kicked the assassin's knee with her hard boot. John heard the man's knee crack as he fell. Anna snatched the curved sword from his grasp as he fell and cleaved his head in two. John had just managed to reload one pistol when a new shadow broke free and rushed John. John drew his rapier and twisted, the sharp tip of the sword piercing through the assassin's armor. It did not slow him. The assassin lunged forward, letting the blade pierce through his back. He raised a wicked heavy jagged sword and swung. John barely managed to draw his offhand dagger and parry the blow. The force of the attack numbed his arm. The assassin closed in, his face up close to John's. John smelled rancid breath and saw the insanity in the man's eyes. This man was not the same as the others they had fought. He was faster, fearless, felt no pain. Like the Voth barbarians drugged on the smoke and liquid poisons of their witches, what stood in front of him was a machine of murder. The assassin's forehead smashed in, sending John reeling and falling back. Something hot and wet ran down his mouth and chin. His eyes blurred with tears and he tasted iron in the back of his throat. John heard a pistol fire and half the assassin's face blew apart. John stood and saw Adrin in melee with one of the assassins, a smoking gun in his left hand. Adrin had fired left-handed and in combat. He far underestimated the boy. Adrin threw his elbow over the entwined blades in front of him and smashed it in his opponent's temple. The assassin stepped back, dazed. Adrin spun his rapier and stabbed it through the assassin. He let go of the blade, drew his remaining pistol, and shot the assassin in the head. John heard a cry and saw the Cal reeling from a blow to his wound. He had torn off the assassin's mask, revealing a lipless mouth cut wide across the man's cheeks filled with razor-sharp teeth. The assassin struck with a pair of hand axes. The Cal caught the first incoming axe with the shaft of his war club. He caught the shaft of the other axe with his left hand as it came in and kicked the assassin in the chest. Both axes tore free from the assassin's hand and the Cal, with a cry of pure rage, crushed in the demon's head. The sound made John's stomach turn. Thorn continued to parry the heavy two-handed scimitar of the last assassin. The huge blades rang as they crashed together. Sparks flew into the dark of night. Each of the large men fought with equal strength and power. "Gods help me," thought John, "Thorn looks like one of them." He could have been one of them. Only when Adrin slashed at the huge assassin did he delay, opening the opportunity Thorn needed. Thorn cut low and hewed into the assassin's thigh down to the bone. The man fell forward and Thorn cut downward hard, through the assassin's shoulder and deep into his chest. The battle ended and John breathed hard, his breath coming in mist. John looked down. The black-garbed villains fought so fiercely. There was a smell off of them, musky and sweet. It made John gag. "Red Lotus," said the Cal. "It saturates them. If you chew it you see heaven. If you inhale the smoke of it, it turns you into something from hell. Who knows what it did to these monsters?" Sandoror found a small skin of liquid on one of the men, he poured out a thick oily liquid into the ground. "That is not the only thing that gave them such strength," said Sandoro. John looked to Thorn and saw recognition in the big man's dark eyes. "So that is what Stark will do." No doubt his eyes watched the battle against the Red Lotus assassins. "Take measure," he would have whispered. If the assassins had won, the barrier to Fenedim would open. If they lost, at least Stark would know what he faced. What now? Wait and plan. John could not say. He stared at the dead assassin at his feet, mask fallen and wide lipless mouth open, revealing the sharpened fangs of a beast. "I tell you, I've had about enough for one day," said the Khal. The fires from the burning houses soon died down, painting the town in dark amber. John looked at the corpses of the Red Lotus assassins and a shiver dug deep into his spine. What other beasts does Stark have in his stable? What will he do next? Time was on the demon raider's side now. He would wait and he would learn. "Adrin," said John. "You and Thorn should stay in the town tonight. Take shifts and don't fall asleep. If you see them coming, light a torch and spin it in a circle. Either Susan or Ca Duran will watch for it. We should be back here before dawn." "What will you do in the caves?" asked Adrin. "Susan says they know who these creatures are," said John. "I need to know if we have any chance of defeating them." John looked at the Khal. "How are you doing?" "Good enough," said the Khal. He grinned his half-iron grin. John hated that grin. Chapter 23, Stark. John, Sandoro, Vaana, and the Khal made their way slowly in the shadow of night to the mines. They brought no torches and John saw Sandoro check over his shoulder for any sign of the sticks behind them. If eyes were upon them, there was no hint. They wouldn't be able to keep the mines secret very long, but the longer the better. Ca Duran met them at the mouth of the lowest mine. He sat watching the smoke of the two burning houses rise into the night air. The sky grew violet on the east and dawn began to shine as it had for millions of years, whether men battled men or titans walked the earth. Susan slept wrapped in a bundle of blankets. The evening had clearly exhausted her. Her skin was pale and clammy to John's touch. What was he doing to her? What cost was there for her amazing abilities? He would need them again if they hoped to defend the mines, but for a moment he considered refusing them. How could he ask her to help them when it clearly hurt her so? How was he different than the Eye? John lifted Susan into his arms, his muscles sore from combat. They walked into the caves and Ca Duran lifted a lantern. Those who fled from the town recently made camps in the outer chambers while the rest of the town had gone deeper. Men, women, and children, faces covered in ash, looked to John and the others. Large birds and heavy pigs complained loudly at the new world around them. Such creatures did not do well in caves. The eyes of the villagers filled with both fear and anger. They had yet to understand the marauders who attacked. Few would have seen them and survived. They focused their anger on those strangers they could see, John and the others. None of this happened until John and the others had arrived. It was easy to understand their anger. Susan stirred in John's arms. She looked up at him, her emerald eyes filled with dull weariness. "I didn't tell them yet," she said. John did not understand. Gorf was outside with Ca Duran. They saw Stark and Gorf recognized him. "I could feel it. I didn't dig, though. I can if you need." "No," said John. "Sleep. We'll need you later." John took Susan to the mother of the boy who had befriended her. Things could go poorly in these caves. Susan needed to be safe. The woman's eyes looked weary and she feared John when she saw him. Dark blood still stained his leather armor and dark cracked patches coated his hands. The woman nodded to him when he handed Susan to her. John had never bothered to learn their names. John turned and saw the angry questioning eyes of the villagers around him. He turned to C.A. Durran. "Do you have a herbalist or sage?" "Who heals your sick?" asked John. "The Wither," said C.A. Durran. "Alice Witherspoon. She uses herbs and spices to cure the ill." "Is she here?" asked John. "Yes," said C.A. Durran. "In the rear of the mine." "She didn't wait long to come here." C.A. Durran took them to the back of the mines and the weary eyes of the villagers followed. John saw Gorfin consult with the other elders. He would speak to them soon. The Wither had clearly gotten her name from something other than her looks. She was beautiful, slightly on the far side of middle age. She had 6 children, all alive after the first assault, and a tiny husband of a man who kept quiet. Clearly the Wither commanded the family. John liked her at once. "I thank you for what you have done," she told John. "Many here do not understand it, but I do. We would have died last night if it were not for you." The Wither's eldest boy, one of the 4 of the town militia, saluted in the old style with his stick sword. John smiled and bowed to the boy. "Thank you for the words, lady," said John. "They soothe a weary heart. I need your aid. My friend, the Cal, a spear has pierced his side." John left the Cal with the Wither while he, Verana, and Sandorol went to C.A. Durran and Gorf. C.A. Durran's uncle looked 10 years older since the day before. His hair was disheveled and dust covered his face and body. He sighed visibly when he saw John but tensed when he saw the importance in John's eyes. "What is it?" asked Gorf. "Who are the sticks?" asked John. "Why are they here?" Gorf was silent for a long time. His face went white and his ears went red. The man hid something. John didn't need Susan to see a man preparing to lie. It is as C.A. Durran feared. "They traveled south along the undefended towns," said Gorf. "They know you and they know this place. We have bled and killed for your town. The scout we killed said they came for vengeance." Of what did he speak? John felt his anger growing. "Don't lie to me again." Gorf looked at John again, his face looking even older. He looked away as he spoke. "Much of our town's prosperity comes from these mines. Salt is desired all over the desert. For centuries it was our primary trade. Fenadim was destined to one day grow into Gazudim, a city with its own king. The mines were the key to this growth, but the mines are a rough trade. Tunnels collapse. Shafts fall deep into chasms under the mountain. The dust fills a man's lungs, stealing years off of his life. Even now our miners work for only 5 years and are paid the rest of their lives for it. It is expensive and such a system permanently keeps us limited in profit and growth. There was only one way to mine more and build Fenadim into something greater." "Slaves," said Sandorol. His voice cold and guttural. Gorf saw something in Sandorol's eyes and grew even more pale. He nodded. "We began trading salt for the captured enemies of the desert tribes. Only a few at first, but more as salt production increased. They worked much longer and harder than our own workers. 10 or 20 years. Before they died," said Sandorol. "And what of their children? Were they born into freedom?" "No," said Gorf. "They too supported the mines." John tried to imagine the conditions in these tunnels. Dark and cramped, crawling and chipping at an invisible wall in front, hoping the mountain didn't collapse. Poison dust filling their chests, stealing life with every breath. But you soon came to your senses and freed them, right? John didn't hold hope for the right answer. John had lived around slavery his whole life, but seeing a town as beautiful as this one perverted by such inhumanity chilled his heart. Perhaps Sandoro's views had grown into him. Again Gorf shook his head. No, he said. His voice had quieted. The richest deposits grew thinner and we began digging deeper. It got harder, the salt burned the skin of the miners. The slaves, Sandoro corrected. Yes, the slaves, said Gorf. We went higher in the hills to the feet of the old one and dug new tunnels. It was rich up there. We had about 350 slaves at that point, all working deeper in the mines than we ever had. Some of them got really sick or went mad down there. They didn't see daylight for months. One day a wall collapsed and killed 6 of the slaves. When they were dug up they found an antechamber under the rock. It was a palace, huge and carved inside out. Halls as large as open fields and statues of unknown gods and demons. No one was there, no bones at all. The place scared everyone who saw it. They claimed they could feel a hum or whisper, deep and powerful. They called it the voice of the Old One. No one wanted to go in, even when forced. Gorf paused for a moment. He feared his next words. We made examples of a handful of them. The slave masters showed them worse things than bad dreams or scary statues. We sent them all in to explore and find anything valuable. Then they disappeared. We didn't see them for most of the day. Then a handful came running back, covered in blood and screaming. They spoke of a pool that called to them and promised to quench their thirst. They spoke of a statue of a woman with long twisted arms and the head of a beast. Some drank, and when they did they went crazy, mad with bloodlust. They tore each other apart and feasted on the dying and dead. They drank the fresh blood of the weak. No one believed the stories until we saw them. One of the whip masters went in to beat them into submission. They ripped him apart. We didn't have any choice. We saw the murder in their eyes and the blood on their hands. We collapsed the tunnels. We broke 4 barrels on the supports and pulled the mountain down on them. Only 6 of us knew. Only 2 of us were there. Nearly a full generation has passed and none of us who lives in those times speaks of the days when the slaves bled for our town. Now we accept our standing and limitations. We will always be a small town. Slavery is outlawed here and the mines at the feet of the Old One are banned. Who is Stark? Asked John. Many of the slaves came from a single tribe that had been broken and sold. They were a quiet bunch of strong miners. Stark was some form of commander or leader in this tribe. They always looked to him for advice and he worked hard. Every so often one of our whip masters would end up murdered, strangled, or throat cut, and we would suspect Stark's hand in it, but we worried about revolt if we punished or executed him. He was one of the men sent into the antechamber. Why did they burn Fenacet? Asked John. Gorf paused again. They sold us the slaves. It was the hunters of their village that had captured the tribes. John was sickened. He could feel Sandoro's tension behind him. He did not say another word. He turned and put his hand on Sandoro's shoulder. John, Sandoro, and Ca Duran left. They picked up the Cal and Susan on their way out. The wither had given the Cal a strong herbal drink that made him gag and wrapped his wound with dark blue crushed leaves. John smiled at her but had no stomach for further conversation. Ca Duran started with them as the 5 of them made their way out. Leave us, John told Ca Duran. He saw the hurt in the man's eyes, but he had to talk to the swords alone. Shea nodded. John turned with the others and left. John told the Cal and Susan of the sticks as they made their way back to the town, careful to avoid any of Stark's spies. John had no idea what to do. They sat and took lunch as the sun rose high in the sky. John told Thorn and Adrin the tale of Stark. Silence followed. Sandoror stood and looked east at the Cyclopean statue of the Old One. "I want to kill everyone in that cave," said the desert ghost. His voice was even and calm, not a hint of rage. "What will we do?" asked Adrin. "We can leave them and let them die," said Thorn. "This is the result of their sins." Most of the men, women, and children in those mines now had nothing to do with the enslavement, said the Cal. "Leaving them to die is a harsh condemnation. So is collapsing a mine on 300 people," said Sandoror. "We're fighting here because those men want their revenge. And they deserve it." John paused for a moment before speaking. "There are some times where a man does something unforgivable. All his life he will live with what he has done, knowing that act, no matter how good, will ever wash the blood from his hands. I am damned. No one could ever forgive me for the acts I have done, and nothing I do will ever make them do so." John looked at Susan. "But that won't stop me from trying. They have committed an unforgivable act, but so have I." His words hung in the night before Adrin spoke. "I didn't come all this way to leave and let them kill all those people," said Adrin. "I'm staying even if I have to fight them alone." John felt a surge of pride. "I am staying as well," said the Cal. Sandoror looked at the man and then at John. "Will you stay, Grey Wolf?" John nodded. Sandoror kept his eyes on John for a long time. "I will not let you die here because of those people," said Sandoror. "I will stay and fight for you." John wondered how many men died with such brave ideas in their heads. He turned to Thorn and Vanna. They both nodded. Fenadim had kept its protectors. John turned to Susan. "Tell Ca we're staying." Susan nodded. John stared at her for a long time and ran a finger along her cheek. He saw Stark buried under the earth, screaming for a mercy or death that would never come, and crawling out of the rock decades later. What sort of anger would that spawn? What would they have to do to stop it? Chapter 24, The Second Night. The rain fell as the sun dropped behind the western wall. A deep fog rolled through the valley. The setting sun and blood moon painted the sky in dark red. The fog stole the sound of the valley as well. No tree rustled. No animal could be heard. It was dead quiet. John watched Sandoror cut a black cloak from one of the Red Lotus assassins. He pulled the black cloak over his shoulders, tied it, and pulled the hood up. Sandoror and the Cal both looked to the sky, letting the rain fall on them. These men had never seen rain before, John realized. John watched each of them. Vanna pulled her hood over her head and loosened her saber. Adrin let the rain pour over the corners of his hat. The Cal held up his cupped hand and drank from it. John smiled. Thorn stood impassive, his sword on one massive shoulder. Sandoror's new black cloak blew back in the wind. John saw the cold steel in his hands and in his eyes. Looking down, John saw Susan. The rain ran down her face and it looked like tears. She alone would give them the chance to survive. 6 warriors stood no chance, but 3 pairs of 2, each fully connected to the sight and mind of the other, could kill 100. At least that is what John hoped. "We will fight in the town. Hold no ground. Shift and move as you need. They assume we protect the town, but we protect nothing here. When pressed, we fall to the western trails and to the caves. No one replied to John. They stood ready. Thorn and Verana, take the west. Adrin and the Cal, east. Sandoror and I take the north. Let them fall between us and close in on their exposed flanks. They got into position and John stood on the rock overseeing the town and the mist beyond. The fog would hide much from both sides, but with far inferior numbers, the favor went to the swords. Dots of torchlight burning green in the fog appeared in the distance. John knelt and placed his hand upon the rock on which he stood. It vibrated under his hand. The sticks were coming. Give us the sight, said John to Susan. She closed her eyes and John's vision expanded. It was nauseating at first, but he soon got his bearings. He had his first sight, his own clear vision of the world around him, and his second sight, that of Sandoror. One vision moved and one stood still, but John soon came to understand it and use it. Strangely, Sandoror saw the world differently. The colors looked different, blues appearing as green. It disoriented him a little. Also, Sandoror saw much further and with much greater clarity than did John. He should have given him the pistols, thought John. The green fire grew closer. John felt the rumble through his boots. Adrin would soon begin firing and Thorn's huge blade would cleave in. Give me their sight as well, said John. Now two more visions flowed into the sight he had already. One stood a head higher than John was used to. He saw Verana, cloak billowing around her lithe body and the hilt of her scorpion sword in her gloved hand. In the other sight he saw Adrin's hands cocking back a pair of dragon-hammered pistols. Nearby, the Cal twisted his waist, wincing, and pinwheeled his arms. His muscles cracked and loosened. A deep and shrill cry rolled out of the fog. The sound was sad and haunting. It took John a moment to realize it was the sound of the Brill being slaughtered. It would seem the sticks, denied the villagers, took out their bloodlust on the beasts left behind. John felt for the doomed beasts. The green torches grew into large arcs in the fog, landing on the roofs, swinging end over end into the doorways of the houses and shops of the town. Even in the rain the houses burned. Green flames, appearing blue in Sandoror's second sight, rose through the roofs and exploded out of the shuttered windows. It tore into the cloak of fog that surrounded them. The rumble continued, but it was not as strong as the night before. Something had changed. A flash of steel in the green and orange light of the night, painted by the burning houses and the blood moon above the fog, flew towards Thorn. John saw it through the big man's eyes. Thorn had clutched just in time, grabbing the masked figure who cut at him. The stick had red leather armor and brown cloth over his mouth and flowing back behind him. Thorn pulled him against the strong wall against which he held his position and cleaved deep into the stick's skull. The black eyes of the stick rolled and he fell in a heap. The tip of a spear stabbed towards Adrin, but the Cal's club splintered the shaft and then crushed the ribs of the wielder. Adrin was prepared to shoot, but doing so against the enemy on foot wasted the advantage. In Thorn's vision John saw Verana beginning her dance, parrying at her opponent's wrist instead of crossing blades. Two sticks fell away clutching gushing wounds deep in their forearms. Now John understood the lack of the full charge. While some rode in across the bridge, most of the sticks attacked on foot. They waded across the stream, sliding their feet across the bedrock to avoid the spikes that had hobbled their horses the night before. The green flames of the burning houses scorched the sky. Thorn, Verana, Adrin, and the Cal soon lost their cover. The hot air would cook them if they remained too close. John could not see this new battlefield, but he could imagine it. 40 or so sticks on each side, west and east, cutting north. In between was a column of riders, lighting fast and able to cleave into any resistance the two groups of foot soldiers ran into. "Susan, go to the caves," said John. He looked at her and she looked back. John ran a finger across her cheek, wiping away the rain. He smiled at her and she smiled back. Then she turned and left. John and Sandoro moved forward until they could see the riders cutting through the middle of the town. Time seemed to slow as he moved in, his mind moving faster than the battle unfolded. John fired, red flame and white smoke exploding slowly from his pistol in his hastened mind, killing the first rider immediately. The others pulled left and right, avoiding the flailing horse and fallen rider. John fired again, seeing a satisfying gush of blood explode from the hard leather armor of the left rider. Then John and Sandoro were on the move. In his third vision John saw Adrian moving east until he saw the flank of the riders. He shot too near the end of the column and then fell back to the Cal's furious defense as he reloaded. John too reloaded on the run, seeing Sandoro behind him parrying a sword thrust and stabbing into the thruster's thigh. John ran behind a building not yet aflame, the house where Susan had stayed a few days earlier, and prayed to any god who might be listening that they would not find any enemies behind it. He finished reloading and turned around the corner. A rider had knocked Sandoro down. John saw his vision blur in his view through Sandoro's eyes. John shot the horse in the head and it crashed down before it had overrun and trampled Sandoro. Sandoro rolled to his feet, cloak spinning behind him. Another rider bore down on him with a barbed lance. Sandoro stood firm. John shot the man in the side of the head. Sandoro rolled and dashed out of sight before the horse rode him down. They were hard pressed, John saw. Stark had planned this well. John reloaded his guns again and holstered one to draw his rapier. Hopping up on an overturned cart, John slashed the throat of another rider as he passed. The sword bit deep and John saw him riding with streams of blood flowing back behind him. The world appeared on fire. Much of the fog had evaporated and even the rain had stopped. Vanna continued her dance, kicking one man in the chest and cleaving into the flank of another. Men squirmed around her and she pinned the knife hand of one wounded stick before cutting deep into his neck. Thorns swung hard, shattering an incoming great sword and cleaving deep into the chest of its wielder. Another came up behind him but Vanna's saber slashed both his legs behind the knees and dropped him screaming to the ground. "Where is Stark?" thought John. He focused his vision first into Sandoro who tore open a raider wielding a large war hammer, then to Thorn who hewed a man from the horse, then to Adrian who pinned a wounded man under his boot and stabbed his offhand dagger into the stick's eyes. None saw Stark. The riders twisted and wove through the burning houses while the foot soldiers continued swarming the east and west. They would soon lose their ground. John stepped into the open and fired both guns into two separate riders. Each fell with the crack of bone under the iron shoes of their horses. 2 foot soldiers rounded the horses on John's right. John dropped the pistols, hoping to scoop them up later, and drew his rapier and dagger. John parried an axe with the offhand dagger and blocked the man's left kick with his own raised leg. John stabbed into the man's eye and, drawing it out, across his throat. The second footman stabbed at John with a blood-stained spear decorated with a half-dozen long-haired scalps. John circled the spear, parried it to his right, and pierced the footman under the chin and deep into his brain. A third came around the corner with a two-handed sword. John spun, grappling the man's arms before the sword had time to swing, and ran the sharp edge of his rapier from hilt to tip across the man's throat. Blood splashed on John's face and armor. From his second sight John saw Sandoro grappling with a much larger man. John worried for his friend until he saw Sandoro's right dagger cutting deep open gashes in the man's torso. A final stab in the low flank of the man with his left dagger killed his opponent. John scooped up his guns and reloaded. Adrin and the Cal were back to back. Adrin fired shot after shot into the riders. When they turned, he and the Cal retreated and moved to another open area. John wondered for a moment how lucky they had been to pick the right spot for their retreat until the answer came to him. Susan had showed it to them. As Adrin reloaded, the Cal turned and crushed the leg of a stick dressed in ringmail and a studded leather helm shaped like the head of a dog. The man's leg bent sideways and his body folded over the hideous wound. Another slam of the war club caved in the dog helm in an explosion of blood. The attack cost Cal his life. John, still looking through Adrin's eyes, saw a wicked sharp blade burst through the Cal's chest. His war club, caked with gore, fell loose from the pit fighter's hand and hung from the leather strap. The blade withdrew and blood sprayed from the wound in the Cal's chest. He was dead before he fell to the ground. Behind the fallen sword stood one of the Red Lotus assassins. Mask down, the assassin licked the Cal's blood from his blade as he stared at Adrin with black-on-black eyes wild from the smoke of the demon-blooded leaf. Adrin stepped forward, put the barrel of his pistol against the man's forehead, and fired. Smoke exploded in a red mist from the man's shattered skull. Adrin stared at the Cal's body and John stared through Adrin's eyes. "Adrin," shouted John. "To me." Susan must have pushed his voice into Adrin. It shocked him out of his stunned gaze. Adrin, John realized, had never seen a friend die. "Susan, tell Thorn and Vanna to move back. Adrin's alone." John turned to Sandoro. "Get Adrin to us." Sandoro looked at John from under his hood, a line of blood drawn across one eye. It was an impossible order, a suicidal mission. The desert ghost nodded and disappeared in a flutter of his dark cloak. John reloaded his guns, holstered them, and drew his rapier and dagger. Life was about to get very difficult until Adrin and Sandoro came back to him. 4 riders and half a dozen foot soldiers turned around a building burning green into the night. Their leader, a brute with a massive axe, pointed toward John. He was alone and they knew it. They would descend upon him like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves. John would have to take down their alpha. The axe wielder had learned of John's guns, it appeared. He sent 2 of his riders in first. John didn't take the bait by shooting the 2 men. He stood his ground and waited. One of the front riders drew a large curved scimitar and the other pulled a short spear from a quiver of them on the side of his saddle. The spear came in and John ducked, letting it pass over his left shoulder. The big sword swung in and John rolled. He jumped up, planting one hand on the charging horse, and came at the brute with the axe. The axe brute's arm came down hard, numbing John's shoulder. John stabbed hard, burying his rapier to the hilt in the axe brute's chest. Both men landed hard. John planted his hands and got quickly to his feet. The axe brute stood too, green fire reflecting in the black orbs of his eyes. The man grinned with sharp bloody teeth as he drew out John's rapier from his chest and threw it on the ground. Behind him, John heard the riders he had leaped over turn their mounts and saw the other foot soldiers hold their attacks. The huge axe wielder raised his axe over his head but did not swing. Instead he kicked hard and circled low, swinging the wicked axe at John's stomach. John spun and got behind the man, planting his offhand dagger in the big man's side. Like the rapier, the small blade did little to stop the huge man. The giant spun again and John felt the blade of the axe swinging overhead. John stood up, drew his pistol, placed it under the man's chin, and fired. John rolled and stood, fetching up his rapier. The 6-foot soldiers drew swords and axes and spears. They grinned and closed in. One fell screaming as his legs fell out from under him. Vanna stood behind the fallen man, blood dripping from her saber. A flash of heavy silver and another fell into 2 pieces. Thorn stood behind the halved man. Pistols rang out and the 2 riders fell dead from their horses. Adrin and Sandoror came around the building on John's right. Sandoror grabbed one of the other foot soldiers roughly by the chin and cut his throat open down to the spine. A fountain of blood sprayed up into the night. "I thought I was dead," said Adrin when he and John fell back to back, each with pistols in hand. "I've never seen anything like Sandoror. He carved his way through to me like a scythe through wheat. He saved my life." By now, every building, farmhouse, and shop blazed like a green torch. Thick smoke filled the air. The rain had stopped, but the green glow painted everything around them. "We need to get to the caves," said John. They ducked behind a large rock as a dozen more riders roared past silhouetted against the blazing village. "They'll cut us off and then cut us down if we try," said Sandoror. "Stark planned this well. We're trapped." "No, we're not," said Thorn. John looked at the huge man. The Voth stared out at the packs of marauders racing through the ruins of the village. A wild stallion kicked and bucked down where John had killed the axe brute. The axe brute's large horse kicked down one of the sticks who attempted to control it. 2 more tried unsuccessfully to hold it. "Take them to the caves," John said Thorn. Then he was gone. John watched him run to the men and the berserk horse. 2 of them saw Thorn coming. The 3rd did not and caught Thorn's sword hard in the back, breaking his spine. The 2nd managed a scream before the huge blade hewed into his skull. The 3rd pulled out a bastard sword, blade ragged with long battle, and held it to parry Thorn's massive blade. Thorn roared and shattered the sword and the man standing behind it. Thorn grabbed the horse's mane and mounted in a single fluid motion. He kicked hard and the horse calmed but still quivered in fury. Thorn kicked again and the horse exploded into action. John saw him ride into the smoke. He caught sight of Thorn again silhouetted against the green flames, horse rearing and Thorn's huge blade cutting another rider in half at the waist in an explosion of blood and gore. That was the last time John saw Thorn alive. Chapter 25, The Mines. "He knows." Susan's voice was faint in John's mind and made him shiver. "He knows about the mines. He knows they're in there." Sandoror stood, his face hidden under his black hood. Vanna flicked her saber, blood and rain droplets flew off of it in a mist. Adrin beat the rain from his hat and wiped the blood from his face, leaving red streaks over his eyes. Then he pulled his hat on tight and refastened his leather neck guard. "We have to go," said John. "They know where the villagers are." Something exploded in the village, a sealed house or a barn, sending a pillar of green fire into the night air. John saw it illuminate the Old One, the Titan god, watching their struggle like the swarming of ants. What battles had this Titan seen? What secrets did it keep hidden in its depths? The swords began their trek west under shadow, avoiding the eyes of the demons below. "Do they follow?" John asked Susan in his mind. She did not reply. He panicked for a moment. What was happening to her? What was this battle doing to her? "Not yet," Susan replied just when John thought she had not or could not hear him. "They killed Thorn." John stared at the green fires below. The bodies of the fallen sticks littered the ground. How many were left? How many more must they kill? Susan, move into the caves, thought John. They reached the summit and the mouth of the northern mine shaft. C.A. Durran waited for them. They've gone insane in there, said the Brill farmer. You will not want to go in there. They do not understand. They are panicked. They saw their lives lost in that burning town. The sticks know the villagers are in the mine, said John. They will be here soon. C.A. Durran looked at John and then the others. He nodded. John turned to Adrin. You and Sandoror will go to the north passage. Verana and I will hold the south. Fight them at the mine entrances and pull them into the mine. When they reach the support shaft, shoot or break the barrel. 7 dug trenches and holes near the support. It will only take a moment for the shaft to collapse, so run to the main chamber as soon as you break the barrels. What then? Asked Adrin. There is another deeper tunnel that leads higher on the mountain. We can escape from there. We can hope most of those that remain are caught in the mines. Buried once again, said Sandoror. John looked at the desert ghost, unsure of the look in his eyes. Yes, said John. Sandoror held his gaze and then nodded. Adrin and Sandoror began the hike to the north passage. John turned to Verana. She donned a boiled leather breastplate with a high collar guard on her left shoulder. She slipped her palm spike into her right glove and put long daggers in each thigh-high boot. She had strapped 2 short swords to her back, one over each shoulder. Her scorpion-hilted saber hung low on her left hip. In each hand she carried a small war axe. She had thrown away her cloak and tied her hair back into a top knot to keep it out of the way. She looked at John and smiled. She looked like she could face all the sticks by herself. John checked his guns and reset the paper capsules of powder and shot at his sides. His 2 ramming rods were set, each ready to slide a fresh paper capsule into the guns in a mere moment. It would give him 4 good shots before he had to spend any significant time reloading. They're coming, Susan's voice spoke in John's head. Below, a string of green torches began snaking its way up the hills. They would be here soon. Verana climbed into the rocks and faded into the shadows. John looked for Adrin and Sandoror but saw neither. They were too far up on the rocks, he thought. John waited. John saw a stream of green torches trailing up the northern path as well. John had hoped that Adrin and Sandoror would face no other man, but it appeared both would be busy. John could hear them riding on the path towards him. Thick leather boots fell on the gravel next to iron-shod hooves. How many came? 12. 50. How many were left? John saw the shadow of the first horse and the white sharp teeth of the first rider shining in the night. John wasted no time. He replaced the white sharp smile with a black ball of lead. The man toppled over backward and rolled down the rocky slope. John fired again and a horse reared, throwing its mortally wounded rider. 3 more riders came behind them. An axe whirled through the air, cleaving into the deep muscle of the first rider's shoulder. A second axe planted itself into the skull of the second. The third turned and hurled a spear into the shadows from where the axes had come. John heard the sound of metal on wood as Verana had cut the spear out of the air. John saw Verana hurl herself at the 5th rider, both short swords held across her chest and over her shoulders. When she hit the horse she pulled each blade across, scraping them together and shearing the rider's head from his shoulders. She landed beautifully, knees bent low and one leg out in front, swords ready. The footmen attacked her 3 at a time. She dodged a halberd strike, parried another spear, and broke the tip of her left sword off in the breastplate of another. Her second blade locked cross guards with a stick broadsword. Vanna drew the dagger from her left boot and buried it in the sword-wielder's temple. John had taken Vanna's amazing diversion to reload his pistols. Now he fired them into the mass of sticks that continued to charge up the trail. There are many, he thought, but not enough. Some are missing. Regardless, he decided, they must fall back. Vanna, we move, said John, firing into a screaming noseless fiend who charged him with a heavy wide-bladed sword. Vanna parried another sword strike and planted her remaining short sword under the chin of her opponent until his cap came off and balanced on the tip. She then kicked him hard into the swarm of sticks that remained. She scooped up the broadsword, a fine blade of waved steel with an ivory skull on the base of the hilt. Then she and John fled into the mine shaft. Torchlight painted the walls orange and shadows shifted in the darkness. The mine walls were smooth and square given the ease of shaping salt rock. The ceiling of the tunnel rose 2 heads taller than John, arched near the top. John turned and fired twice out of the cave's entrance. Then he and Vanna ran down the tunnel. An alcove had been carved 20 steps from the main support and the barrel. Vanna looked it and smiled. Stay in the alcove until I fire, then cut down the first 2 on your right to block them from your escape. Then fight your way to me. I'll yell before I break the barrel, so be ready to run or it will collapse on you. John reloaded as Vanna slipped into the alcove. Susan, how is Adrian, thought John. There was no answer. Susan, he thought again and again, nothing. John looked back deeper into the mine, almost considering running down to find her. Panic welled up in him. He felt alone, a loneliness he hadn't felt since meeting the young girl. Gods, he thought, protect her. He did not know which god would even bother to listen, but he prayed anyway. A deep rumble awoke in the mountain, a shake that warped the ground under John's feet. The Old One awakens, thought John. I called and he will awaken and scream and kill everyone in the world. No. Adrian had collapsed his tunnel. John looked down the tunnel and saw the shadows of men approaching. He saw their white teeth shining. He saw the gleam of torchlight in their black eyes. He saw the shine of steel in their hands. John saw them and fired. He fired his first 2 shots quickly and saw Vanna strike right afterward. The tip of her skull-hilted broadsword burst from the chest of a huge stick holding a war maul. The blade withdrew and a spray of blood from another stick gushed against the salt wall. John holstered his guns and drew his rapier. The feeling of the wire-woven hilt in his hand reassured him. No matter what you do in life, his fencing instructor had told him, your hand will always want your sword again. John hid the rapier behind his back and the first voe thrust in, a scimitar held high. John twisted and stabbed from behind his back. The rapier punched a hole in the man's chest. John drew it out and stabbed again in the man's throat. John parried the next blade that came in and planted his offhand dagger into the man's groin. As the man reeled, John slid his rapier across his throat. More men attacked and John cut them down. One blade cut sharply across his armor, scratching his bare back. He didn't know how deep the wound was, but figured he'd know soon one way or another. John impaled the attacker and kicked him down. More swarmed in. Vanna, now. John kicked the barrel and it broke open. Water rushed out and seeped into the ground around the support pillar. Vanna, shouted John. 3 men rushed John. He stabbed one through the eye and kicked another with a powerful skull-crushing round kick. The third caught John's offhand dagger in the mouth. The ground rumbled around him and trails of dust fell. Far back he saw a flash of black steel surrounded by the screams and howls of the demon-touched sticks. He could not call for her again. He had to go. John ran as the tunnel collapsed behind him. Eyes of sadness and suspicion met John when he entered the main chamber of the mine. "We must speak," said Gorf, standing with Odim the elder. John had neither time nor patience for them. If they had hurt Susan, he would kill every one of them himself. "Where's Susan?" John asked C.A. Durran. The man was silent but pointed. The family she had stayed with cared for her now. He rushed and knelt next to her. Susan's skin was clammy and yellow. Beads of sweat formed the moment her brow was wiped. Dark rings formed under her eyes, and the eyes themselves nearly sent John into a panic. Her pupils took up nearly her entire iris, leaving only a thin ring of emerald. Her right eye had a ring of blood around the iris, thick and swollen. Her left hand was limp in his own, like the hand of a corpse. Adrin and Sandoro arrived. Dust covered their bodies and faces. A long gash on Sandoro's chest dripped blood. Their eyes looked haunted. John could not imagine what they had faced in their own tunnel. "Vanna?" asked Sandoro. "She was in the tunnel when it collapsed," said John. Adrin lowered his head. The three men looked at Susan. John felt his heart throbbing in his chest. Her blood-filled eye turned to John. "He knows what happened," she whispered. "Let go," Susan said. John. Who knows what it was doing to her to touch Stark's mind? She didn't listen. "He doesn't care about coming in here to kill us. He is happy to bury us here. He thinks it justice," she said. John's skin grew cold. "He knows about the rear of the tunnel. He's going there to collapse it." Susan's voice stopped and her eyes closed. He stayed a moment, running the back of his hand on her forehead. "We must go," John said. Sandoro, putting his hand on John's shoulder. John stood, taking a last look at Susan, and left. The three men, the last of the 7 swords, walked through the mobs of villagers, avoiding their looks of fear, confusion, doubt, and anger. 7 led them to the narrow tunnel of the rear mine and, feeling the mountain weighing down on them, they half crawled, half walked out and back into the night air. Stark was waiting for them. The sky had cleared and the blood moon hung overhead. The black orb of the demon moon crested below. Stark sat on a brown stallion painted in stripes of red blood. He wore a simple leather breastplate with a single red glyph over the chest. A gold-hilted short sword hung on his hip. A band of red painted the lower half of his face from the nose down. Like John, his head was bare. Around him stood the remainder of the sticks. Just short of 24 men, 6 on horseback and the remainder on foot. "Why did you do it?" asked Stark. His voice was raspy but filled with power and confidence. "Why bother to sacrifice your lives for dirt farmers and slavers?" John, Adrin, and Sandoro said nothing. "They buried us alive in there," said Stark, pointing to the flank of the Old One. "We had no food and only the black water, the blood of the Old One, to survive. It took us 20 years to dig our way out of the mountains, and the world we found out here was worse than the hell inside." Stark pointed at the cave behind them. "They did this to us. They made us who we are. And now you are going to die to defend them. A pointless act." Before John could react, Sandoro was on the move. Sandoro darted through the foot soldiers. Blood exploded from some. Others fell, grasping at their exposed organs. An arrow whistled past, planting in Sandoro's shoulder. Its barbed tip pierced through. A spear followed, but Sandoror cut it out of the air easily. Sandoror leaped, both daggers high, but Stark was fast. Jon had seen very few with such speed and accuracy. Stark drew his golden short sword and impaled Sandoror on it. Sandoror remained motionless as Stark lifted the desert ghost one-handed above him. Sandoror's blood ran over Stark's blade and into Stark's other cupped hand. He drank deep. Then the knives came down, each one planting itself in the sides of Stark's neck. Sandoror stabbed them deep, twisted, and then pulled apart in opposite directions. Both blades ripped through Stark's throat and black blood gushed as the demon-touched general's head fell backward to the spine. Both men crashed to the ground dead. Silence filled the clearing. The whimpers of Sandoror's wounded foes cried out in the night. A large man in iron armor pointed a spear at Jon and Adrin and roared a command to strike. Though not with the ferocity they once exhibited for Stark, the remainder of the sticks charged. The huge man's cry ceased when a lead ball from Adrin's pistol crashed through his skull. Adrin and Jon stood, pistols in hand and swords at the ready as they faced the last of the sticks. Epilogue. Adrin ran his hand across the brill's thick flank, feeling the heat underneath. The huge beast bellowed and farted. "One more of those and we won't have a problem," said Adrin. Lumox was his first brill, a gift from Ca Duran, and he didn't want to lose her. She had birthed 3 of Adrin's 5 brill and, if this blockage didn't kill her, would be ready to market at the next caravan north. Aid. Adrin heard Celaena's voice from the back of their stone cabin. He looked past the brill's enormous rump to the dark-skinned beauty at the door. She smiled at him and he smiled back. He was lucky to have her and thought about it every time he saw her. "Ca Duran's here," she said. Adrin smiled again. "Great. Tell him I need some help back here," said Adrin. "Now I just have to figure out how to make it Ca Duran's arm up to the shoulder in Lumox's ass instead of my own," he thought. "He says men are here." Adrin forgot about his impacted brill and thought instead of the leather cloak in his shed. He pulled off his gloves and placed them over the split log fence of his brill pen. Kara, his youngest female, belched at him as he left. She was the most vocal of all of them. Ca Duran sat with a ceramic cup of coffee in his hand. His face was ashen. He looked up at Adrin and stood. They shook hands in the dim style, fingers interlocked into a pair of cooperating fists. "3 men from the north," said Ca Duran. "They asked for you by name." "Jon too?" "They're of the Eye?" asked Adrin. He was aware of Celaena's concern behind him. He turned and smiled at her, doing his best to hide his own concern. "Yes," said Ca Duran. Adrin thought about the leather cloak in the shed wrapped around the rapier, dagger, and the 2 pistols. He considered getting them. Jon had shot his way out of situations like this. But he was not Jon. Jon had told him this might happen and Adrin had to trust him. Adrin had assumed after his first year here that they wouldn't come. He never would have married Celaena if he had known this was going to happen. Celaena's father was right to object. "Did you do what Jon told you to do?" asked Adrin. Ca Duran nodded. "Where are they?" asked Adrin. "At my home. I gave them water and ale. They wait for you there." Adrin nodded. He stood and gave Celaena's hand a squeeze before he left. He put on his floppy hat over his shaved head and headed out onto the road. It was late afternoon and the red sun hung behind the old one. The beast's shadow overtook Adrin and he whispered a prayer Gorf's wife, Celeste, had taught him. He didn't believe in it but it made him feel better. Adrien saw the horses first, huge black stallions ill-suited for the desert. Then he saw the men standing outside of Caedaron's house. They were huge men towering over the few villagers who walked past. Each wore a cloak of black and leather armor with high neck guards that went up past their chins. Black leather three-corner hats shaded their eyes. One held a massive scattergun over his shoulder with one hand, his other hand rested on the hilt of a wide-bladed great sword that hung from his belt. A demon's head, twisted and screaming, capped the leather-wrapped hilt of the sword. The other, smaller, had a bandolier of small flintlock pistols running across his chest with two more on each hip. A long sword gleamed from the sheath on his back. Each of the 8 pistols was shaped like a tiger in attack. The 2 men watched Adrien as he approached. Adrien kept his hands visible and out at his sides. When he got close he looked at the smaller man. "I am Adrien," he said. "I know," said the pistolier. "Please go inside, sir." Adrien could see the dust of the months of travel on the leather boots and clothing of these 2 men. "They will never stop looking for her," John had said. Only now did Adrien believe it. These men or men like them had hunted the desert for years to find one little girl. Adrien stepped past the 2 men and pushed open Caedaron's door. A small man stood by one of Caedaron's windows looking out over the fields and mountains from the west. The man wore a simple tunic of ivory and dark trousers tucked into the folds of a pair of soft calfskin boots. His blonde hair was short and neat. A light cloak, the color of sand, hung over his shoulders. "This is a beautiful land," said the man, turning and smiling. There was no villainy in his smile, no intimidation. The smile disarmed Adrien. His voice soothed Adrien's worry. This was no hunter or killer, this was a good man. Realizing how easily this man's smile had disarmed him, Adrien grew even more nervous. The man's blue eyes watched Adrien as Adrien's eyes scanned over the man's clothes. "You're looking for the eye, aren't you?" said the man. "I don't wear it. It is useful for intimidation or for bypassing the riffraff, but counterproductive most of the time. Especially when we all want the same thing. My name is Gabriel. I'm a friend of John's." The fright began to build inside Adrien. He wished he had brought his guns, though he doubted the monsters outside would have let him keep them. The man continued. "He and I worked together in Gazukadam about 3 or 4 years ago. He left us shortly after." "That is fine. We do not keep slaves." He was free to go. "But then he took something from us, something very dangerous. We need to find him and we need it back." Adrien said nothing and Gabriel continued. "I know of the battle that took place here. I know of the men and women who defended this place. I know your part in it. You are a hero to these people even if they don't say it. I know he was with you and I know she was with him. What I need to know is where they are." "He's gone," said Adrien. "John didn't stay. He was too distraught. He went north. He said he was going home." The man smiled his warm smile again and Adrien thought about how easy it would be for this man to unleash the 2 monsters outside. How fast they could kill him, Solana, and everyone else in this town. "Where is Susan?" said Gabriel. He spoke his words very carefully and deliberately. "She's dead. She died during the battle," said Adrien. "Something broke inside her, something in her head." Gabriel looked at him for a very long time. Adrien didn't move. "I am very sorry," said Gabriel. "We could have helped her, could have taught her how to control herself." Gabriel looked out of the window and Adrien saw real remorse in the small man's eyes. Gabriel turned back to Adrien. You said he went north. Adrin nodded. Do you know where? Adrin shook his head. No. Well, we will find him, said Gabriel. The man looked tired. And you? What will you do? I am staying here, said Adrin. This is my home. Gabriel looked at Adrin, smiled, and nodded. The next time I see the Emperor, I will let him know his nephew is happy and healthy. Adrin beheld the man's gaze and nodded. Tell your friend thank you for the coffee, said Gabriel. It is the best in the south. Ca Duran and Adrin watched the riders leave, heading north with fresh provisions. Do you think they know, said Ca Duran. I don't know, said Adrin. He turned and looked at Cybel's house. Two of the boys were fencing with sticks. One performed a decent disarm. A girl with red hair of about 14 looked out at the window at them. The evening wind blew her hair. John had been gone for 3 months before Susan had woken up. She was frail and couldn't move her left side. She had nearly died from the lack of food. She could remember little of her old life but sometimes awoke filled with black nightmares. She spent much of her time staring at the old one. 2 years later she could walk and talk again, even playing with her brothers. If she had any of her other previous abilities, she never spoke of it and they saw no signs. Her life would never be normal, but it would be as good a life as they could give her. She would live the life she had as Adrin lived his. There was no glamour in the enormous droppings of the Brill, but he had helped rebuild the town even when many made it clear that he was not wanted. Even Selana's father told him to leave. Selana's uncle had been one of the dead. But the council had allowed it. Seven had embraced him after the declaration. Selana had fallen in love with him as he rebuilt the town and helped clear the collapsed mines. Yet, as good as his life was, Adrin's hand sometimes ached for the rapier. That night, like many before it, Adrin sat cross-legged on the mound of the 7 swords. They had found Thorn's sword next to the huge man in the burned city. He had been surrounded by the decapitated, disemboweled, and dismembered bodies of a dozen sticks. Now his sword stuck point down next to the Cal's war club and a post holding Sandoral's daggers on the hill. All 3 sat on the mound where their bodies had returned to ash. They never found Vanna's sword, nor her body. Adrin heard of a young king in the south who fought against slavers and had an ivory-skinned raven-haired swordswoman at his side. Someday he might meet her again. As the red sun set, Adrin sat on the mound with his 3 friends, imagining the will of the Old One and what the Titan might know of impacted Brill colons.